organization with the help of channelizing data, specifically highlighting that part, considering the particular organization. I forgot. I'll just check the name, sir.
Yeah, that is fine. I mean,
Yeah, DocuSign they are talking about. So, in spite of having all kind of marketing uh, the person who's talking about the Megan, she is specifically highlighting that how she can be of great help to the organization by channelizing the data in a very efficient manner, which is helping them in coming up with more efficient strategies for the business.
okay, good. So what I will do is maybe people would have read it and they are looking for a very crisp kind of a question. So I have generated questions for this article. So this is the question. These are the questions. What is the gist of the article? I mean, Divya madam just narrated it. Anybody wants to take an attempt at narrating the gist? If we have read it. Nobody? Maybe it is because of less number of participants. We are having 38 participants as of now.
So if we could, extremely sorry, if we could just spend 5 to 7 minutes in reading it and then we can contribute, sir. Is it okay?
Yeah, that is,
We have
that
read
is
it once, but to understand the gist, I think one more reading is required. Is
so
it
what
okay,
you
sir?
want?
That,
I'll flash it in front of you, or I mean, you'll
no,
read
we'll
on
read it.
WhatsApp.
We have it on our group. We can read it. Just 5 minutes maybe we need, sir.
Yes, 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 please.
Of course, if time permits.
And I will try to do it. I mean, I
Yes,
have
sir.
read it 2 or 3 times. Okay.
Yes, sir.
This is fresh from a book called as Essential of Marketing Analytics by Hare et al. I thought that I should, I mean, make it very, very interactive. That's why I've done. So yes, we have got our 5 minutes started now. So it is 9:46. I'll start speaking at 9:51. Yeah, we'll start now. What was the difference between DocuSign and Lattice Engine and Mintigo? If we answer any of the questions, ultimately we'll answer only one question. If we talk about the gist, we talk about the difference between DocuSign and Lattice Engine, or we talk about the third question. In any condition, we are going to the same conclusion. So anybody can help the professor.
DocuSign was a client of Lattice Engine and Mintingo
Yes.
to provide the strong leads.
Yes. So DocuSign was to give the lead. And what addition did this Lattice and Mintigo do?
They help in providing the strong leads.
Yes, good, good. So DocuSign also gave strong leads, correct leads, and Lattice and this Mintigo also gave the same thing. So what was the difference?
These two are working on external data also.
Correct, correct. So earlier, absolutely. So DocuSign basically was working on data which was good enough doing the job, but the later Lattice and Mintigo, they were taking more data. Okay, so that now if we look at more data, so I mean, what would be the situation? Whether it will be more columns or more rows? When we talk about big data, what we talk of is
More columns.
More rows. More rows.
More rows or more columns?
More rows.
More columns, both in fact.
More rows, more responses.
Yes, sir. Kunal, sir.
More responses, so more rows.
More responses. That's absolutely correct. But at the same time, see, I mean,
variety of data, sir. When more rows and more column also, because data
yes.
varieties also will increase.
Yes, yes. So what happens? We all know about sample size, and if we are collecting a sample size, say, I mean, we don't talk about our customary research. We talk about 400, 500, 300, whatever the sample size we calculate, or we use multivariate sample size calculators. So we say more number of rows, but after certain times, it does not add any value. Okay, so if you have got more and more number of rows, of course, I mean, maybe, but by and large, I mean, that will suffice. But what happens is here, when we talk of big data in the context of this case, we are talking about more variables. So many a times you get a variable which is not adding. Okay, it is just there. I mean, it is creating more of a nuisance. So we talk about parsimonious model, where we talk of, I mean, model which are having the variables which are very much important. And of course, if we are having more number of data, I mean, rows, that is very good. There is no problem. But if you are doing research, collecting more data is of no use because you are spending a lot of money. But the very fact this all information is coming from transaction processing system, and that is a part of the business. So more number of rows eventually will come because business is there, transaction data is getting copied. I mean, getting captured. So the point here is, in this case, in DocuSign and Lattice and Mintigo, it was a question of, I mean, they had better prediction of the lead who's going to buy, because they were taking data from the other part also. So that actually basically is a case of what you call as analytics and big data. Okay. So here the final question is, what does Megan I mean, the CEO means when she says, I realize Lattice engines do a much better job of lead scoring because they do a regression analysis at a much bigger level. So what is the meaning of this much bigger level here? Faculty members, please help me. In fact, we have covered the answer.
I think in the correctly identifying the marketing into cells.
That was the objective. But they do, see, DocuSign was also doing the lead generation. Okay, maybe logistic regression or some classification where they were trying to say this is a good lead, this is not a good lead. Okay, or maybe, I mean, they were giving some value to it. But basically it was doing a prediction. So here, when we say regression analysis, and what are bigger level, what is the meaning of the bigger level here? DocuSign भी regression कर रहा था और शायद इनका ये भी regression कर रहा है, Lattice and Mintigo. So how Lattice and Mintigo is doing regression at a much bigger level?
I think conversion rate has improved. I think that's the outcome.
That is the output, but that would have been definitely because
But
of that
number of independent variables are more, so
Yes,
it will be bigger. Yeah.
absolutely. They're bigger here. It talks in terms of having more variables, and these variables are going and adding to the क्या बोलते हैं उसको models predictive power. Okay, so here, I mean, we all say, I mean, if you have got only 2 or 3 variables, 4 variables, multiple regression, so maybe you'll have a explanation of say 50%, 60%. So if you want to increase it, we may go with more number of variables. Of course, I mean, if your sample size is too small, then again generalization becomes a problem. Then what we say is no, you have to increase the sample size. But here in big data, we don't have a problem of sample size because as it is, the data is big and the data is getting captured, and it is true also because it is a transactional data. Okay, it is captured in the correct way. So maybe the problem comes where you have to take more number of variables. So very nice. I mean, I hope this has added something to your existing understanding of analytics. So now we'll move forward. I mean, just give me a sense of whether everything is fine. Pranjal sir, my speed, intonation and everything is correct.
Yes, it's all well.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So now we go to the core part of our marketing analytics. Of course, this won't be core because we'll be just discussing, and many of the faculty members would be knowing it. I mean, if the good thing would be if we can have a demo, but then the demo will be happening henceforth in HR, marketing, finance, operations, everywhere it is more of a demonstration driven. So when we talk about marketing analytics, I mean, the algorithms, what we call as, has been heavily borrowed from multivariate data analysis and computer science. Okay, so since I am a faculty of market research, business research, I am more attuned to not all, but few of the multivariate data analysis where I use the data and then I do the demo, and finally after getting the interpretation, we interpret in a way that we can take the decision. So we have got level 11 algorithms. We have got cluster analysis, and then we have got conjoint analysis. We have got multiple linear regression. We all know about it. Logistic regression. Then you would know about this also. Multidimensional scaling is a technique which is used for doing the positioning. Okay, deciding about what kind, where there is empty space and we can position our product. Okay, before launching. We have got discriminant analysis. Then we have got factor analysis. Market basket analysis. Then we have got something called as marketing metrics. So the entire, I mean, I am trying to write a research paper on marketing analytics and what should be covered in marketing analytics. And I have gone through many research papers. I have gone through many textbooks also. And I find there is a lot of digression. If you look at strategic management as a subject, 60 to 70% of the syllabus or 80% of the syllabus, there is correspondence. If you take one textbook, you will find that content in another textbook. But when you talk about marketing analytics, we find there is a lot of divergence. There are a lot of research, marketing research, business research concepts getting into marketing analytics, which is okay, because in one of the research paper, it has been said whether this marketing research is a 21st century marketing analytics. That is not the case. So if we look at, many textbooks, many research papers, then maybe we'll come out with something which can be said that this becomes a part of marketing analytics. Since this is an evolving field and it is a very big field. So as of now, we go with whatever has been predominantly covered in many of the textbooks, and we find that these techniques are covered. Now, when we look at market basket analysis, we find the mention of market basket analysis in computer science. Of course, slowly and steadily, it is coming into the retail analytics space. Of course, I was talking about marketing metrics. Marketing metrics is basically one of the metrics what we look at is your customer lifetime value. Okay, or RFM to look at the attractiveness of the customer. So marketing metrics is also covered in marketing analytics. But from my point of view, marketing metrics would be similar to the financial ratios, what we talk in terms of finance. So we have got financial ratios. Here we have got marketing metrics, or we can say how we want to look at how we are performing in terms of our distribution, in terms of our promotion. So these are basically the metrics which can help us in evaluate whether we are achieving our target or not achieving our target. Of course, analytics will help us in measuring it, and finally, after measuring, we will compare whether we are achieving that metric or not, or we are not achieving that metrics. Okay, marketing automation. Again, there is a lot of coverage of marketing automation in analytics. But as we had discussed yesterday, when we talk about analytics, we talk about we capture the data from multiple sources, structured and unstructured data, and we put it in a proper way. Okay, and if it is a parallel processing, like if the data is coming at a high velocity, I mean, we have to make sure that it is coming in streams and the analysis is applied on those streams and you are getting the output on a real-time basis. So it is like a continuous process. The data is coming, okay, you are integrating from multiple places and you are using all the framework what we discussed yesterday, Hadoop framework, to streamline the data, structured, unstructured data, and the various framework inside that. And once it is properly put, you have to put the algorithm. Okay, whether you put the algorithm on your own or it will be automatically done, that would be, I think, more of the area of artificial intelligence. So it will automatically apply on the data and based on the type of the data which is coming, and then your output is going to come, and that output will be continuously displayed in front of you in terms of the visualization. Okay, so on a real-time basis, you will know what is happening with my business. As of now, it is in batch wise. Okay, earlier it was say 15 days, now that has come to 7 days. Maybe now we'll have that batch size to say every day, or maybe on a real-time basis every minute, like your stock market, where the prices are getting updated, I believe, every 1 minute or 2 minutes, I don't know. So there is a slight lag, but still that is okay in stock market. So it goes on blinking, that blinking, it is getting updated. Okay, so marketing automation, of course, it is basically how you are taking this entire data and automatically the response will be given. Whatever response we want to give, that response or suggestion of the response will be given to the team for taking it forward. So, but for me, analytics would be collecting all the big data. Again, that will be big data and management and analytics. What we talk about is how you are going to analyze the data. And in this era, how we are going to analyze this using the software rather than doing manually. Okay, so again, continuing with that is your natural language processing, where we talk of analyzing the data, which is unstructured, mostly, which is text. Of course, we have got analytics which works on your videos, which can look at the videos and give you the output. We can have, your image analytics, video analytics, all those things are there. But what we are going to discuss is the first 8 parts. Okay, 8 parts we are going to discuss, because in 2 hours to cover everything would be difficult. And all the more you require an expertise. So if you look at each and every algorithm, it requires at least 3 to 4 hours of actually going and doing it. And of course, if you want to go into the deeper aspect, then maybe you'll require more time for that. So when I deal in the class, cluster analysis takes at least 1.5, 3 hours or 4.5 hours it takes. So you have to got the data, you do the analysis, and then you interpret. Of course, the data is very short, and whatever I do, that is, the steps are well written. Okay, so what is cluster analysis? Cluster analysis is a technique of grouping individuals or objects or cases into relatively homogeneous similar groups that are often referred as clusters. The subject group within the clusters are similar to each other, and there is dissimilarity between the clusters. So in marketing, this is basically used in market segmentation, because if you are, gone are the days of, a standardized product. So you have got ultimate segmentation is segment of one, where you try to give the recommendation, or you try to configure your marketing mix as per the one customer. That will be the ultimate customization. But till then, we have got macro segmentation. Macro segmentation means you will have well identified group based on your demography, based on your psychography and behavioral. So this all segmentation, I have got a lot of data with me, a lot of observation rows, and how I'm going to find out groups. So here what happens, you put the data inside, and based on the commonality across the rows, you will find, commonality across the variables, you will find groups occurring in your, what you call as the respondents. So that is cluster analysis. This is used for your market segmentation. Then we have got conjoint analysis. So conjoint analysis is basically, we use it to configure our product. Okay, so maybe I will try to get a demo, but as of now, what we do, we have got a product with, we'll talk with the example of this. A customer may wish to purchase a color television. Now he or she will have to make judgment about his preference for various attributes, combinations such as brand image, flat screen, screen size, sound quality, picture quality, price of different
Professor
quality.
Sharma, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
You are not in presentation mode.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So conjoint analysis, basically conjoint basically means how you are going to join the various attributes. So if I look at a mobile phone, the mobile phone would have various attributes. Okay. So the size of the screen. So size of the screen is the variable, and the value could be small size and big size, for example, or whatever inch we specify. Then second would be whether it has, camera. So what type of a camera it is having. Camera means what is the type, means what is the megapixel of the camera. Then you may talk in terms of the, whether it is having what kind of internal storage, whether it can play Android or whatever it is. So you have got variables and you have got multiple levels. So we have to really find out what the customer prefers the most. Like if you talk about our MBA school, what students prefer in any MBA school, without any doubt, we say that it is a placement. Okay. Now, when we talk about executive education, what the students prefer when they are looking for an MBA school? Executive education, whether they are looking for placement, not really. For full-time, placement is the number one attribute, high placement, what they are looking for. So the placement variable becomes very important. But when we talk about executive education, what is important? Whether it is placement, whether it is the infrastructure, whether it is the type of the faculty. Yeah, intuitively we know it could be either faculty or it could be infrastructure. But since we know this because we are in this field for a long duration of time, we can say because of our experience. But there could be paint. What a person looks for when they buy paint, whether it is the brand of name of the paint, whether it is some other attribute of the paint, long lasting, the price, the color, what is very important. So what the customer trades off, what the customer picks up as one attribute and trades off for something else. Like if you look at many of the colleges, they may have a very down kind of infrastructure, not a great kind of a faculty, but still they go because it is having brand and it is having placement. So placement becomes very important. They trade off. They say कोई problem नहीं, placement है ना बस, बाकी कुछ भी नहीं रहेगा तो चलेगा. So here the point is conjoint analysis, that we have got conjoint twins. So you are joining the various attributes. Okay, what is important in bike purchase? Whether it is the resale value for the customer, whether it is saving on the fuel, whether it is the style, whether it is the brand name, what the customer gives more importance. What is the utility value? Basically, what is the utility value given to the various attribute variable, or whose variable may you'll have multiple values, and what is the value which is getting the more importance. Okay, so you basically at the end of conjoint analysis is you calculate the utility value, and based on the utility value, you know, what is most preferred by the customer, and accordingly you are going to design your product. So here, one way of doing this is by asking customers. Here also we ask the customers. We are giving our customers, our prospective customers, a list of questions, and they are going to rank all the attributes what is important to them. Then we are going to do dummy variable coding of all the attributes. Then we'll run a dummy variable coded regression. Of course, there are other specialized softwares also to do it. So you run a dummy variable regression, and then you get the utility value, and accordingly you can proceed forward. So basically, when we talk about conjoint analysis, we talk of your product design. What are the attributes you are going to combine? What attributes you are not going to use, or what attributes you are going to have a watered down version of that attribute in your product. Factor analysis, this all we know. The main focus of factor analysis to summarize the information contained in large number of variables into few small number of factors based on degree of correlation amongst variables. Maybe you have got, for some reason you have got many of the variables, which comes into the column, and you feel many of the variables are talking about the same thing. Okay, it talks about the quality of the food, it talks about the freshness of the food, it talks about basically, freshness, then quality, and then hygiene. Okay, then it talks about the waiter's courteousness. So this, we have got 7 to 8 variables. Can we not just condense this into 2 or 3 variables? So if you condense it, if you reduce that number of variables, what will happen? You will have some variables which are connected to cleanliness, some variables which are connected to kitchen, So what happens? You have got a big number of data, and then you try to reduce. So if you look at cluster analysis and factor analysis, basically both are data reduction techniques. Let me just showcase to you factor analysis and cluster analysis. So when I have got multiple variables, okay, so this is my multiple columns and this is my multiple rows. Okay, this is my respondent 1, 2, respondent 3, and so on. I go on. In fact, I had got an animation, but somehow I could not locate it. So we go on updating our PPT, and then we sometimes lose on something good, which is there, which are there in other PPT. So these are the respondents, and this is basically your sample size, or you can say your in big data. This is the number of observation. And of course, this is huge. Then you have got your variables. Okay, we can say V1, V2, V3, V4, and then you will have your demographic variables also at the end, right? So you will have D1, D2, D3. This is basically your classical, what we call as a research. Okay. But of course, when we talk about analysis and analytics, I mean, there's a lot of correspondence. Of course, we have got many algorithms from computer science. So what happens is here, when we are clubbing this, okay, we are clubbing this, this becomes cluster. We are trying to segment. Okay. Of course, then we look at this cluster and we look at the demographic variables, and then we arrive at, I mean, what defines this cluster. So this is cluster analysis. When we club this variable, maybe V2, V3, and V5, this becomes 1. This cluster is coming in, this group is 1. So we have got factor analysis. So when we say factor analysis, we are clubbing the variables. When we say cluster analysis, we are clubbing the observations. Okay. Then multidimensional scaling. Okay, multidimensional scaling, as we discussed in our previous slides. We talk about positioning. So when we talk about positioning, the image is in the minds of the customer. So what basically we do here is, if you look at the green line, the output of multidimensional scaling is in the form of location of objects or the dimension, and it is termed as spatial map or perceptual map. So what I do here, let me again use my paintbrush. So let me attempt here. I did not incorporate my slides here because it would have been very big. That's why, but I should have done it. Now I realized. Yeah. So what happens is, I try to, of course, I'm drawing only 2 axes. In reality, there won't be 2 axes. There will be multiple dimensions. That's why multi-dimension scaling. But for our understanding, we are going to use 2 axes. Now, what happens is when you are doing multi-dimensional scaling, of course, here also you are going to collect the data, and you are going to collect the data on similarity of, say, 2 brands. So I take 5 colleges, and I try to look at what is the similarity between Jamnalal Bajaj and IIM Ahmedabad. What is the similarity between IIM Ahmedabad and Bangalore? What is the similarity between SPJ and Jamnalal Bajaj? So I have got top 5 brands, and I try to make a comparison. And the comparison will come out with a data. Okay, that data we are going to input into the multidimensional scaling. And once we run all those procedures in SPSS or any software you may use it. So what it does, it basically will give you out a perceptual map. Of course, there are other metrics and other values which we have to look at. But finally, what happens is we get a perceptual map. Now here I have drawn in terms of 2 axes. We can have multiple axes also. So if I say, it will come out with something called as, there is one college here. This is a JB. Then I say, then I have got some college called as FMS. Okay, Faculty of Management Studies, that is Delhi College. Then we get some colleges like IIM Ahmedabad. Okay, IIM Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Calcutta. Okay, then let me just shift it, because this is extempore example I have created here. So here I am putting it, correct? Then what we can talk of is some other colleges from other places. Now faculty members, please help me. These are at 2 extremes. I have not given the name to the axis, but my software is giving me grouping. It has grouped IM, A, B, C. Then I have got one more grouping. Just for our example, it has come to my mind. And this is IIM. Then you have got what you call as your Udaipur. Then Sirmaur. Okay. Then now you have to, these are the groups which the software has given to me, and I said that I want on two axes for some reason. Looking at some values, I said the stress value, and looking at other values, I say this is the output. So now you have to give me the, like if you look at factor analysis, it gives you the rotated component matrix, and then we say yes, these factors, they come together, and the surrogate name is this. Done. Cluster analysis, we have got a cluster of individual looking at the dendrogram, looking at the agglomeration schedule, and we say these are the cluster of observation. Now we have to look at that, and we have to use our expertise into deciding what defines this cluster, what defines this factor, what defines this group of variables, what we call as factors. So ultimately, finally, we have to look at the output which is given by the software. So here now the software has given me this grouping. So now can somebody help me in giving the name to the axis? JP nahi hai, Jamlal Bajaj hai. Sorry, this is Jamlal Bajaj, this is FMS, this is IM Ahmedabad, Bangalore, and Calcutta coming at same place, or Lucknow coming at same place. IM Udaipur, Sirmaur, I don't know, Kashmir maybe hai kya? I don't know. Jammu, yeah, IM Jammu is there. So can somebody help me?
Yeah, can I try, sir?
Yeah, definitely, sir.
Sir, one axis maybe the packages, or research orientation, or maybe the faculty.
Good. And now I have just made this based on our understanding. So like you have to look at the grouping and give it. So many of the people will concur with you. Okay, or the expert. That's why we say if you are doing this analytics or whatever you're using techniques, you should be an expert of that field. So if you give it this kind of an output, I generate and I give it to person who don't know about this MBA education, then for them it will be all Greek and Latin. So here my logic was Jamnalat, Bajaj, and FMS. That axis, if you look at this horizontal axis, okay, horizontal axis. Here I may talk in terms of fees. So basically these are colleges which low fee, and this is high fee. Maybe, I'm not very sure. But I know Jamnal Bajaj, FMS, inka fees bahut kam hota hai, and these colleges the fees are high. These also are high. Okay. Now you can ask me, ye kya hoga? X axis kya hoga? Sorry, Y axis kya hoga? I will say age. So these are the older ones, and these are the younger ones. So the value would be low and the value would be high. So here, by looking at this, of course, this is not concrete because we don't have the proper data, and this is based on my perception. So my perception, it got reflected here. Now, if you take, the input from many people, and then you plot it, then you will really understand what is the perception of the people. So perception of the people is basically the axis, and the grouping is done by the software using AICTE in multidimensional scaling. I hope everybody is understanding. I may be going a bit fast, but that is required. I hope everybody is understanding. Please give me some feedback.
Yes, sir. We are able to understand.
Yes. So, normally I do with the student that you please write something in the chat box, but since you all are faculty members, I cannot do that. I go with the presumption that, it is interesting and everybody is, with me.
Yes, sir. We are understanding it. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So factor analysis, multidimensional scaling, then logistic regression. Basically, when if you look at, we will cover that in a later stage. So if you look at logistic regression, if you look at, discriminant analysis, and then somewhere regression. So these are basically your what we call as supervised learning in computer science, and in statistical language we say dependence and interdependence technique. So there is a lot of confusion because we call that as variable, they will call as dimensions, we will call as observations, they will call as record. So, I mean, there is a lot of confusion because two signs are coming together. So, what is called in one, they will call as tuple. So, for me, it becomes a difficult for any faculty who teaches analytics. It becomes difficult whether you are using the terminology from computer science or whether you are using the terminologies from statistics and mathematics. Okay. So, when we talk about logistic regression, again, here it is a dependence technique. Dependence technique means we have got a dependent variable and we have got independent variable, and independent variables are basically your the cause and the effect is the dependent variable. Again, that becomes a part of your research, I mean research language. But here when we say logistic regression, I mean not talking about multinomial logistic regression. If you talk about binary logistic regression, two categories. Your dependent variable is defined on two levels. So you have a variable whether buying, intention to buy will be my dependent variable, and the values would be buy or not buy. We can code it in 1 or 0 and accordingly we have to run it. Okay. So logistic regression is a statistical technique for developing a prediction model. Here we are predicting. Predicting means we are developing the model on the existing data, what we call as the training data. Okay, once we develop that model, we look at the accuracy, we look at the various metrics prior to deploying, whether this model is good or not. Before taking it for deployment, we try to look at the diagnostics and see whether this model is good or not. Once we get that diagnostics in proper place, then we take it on the what you call as testing data. Okay, so you have got training data. From the training data, you develop the model, that is your mathematical model, and you use that mathematical model to do prediction for the testing data, and you see whether it is matching. So there would be actual result, what was the actual outcome and what you have predicted, and based on that you look at the accuracy of the prediction. So if the accuracy is good, if the diagnostics are good, then you will take it for final deployment in the production environment where you are going to do the prediction, and based on the prediction, I mean it will be automated, non-automated, that you will give the suggestions and people will accordingly act on it, as we had discussed in the DocuSign case. Okay, so here the thing is that your dependent variable is on dependent variable is categorical. Okay, so the same logic is there in all techniques, all supervised techniques. Why we call it supervised? Because we have got a well-defined dependent variable. Okay, if you look at multidimensional scaling, it is not a dependent technique. It is not a supervised technique because we are giving all the data and it is grouping. Now, based on the grouping, we have to give the value, give the name to that. Give a name to that axis. Factor analysis, it is not a dependence technique. It is not a supervised technique learning. It is basically you are just clubbing it together. Cluster analysis also a similar kind of a thing. When you talk about conjoint analysis, it is like a supervised learning, like you have got your dependent variable well set. The dependent variable is the preference, and the independent variable is, the dependent variable is the rating you are giving to the product, and the independent variable are the ratings you are giving to the various values of the product attribute. Yeah, so this we have discussed. Consider a situation in which a company has introduced a herbal cream costing rupees 550 and wishes to identify the parameter responsible. Okay, here the dependent variable is a buying decision and the independent variable are these variables. Discriminant analysis, very similar to your logistic regression, where again we have got our dependent variable in categories. But when we look at discriminant analysis and logistic regression, logistic regression has grown multifold because of its ease. Because if you run discriminant analysis, if you want to run discriminant analysis, there are a lot of assumptions about the data which has to be fulfilled. So that kind of a thing is not possible in a big data environment, that you will fulfill all the requirements, all the assumptions. So that's why if you look at logistic regression, it has taken a lead over it because of its ease of understanding, ease of interpretation. Okay, discriminant analysis also in many times, in many situations, you can run two models. One is using discriminant, one is using logistic regression, or you can run your model using random forest or the other kind of a technique which comes from computer science and see which is the good one. And sometimes you take a combination of this. So some part will be done by regression, some part will be done by neural network, and that we call as ensemble method. So I mean, some part will be done by this, some part will be done by another algorithm. So if you look at cluster analysis, when we start doing our cluster analysis, to know the number of cluster, we should go for hierarchy. We should go for what you call as I don't remember, hierarchical clustering, and for the second part you have to go with your what you call as k-means clustering. So k-means clustering is good to give you the proper classification and to know the number of cluster which is there in the data, that you have to use hierarchical clustering. So I mean, again, you can say it is an ensemble method. So I mean, today when you talk about data science, I mean, you should know many of these algorithms, the logic behind these algorithms, how you are going to code this algorithm, run on the big data, and finally what you are going to choose depends upon which algorithm works in which situation. Okay, what kind of a data, which kind of algorithm works better. And again, finally, you look at the accuracy. I mean, you look at the appropriateness of the algorithm based on the accuracy of the algorithm, accuracy in terms of the prediction, and the time it takes to run, and what is the computational power or the computational requirement of that algorithm. So if it is running fast and it is giving more accurate result, then that is the algorithm of your choice. But nevertheless, this always goes contradictory. If it is accurate, it will take more time. If it is not accurate, it will be fast. Okay, so you have to, I mean, do all those experiments, and then becomes a part of your research in analytics. I mean, that is one of the areas which becomes a part of analytics. Market basket analysis. Okay, so this is, I mean, I throughout my career of 10 years, I have not seen this analysis in marketing research, but I think this comes more from your computer science. So basically, it tries to, I mean, if we look at example, yeah, market basket analysis, sometimes referred to by marketer association discovery, uses purchase transaction data to identify associations between product or combination of product and service that occur together frequently. We know when we go to buy milk, तो मिल्क के साथ ब्रेड खरीदेंगे, अंडा खरीदेंगे, गुड. सो वी नो इंट्यूटिवली, जूता लेंगे तो मोजा लेंगे, जूता लेंगे तो जूता पॉलिश लेंगे. But if you look at a retailer, and retailer has got so many, I mean, variety of products, what number of SKUs are there. So it is a very, very big kind of a setup. Then how somebody will know what is purchased together, and things which are purchased together obviously should be kept together. Okay, so I mean, if sometimes we go and we forget to buy it, but if it is in the nearby, it is kept in the adjacent place, and we can pick it up. The same logic is applied on your e-commerce side. These things are purchased together, so you keep it together, so that if a person is buying that, the person will also buy that. Again, we have got a extra addition over that. That is recommender system. So they know about you, that you are a particular kind of a person. You are a professor, so you read this kind of a book. So the moment you read, I mean, they have got a curated list. If the professor reads this book, they also read this book. So if I go, they know about me, that he's a professor based on the data what we enter into Google or the text what we are writing. So they know he is a professor, and then accordingly it will get connected with Amazon, and Amazon is going to give me that link. So professors from this colleges, I mean professors, they have read this book also. So then I'll say, I'm also professor, why should I not read it? So it is like, I mean, combination. You have got recommender system and you have got your association. And this is being used by retail people at a large level to make sure that they are keeping all the assortment of the product. कौन सा product रखना चाहिए जो चलता है, और what are the products which are sold, together. Okay, so we know about this, we have experienced this as a customer, but then doing it from the perspective of the producer or from the perspective of the retailer is the thing what we are looking for. Of course, we know about regression. Again, it is a supervised kind of a learning. Okay, so here we say, I mean, we all know about, we have got dependent variable and we have got independent variable. So independent variable measured on continuous, dependent variable measured on continuous becomes ANOVA kind of a model. And if the independent variable has some aspects of your what you call as categorical variable, again you can do a regression, and that will become ANCOVA. If you look at logistic regression, you can have both in the dependent variable, but definitely you should have a categorical variable. In the independent variable, you can have mix of categorical and continuous variable both. Okay. So this was all about the use case discussion. Okay. So now what we will do is we will go with the use case discussion. So in use case discussion, yeah. So what I have done, I mean, if we look at our entire slide from here to, I mean, it is all use case discussion. Maybe we'll go again for fast. Okay, but there are some interesting things here and there. Okay, so what we did yesterday, we all remember visualization. Okay, so I mean, you can do descriptive analytics using, I mean, on Excel itself you can do. Okay, so I mean, there are other ways also which looks good that you can do through visualization. Okay, description through visualization, description through your, I mean, normal way of doing it. So these are set of techniques used to explain or quantify the past. Several examples of descriptive analytics we use. See, we have got a word which is called as past. So basically we have got a past data, and on the past data we try to run queries. Okay, for example, what would be the query? Yesterday we looked at the sample superstore data. Okay, so what are the I mean, queries we can generate? What are the areas from which the data has come? What are the various categories of the furniture? What are the various categories of shipping mode? Okay, what are the various categories of what you call as or the subcategories? Okay, I mean, geographically we have got data from US, which are the districts. So you can run various queries. These queries can be in terms of what is the total sales, what is the total profit, or you can also, I mean, derive the data. What is the profit with respect to the sales? Okay, what is the discount and what is the profit? So you can create some new tables, okay, sorry, new columns, or on the existing columns like your cost, and profits and discounts. You can run a lot of queries, and based on that queries you can take decisions. I mean, which are the most profitable areas, which are the most profitable categories, which are the most profitable categories area wise. So you can basically run that will be your OLAP. I mean, you can run multiple queries on that. Okay, so that will be basically a descriptive analytics. Nothing great. Your entire industry as of now, with my limited experience of working in academia and some of the projects what I do, it is predominantly what we are doing. As far as I know, what I have encountered and I've seen is it is more of descriptive. See, 70% of the analytics as of now is descriptive. Slowly and steadily, we are moving towards predictive, but then there lies the problem of capability of running or taking this big data in a proper format and then running the algorithms on it. So capability is the issue. There is no problem in terms of the data which is available. So capability in terms of integrating the data which is coming from multiple sources, that is a big challenge, because if you have your data wrongly put, then your entire, if one column shifts or one observation shifts up and down, and that happens when you are doing visualization in Excel. Now, I don't say Excel is bad. Excel is an excellent tool. I try to do visualization. I mean, cross-checking my visualization in Tableau by doing it on Excel. So if I want to be very sure what I have found and it is totally different, it is going against my intuition. So I try to cross-check it by doing Excel. So Excel is a good way to cross-check your findings. But then we find a lot of problems when you are doing it Excel, because if you choose the wrong column, okay, I mean, choice of the column, and then there's a lot of problem. But if you go to Tableau or Power BI or any other software, which is specialized visualization software, then your life becomes easier, because once you have got the data, I mean, it is point and click. Okay, so you don't tend to make mistakes. Of course, if you're writing code also, you don't tend to make mistakes. But if you are operating on pure spreadsheet, there is a problem. So basically what we say is, I mean, you do descriptive analytics in a conventional way, or today the trend is, and that is required also, that becomes easy, and that is democratizing analytics, that you try to visualize the data. More or less everything is being done on descriptive. I mean, more or less the analytics which is predominant is descriptive. Of course, then we have got visual reports. We have discussed about this. Of course, descriptive statistics predominantly comprises of mean, mode, median, variance, standard deviation. Of course, this is not a use case. Accidentally, it has come here. Okay, yeah, example is here. So basically, I mean, how many customers use a mobile app each day, and how often they visit a website within the same time. And we have seen examples of this when we did our visualization. I also did one visualization just to understand. I mean, I could have done on Excel, no? I mean, which are the state, and just filter the data, and you can count from this area, from Punjab, this many people are there, from West Bengal, this many people are there. But to make it more interesting and in a presentable way, I mean, we can use the geographic data, and I could get it. It was, I think, more faster than Excel. So, I mean, every time you just go on, filter it, then write it, filter it, write it, nothing like that. Of course, you could have done that also in Excel, but I don't think you have got geographical kind of a add-on in Excel. Maybe they will come out with that in future days. But in Tableau, it becomes very simple. You just take the data, drag the data, and you know, and lo and behold, you have got the output in front of you. And you know, and you can further see किस जगह से ज़्यादा आया है, whether it's the place which are near the seashore or you have got more participants who are sitting in between, in the inside, landlocked state. So, I mean, you can get a lot of insights if you are doing visualization and you choose the proper way of doing the visualization. But this all is basically describing the existing phenomenon, existing whatever has happened. Okay. Overall averages and trends resulting from this technique can be beneficial in reinforcing existing practices and determining how the company might improve the customer's experience moving forward. Yes, I mean, your history gives you learning. So from the data, from the descriptive past data, we get good learning. Okay, of course, if you look at your predictive model also, the base is the past data. So history repeats itself in a way. So you have got your past data, the past data will predict the future. Okay, so past data is not bad. But if you are only using past data, I mean, there could be some problem. So you have to use the past data, and based on that, you have to have some ways of predicting the future. So we have talked about predictive analytics. I mean, this is a very, there is a oft-repeated example, and I find this in many of the analytics textbooks. The same example gets repeated everywhere. Of course, and in coming days, we'll have some new examples from India. More or less, the examples are from the Western countries, because maybe they have adopted analytics earlier than us, and today we will also adopt, and we'll have our own set of examples. So here, I mean, the retailer target predicted a teen girl was pregnant before her father was aware. Why the father got to know was because they were receiving a lot of material connected with early pregnancy, and the father was furious why this is happening. So he went and he lodged a complaint, it seems, with target, and they said, we are sorry, but then okay, I mean, we got this information from whatever your daughter is purchasing now. And based on that, we came to a conclusion she's pregnant. So they apologized. But afterwards, the father realized the daughter was indeed pregnant. And then he went and apologized. But the point here is the retailer was aware based on what the girl was purchasing. Okay, so there was a pattern in the purchasing, and that pattern corresponded with the fact that it is with pregnant people who they buy this kind of a product, and they could predict that this person, this lady, this girl is pregnant, and she would be requiring this kind of a thing post-pregnancy or in the early pregnancy. So I mean, this is a very good example of predictive analytics. Association rule. There is an example where, I mean, which I don't know the name of the company. I think Sears or something, some company. They said whenever people buy nappies, diapers, sorry, not nappies, diapers, they buy beer. So that, I mean, now this becomes what you call as quantitative exploration. Your data is saying that whenever people buy beer, they buy diapers, or vice versa. So I mean, people, they utilize it. Yes. So keep this together. Why is it an accidental thing? No. The data is saying, okay, we see throughout, and there is an association. Okay, with a good amount of support and good amount of lift is associated with this kind of an association. So, I mean, yes, so we will keep it. Now, as a researcher, we'll say why this is happening. Then we have to go and explore. We have to go explore, I mean, look at the population, I mean, the relevant population, and ask why this kind of phenomenon is happening. So that will give us more insight, and that insight again will help us in taking some more decision to be more profitable and creating value for our shareholders. The point here is, I mean, predictive analytics. Okay, so the example was of association, and based on that association, we can do that. Based on the prediction, we can do something. So these are the, I mean, areas of descriptive and predictive. Yeah, this is one more example. Yeah, here we have got example of neural network. So when we talk about your classical regression, logistic regression, I mean, the more advanced version is neural network, which is become a part of artificial intelligence. So there are some limitations or many limitations to regression what we run in terms of their linearity. Of course, we have got various versions of regression also. But then, I mean, without looking at all those things, I mean, you have got a neural network which again does this kind of a prediction at a more accurate level. Maybe it will be consuming more of computational power. You will not have a way of interpreting, because when you look at neural networks, the problem with it is, I mean, it will give you more accurate prediction, but you will not have a way to understand. Way to understand means interpretation becomes difficult. But when you look at regression, regression gives you a prediction, whether it is categorical or it is continuous variable, but you can also interpret it. You know which variable is the most important variable based on the what you call as the coefficient value. So based on the coefficient value, you can say which is having a more effect on the dependent variable. Okay. In logistic regression also, you calculate the odds or the probability. But in any condition, if you are using our statistical method, there is the interpretation. But when you go to the computer science, it is, I mean, I don't know about all those algorithms, but by and large, neural network is like a black box. The prediction will be good, but on what basis the prediction has happened, it is in a closed black box. Okay. So these are the examples. Microsoft used BrainMaker, a neural network software, to determine which customers are most likely to open their direct mail based on the past purchase behavior. Okay, Dialog Tech provides neural network marketing analysis solution to manage customers inbound call. Okay, yeah, prescriptive analytics. Now, prescriptive analytics identifies the best optimal course of action to follow. So, predictive analytics will say yes, this is what is going to happen. Prescriptive analytics will go beyond and it will try to give you the most optimal course of action. And here comes the learning of your operation research. Okay. So here, I mean, earlier we used to know. No means we don't have the prediction, but we know. I mean, this, if we give the constraints and we give the resources, and then based on the constraints and resources, we can actually optimize. And operation research faculties, they know it. But now this is getting automated, where we do the prediction, this is going to happen. And if this is going to happen, what should be done? That also is getting automated. So if you look at descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive, okay, it was there earlier also. So what has changed now is we are automating it. We are in the process of automating it. Partly maybe we have semi-automated it, or if you want to put on a continuum from 0 to 100, where 100 would be the ultimate automation, okay, maybe we are on 30, 40. Maybe as days come and the tribe increases, we'll move towards the ultimate automation. So here, when we look at the example of prescriptive analytics, I mean, consider, for example, how UPS efficiently maps drivers through a city using optimized routes that reduce the number of left turns, or how airlines maintain productivity. Okay, that is all basic stuff. Price optimization, also a growing e-commerce practice, is used by Amazon to develop pricing strategies and remain competitive in retail industry. In fact, the company has reported changing price more than 2.5 million times a day to influence customer behavior. Now, this kind of a thing is unheard of. Why 2.5 million times? Basically, they have got so many products with them. Okay, and maybe they are changing the price. It is like a stock market, and I am not surprised if I go to the market, the price changes. Kal to itna tha, to aaj itna ho ja raha hai. And I don't know whether I'll be right in my assessment or not. If I go to MI store, if I want to look at the price is not written there. So if I want to know the price, they will tell me the approximate price. If I say I want to know the exact price, and if you want to know the exact price today or tomorrow, they'll be changing the price. Maybe they are changing the price, and that's why they cannot maintain a board. So if you want to know the exact price, then you have to scan the code. If you scan the code, you will go to the website, and on the website, the price will be displayed. It means they are changing the price frequently, and that change they cannot incorporate in the physical world. On a daily basis, they cannot change the nameplate, and that's why they are trying to have this QR code. So the point here is the prices are changing based on what is the demand and all those variables. So if something is selling like a hotcake, you just increase the price. But of course, you look at the number of pieces which are sold. So that kind of a price change is what you call as just noticeable, just below the noticeable difference. मतलब खाली 100 रुपया बढ़ा दो, 200 रुपया बढ़ा दो. So if you want to buy a fridge, so you don't care about 500, 1000 rupees, just increase the price by 500. So people look at the price from the right. 25,000 कल था, आज कितना है? आज 25,000 कुछ है. So they increase the price minorly, but that in terms of volume, they make a lot of money. So here basically we talk about the prescriptive analytics, that you are moving beyond predictive. But again, This is again a far-fetched goal for all of us. Maybe within 4, 5, 6 years, we'll have the tribe increasing from predictive to prescriptive. Okay, example is Kellogg uses optimization model to forecast sale and determine what should be produced and shipped on a daily basis. The company also uses optimization modeling to improve supply chain infrastructure. So earlier, which was done year-wise, the forecasting and all those exercises, or 6 monthly, I don't know. But today, this is getting on a real-time basis, or at least monthly or weekly. Okay, now I think slowly and steadily we are entering into the area of video analytics. We are talking about image analytics, maybe from here. So good examples here. I mean, we had got in our college one person who was exactly trying to do something like this, and he was looking for capability who can help them. Maybe, I mean, again, the talk is going on with that. So here what happens, Ole encourages customer to upload their personal photos to an app where it uses image recognition to identify the age of the skin and then recommend specific products. This process can be completed in the convenience and privacy of a customer home or their computer or mobile. So the customer knows what they want before arriving at the store. हाँ, यहाँ पे जाओगे तो वो हमारा चेहरा दिखेगा, फिर ये बोलेगा, वो बोलेगा, ठीक है. So can be automated. So you have got an app, and I mean, you take your photo, the backend analytics will suggest which is the best kind of a product for the customer. So like personalization. Okay, it's like a personalization. So if you personalize also, you should have the data, what kind of personalization you want to do. So here the software is helping us in understanding what kind of a product will be good for this customers. So earlier we know about examples in banks. So you go to a bank, the person knows about your profile, and then there is automatically some system which will pop up in front of the relationship manager. This person should be sold insurance. This is the type of insurance which should be sold. This is the mutual fund he should buy. So you have got all those logics available with mankind. So it is all logic are getting, I mean, embedded into the software, and your life is getting, I mean, more easier, and it is getting more refined, and we have got efficiency in our entire operations, in the entire value chain. Okay, the customer uses. So I think beyond this, we have got, yeah, Ole. Yeah, Disney collects data using cameras to execute sentiment analysis to better understand audience reaction to films. Amazon, yeah, this we have discussed, collaborating filtering and recommendation. Amazon. Market basket analysis.
Sir, you are not in presentation mode.
Yeah, that happens very frequently. Okay. So target effect, again, this is a case of market basket analysis. Okay, optimizing product placement through product adjacencies, locating certain products near each other, maintaining appropriate merchandise assortment, and improving the use of space. NLP, natural language processing. So this is helpful in understanding the text conversation, what Pranjal sir had discussed yesterday. Okay, in terms of doing the text mining and looking at the sentiments, and based on that you can configure. So now today when we talk about market research, we go to the customer, we ask the customer in a hope that the person will be giving correct answer. Okay, we design our questionnaire, we check all those things of the questionnaire, and then we post the question, and we hope that the customer is going to give us correct answer. And we have got all our logic in checking whether the answers are correct or not by doing the reverse coding and all those things. Good, we understand, we can analyze. You can do qualitative research also. I mean, you sit, you talk to people, prove that person, the person will give answer. Again, this is very targeted, what kind of subject we are talking about. But here we have got, I mean, people when, I mean, this is more appropriate, maybe, I mean, because when people are talking and they know that they are not being observed, then it seems that they are true. So what they are writing on their Facebook, what they are writing on the LinkedIn, what they are writing elsewhere on WhatsApp, maybe that feed is going to the person who is analyzing, and that is collated, and then they try to analyze, I mean, what is the sentiment of the people. So this is again a very, very, very big area. It requires a lot of attention from the analytics fraternity, where we talk in terms of analyzing the text data, video data, image processing. Okay. Of course, this all it goes very handy with your new age algorithms like neural nets and all those things. Okay, again here, how Clorox uses social media, NLP, okay, to analyze the conversation around symptoms that company could accompany this virus, including most recently the COVID-19 pandemic. I am reminded of a narration where, I mean, people were searching on Google about some medicine, and looking at those searches, it was very clear that this is a symptom which is prevalent in that area. So before we could have a formal understanding and giving the response to that kind of a disease, just by looking at the search words and the search narrations, I mean, Google could understand there is a epidemic or there is some kind of a spread of disease in that area, and people could galvanize their resource to control it before it goes beyond your control. Because if you want to really go and test it out, so it requires 4, 5, 6 days. So you will collect the sample, you will incubate it. By the time you incubate, you get the confirmation the disease has already spread. So using this kind of a technique also, you can, I mean, control the severity of the problem. In our COVID also we had seen. I mean, before you go and check it, and that checking itself is taking time because of the incubation, because of the crowd, because of the constraints of the resources. So another way was a person had come up with a what we call as a van, and the van was put with a lot of X-ray machines. So a virus, I mean, COVID virus has got a, I mean, particular kind of a, what I don't know, but a particular image which comes up, hourglass kind of a thing which comes in the X-ray. So I mean, you can automate it. You could go on X-raying it, and the doctor is not going to see it, because the doctor, what the doctor will see, that kind of a thing can be done by the software also, because it is repetitive, and if it is replicating everywhere you are finding, yes, I mean, this kind of image corresponds with COVID virus. So immediately, without taking 4 or 5 times, you can look at the X-ray, and the machine will look at the X-ray and will classify, yes, COVID positive, COVID positive, COVID positive. And then you can take preventive measures, and you can confirm it by doing your regular diagnostics of RT-PCR or rapid antigen, whatever you want to do. So this new thing, which is image analytics, video analytics, natural language processing, and the new algorithm which are coming from computer science are actually helping us solve our business problem also. Yes, we have got chatbots also, but again, I believe this chatbot is more of marketing automation, because I mean, at the back end, I'll type something that will be understood by the algorithm, and the algorithm will again direct the I mean, chatbots to give that kind of a response. So I mean, it helps where you don't have a person who's going to address your queries, because the queries, if you look at all the queries, more or less 80% of the queries will be common, like FAQs. So if you can look at all those queries in different language which are coming, and you give a very standard or 2 or 3 kind of a response. So that is going to release your manpower for some other kind of a sensitive work, rather than doing some mundane kind of a job. So this becomes a part of your marketing, market automation. We are discussing in marketing analytics, because we have got different name for marketing analytics. You have got marketing science, you have got marketing engineering, then you have got, of course, your marketing research, then we have got analytics. Okay, then quantitative techniques in marketing. Of course, I mean, there you, I mean, look at all those models, complicated models. Lillian, Gary Lillian, and I think Kotler. So it all talks about the frameworks and models. But today we are talking in terms of where we collect the data and we analyze the data using many of the frameworks from all these areas. Okay, so Marriott also using chatbots, Uber also using chatbots. Customer email survey and call center interaction can be examined to discover reasons behind customer dissatisfaction. So rather than having persons who are going to do this, so this technique NLP is used by the banks also to understand what is happening. Okay. So what books I have referred? These are the books. Essential of Marketing Analytics by, of course, these are not all the books. I mean, just give me 2 minutes, faculty members. Excuse me, just for 2 minutes. So the books what I have referred, just give me time. So these are the books which I have referred to develop my slide. The case study was from this book, Big Data Driven. This was the book I referred to for the case. Big Data Driven Business, how to use big data to win customers, beat competitors and boost profit. And this is another book. This is a very good book. So all the examples what we have seen is coming from this book, Essentials of Marketing Analytics. Okay, the book has been written by Joseph Hare. I think he is relative of Mr. Hare, who has written the book on multivariate data analysis. I mean, it is not marketing, but it is plain. It talks about all the techniques which we discuss in your multivariate data analysis. So this is a very good book. This is a good book. Okay, in fact, there are other books also which are good, but then sometimes it goes in a different direction. That is with respect to the author's decision. I wanted to talk about this book. Yesterday also we had looked at the content of this book, but this book basically talks about all the use cases of big data. Okay, so I mean, so many of the cases are connected with analytics also. Okay. See Amazon, how predictive analytics are used to get 360 degrees of consumer. So I mean, you can go and then this entire thing is written here. So this book is more of use case. What we did today was not only use case, we also discussed many of the techniques. So let me go back to my slide and see. So everything we have covered. So any question from your side, faculty members? Because I have gone at a breakneck speed. Any questions from your side?
Yeah, sir, I would like to ask a question.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you just mentioned about optimization, and currently 30 to 40% of optimization is used by Indians as compared to lot many in the Western world. I just my question is, sir, this when this 30% becomes somewhere around 80%, 90%, sir, would there be jobs for data analysts or marketing analyst, or then those would again be replaced by all automation, I mean machines?
Yes, sir, this is a very, very, very difficult question. Okay, to be very honest, I cannot look into the future. Yes, looking at the past, I mean, whatever I have read, okay, I mean, there was one example which actually struck my mind. When Windows was launched, so Windows ke launch karne se the publishing industry actually got a lot of benefit because they had to publish the voluminous documents, manuals. So I think yes, I mean it will create another. See, I have seen a pretty long period of my life. Okay, not a very senior person, but yes, to some extent, yes. So I mean, there is one philosophy I say: you don't solve problems, you create another problem. So a set of solution will create another set of problems.
Right, right.
So this ये जो सिलसिला है ना, जब हम एक चीज खाते हैं तो उसका दूसरा प्रॉब्लम होता है. So we don't create solutions. We put the seeds of another set of problems.
Yeah,
so when we are talking about automation, we are talking about sensors. We are talking about, automatically the machines will get the data, but these machines are not going to collect the data on their own. The machines will have their own set of problems. So maintaining that sensors, cleaning that sensors. I mean, then as Pranjal said, data governance, checking compliances. So it will create another set of job opportunities. So we'll be solving one problem, we'll be creating another set of problems.
That's
So,
right, sir.
yeah.
Sir, I'll tell you one example. Some 3-4 years back, I had gone to the United States, and I had gone to a mall. Once I picked 3 items. The total bill was, I mean, one product was $12, the other was $5, and the third item, cost $3. But that employee was on a calculator to, I mean, calculate these three simple things and the total of $20. So that is how it is going to be.
Correct, correct. So if you are going with automation, maybe today I mean when I type, I make mistakes. I mean common spelling mistakes I make, because now I rely on that correcting machine, and many times my mails make very atrocious kind of mistakes. So that happens. I mean, again, that will spur another set of entrepreneurs. So if you go to DMart and you purchase something, there is always a fear that there will be some extra billing which is done. So from your side, or either they have left out. So if they have left out, you come out very happily. But if they have charged you more, then you have to cross check. So anytime before, I mean, exiting, I cross check that list. So maybe if the list is becoming big, there will be another set of entrepreneurs who will try to solve this problem.
Yes, sir.
So let's see in future. But then I have got a very optimistic view. I mean, the job profile will get uplifted. Today, when I see a sweeper sweeping in mall, so I feel very good. Earlier, he or she was with a broom and doing that manual job. Now the person is sitting on a machine and the machine is doing everything. So I feel good. This technology is helping us. Of course, it will in temporary in some time. It will create a disruption in the job market. But the people who are smarter, they will adopt and adapt to these new technologies, and they will progress further. For us, I mean, it is an opportunity for me. I'm a microbiologist, but I do analytics just because of the software. So if you tell me to do the manual calculation, I am the same kind. You give me small calculation, I will require a calculator. But today I can use Excel because many of these basic tasks are getting automated. So I can put myself in doing something. So this automation and these things are helping all of us. Of course, I mean, you have to go on the learning curve.
Right. Sir, I have one more question, please.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you mentioned about all these marketing analytical techniques like cluster, factor, MDS, discriminant, conjoint. Sir, which is the best software according to you? What researchers can look into so that all of these things can be covered.
There is no clear-cut answer when you techniques and you say which technique, which software will cover all of this.
Yeah, maximum.
Yeah, so one of the best softwares, which is again a difficult thing for many of us, is Python. So Python, I mean, you have got these add-ons, so you can download the libraries. So I mean, people community go on adding it. So if you want to have everything, including your structure equational modeling also, okay, so you can do through Python. And then that is the difference. If you go to various softwares, I mean, some softwares would be having this, some softwares would be having that. So sometimes I try to learn econometrics, and then there is Gretel, but then it will have something which is not there. Then you go to SPSS. So SPSS will do many things, but it will not have many of these machine learning algorithms. If you go to machine learning algorithms like VECA and other softwares, I don't know, or sir will be dealing in rapid miner. So, sir, there is no clear-cut answer as to which software will have everything. Yes, but the unanimous answer is either R or Python, I think, will be definitely having, or you can download the package there.
All right. Sir, can we have any one, statistical test or something, with Python as an, demonstration sort of thing?
That will be there, sir, but I will not be doing because honestly, I have not gone into that Python. But yes, within 1 or 2 years, I'll go to Python. Yeah, I do my analysis mostly on SPSS because I mean that is a hangover from PhD days. So we just go on SPSS, and since we have grown a bit old, so I mean that kind of what we call as the activeness or is not there, or some lethargy has crept into. But yes, I mean there will be demonstration, not from my side, but I think in the forthcoming lecture of HR analytics, and Gaurav sir would be talking about financial analytics forecasting. So there you'll be using Stata. Maybe SPSS would be done from Archana madam. Then we have got rapid miner, I think so, from Nitin Meher sir. Then you'll get some flavor of Python also when we are going to do marketing analytics, logistic regression. So all these softwares are there. I think this is the last, I think this will be the last class where we have talked about theories. But yes, I will try to, I mean, it is very simple because you all know about regression, and if I demonstrate regression, that will not be good. Kalpana, madam, can you explain data mining and its technique? Yes, madam. I'll tell you this all majorly what we have discussed. Then these are become a part of data mining technique. So if you talk about the add-ons which come from, I don't know, there was a website where they have nicely put all these things into one place. Okay, let me, I mean, the moment I get it, I'll share on the WhatsApp. So this all becomes a part of data mining, and additionally what comes to data mining is from the area of computer science, like your decision trees, CHAD, that is a part of decision tree. Then you have got your support vector machine, random forest, neural nets. So these are all the add-ons. Add-ons means major things which are coming from the computer science. So when we talk about data mining, this all tools what we have discussed, but these are old techniques which are coming from statistics and mathematics, and few of the things which are coming and which are coming in a very big way, these are from your computer science. So it is 11:08. What I will do is I will share with you, I will just try to give you a glimpse of what we call as conjoint analysis. So yeah. So this conjoint analysis I have done through regression modeling using dummy variable coding. Okay, so here since we have talked about multiple algorithms, but I'll try to maybe through Excel only, or through not through SPSS, through Excel we'll do a good job through Excel itself. Okay, so here the logic here is, again, it is coming from marketing research. So we have to collect the data. The other way around could be you have got already the data. You can take out the data, what is important for you, and then accordingly you can do the analysis. So the upstream part more or less changes, but the downstream part slightly changes. Upstream part changes, the downstream remains same. So analytical technique remains same, only whether you are doing manually or whether you are doing through softwares. Okay, so here when I talk about conjoint analysis, we said that it is used to configure your product. Okay, that is the main thing, no? So if you have got product, price, promotion, place, what is the best product? What could be liked by the customers? So I'll just read out the problem to you, and thereafter we'll move forward. We have got nice 20 minutes, and I am very sure that we will complete this. Okay, so we have got, I'll read out the problem. XYZ paint company identifies the attributes which are important for their customers and also classifies each of the attributes into their levels. Okay, so based on this, they want to use the technique of conjoint analysis to determine from a potential customer's point of view how important each attribute is to him. They also want to know how much utility the customer derives from the given combination of this level of attribute. Okay, it also helps to understand the feasible offering from the marketer point of view. The three important attributes identified for the paint are. So now the entrepreneur or the businessman has identified three variables which we call as attribute here. Okay, life. Okay, this is the number of years the paint coat lasts. So we have got one variable which is called as life. The second variable is price. The price of 1 liter of paint. This is the second variable, and the color of the paint. So these are the three variables. Now, when we look at the variables, we have got values also. What are the values? Now, this is not continuous. This is basically categorical. So one is 3 years. मतलब ये 3 साल तक पेंट चलेगा. 3 साल के बाद उसमें से धीरे-धीरे पपड़ी निकलेगी और it will deteriorate. Then the second value is 4 years and 5 years. So we have got three values, and the variable is life. Now obviously, if you look at this, हमको कौन सा पेंट चाहिए? पेंट वही चाहिए जो 5 साल चलेगा. Simple. Okay. Now the second variable is price. What is the price? The price has got three categories, three levels, three values. One is 50 per liter. Second is 60 per liter and 70 per liter. Of course, we would like to have a paint. जैसे मुझे पूछोगे सर 5 साल चलना चाहिए और 50 रुपये पर लीटर मिलना चाहिए. This will be the most preferred product for me or maximum of the people. Highly improbable that people will say it should run for 3 years and I'll pay 70 liters. The richest person also will not go for this. Okay, but there could be some crazy people. For some hedonic value, they will do this also. Okay, so now a color is again a variable, and we have got three values, that is green, blue, and cream. This is from a book by Nargondkar. I like this book and the way the author has explained. So now we have got this as our variable and this value. Now what we do, we go to potential customers and we ask them for ranking. Now if we look at the number of yeah, so I'll do one thing. We'll have to create profiles of the product. Okay, now what is the profile of the product? One profile could be 3 years 50 per liter and cream color. One profile could be 3 years 50 per liter and blue color. 3 years of life, 50 per liter is the price and green color. So you can make all these combinations. So if you look at this, what will happen? 3 idhar hai, 3 idhar hai, or 3 hai. So 3 3 is the 9th, is the 27. We'll get 27 profiles of the product. All the combinations will come to 27. Okay. So what we do, we take this 27 profile. We take this 27 profile as profile number 1, profile number 2, profile number 3, profile number 4. And all these 27 profiles we are going to take, and we go to customer and we ask. So जैसे profile number 1 का life कितना है 5 साल, price कितना 50 liter, color is green. So you are going to come and ask me, Brijesh, please look at all the profile and you rate. Okay, you rate from 1 to 7. बराबर है ना? Most preferred and least preferred. You rate most preferred to least preferred. Okay, so the person is going to give this data. Once I get this data, I'll run the conjoint analysis. I hope everybody is understanding the problem and what we are trying to do, because if this is not clear, moving forward will not be, it will be a futile exercise. So everybody is with me. Please, at least somebody say yes, no.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. You can alternatively class write in the chat box also, not for my class, but for all the classes. If you feel that you have to unmute yourself and write, and that is cumbersome, you can write in the chat box. So that gives a continuous feedback to the person who is taking the class. So the loop should be complete. Okay. So at least looking for some yes, no, partly on the chat box. Okay. So yeah. So again, just to repeat it, not to waste time, is we have got these are the variables and these are the values. And since we have got 3 values here, 3 values here, 3 values here, 3 3 is the 9, 3 is the 27. So we can create 27 profiles of the product. So these 27 profiles I am putting in front of customer, and we are asking कि भाई किस profile को आप ज़्यादा rating दोगे, okay? किसको ज़्यादा prefer करते हो, okay? So once we are done with that, we have to run. What we have to do is we have to run a regression. Now the regression here will be of a different kind. Okay, this will be dummy variable coded regression. So meanwhile, we'll park this idea of dummy variable coding, and then we will move forward, because we have to understand what happens at the end. Because otherwise, if my time runs out, I have got only 15 minutes left, 14 minutes left. So if then the main thing will be lost. मतलब सब कुछ खाया और मिठाई खाया नहीं. So we will go with the procedure afterwards if time permits. What we do is we run a dummy variable coding and we get an output. And this is basically the dummy variable coded data. So this was our master data, and the master data we have dummy variable coded. Okay, how we do that we can discuss afterwards. So once we dummy code the variables, okay, then we run a regression, a normal regression analysis. A normal regression analysis will run. Okay, I'll show that regression running in the software. Okay, it is just 2 or 3 point click and you have done it. So what happens? You get the regression coefficient here. Okay, so like in regression, you run a regression here also, and you get a coefficient, and this coefficient becomes a value for us to move forward. Yeah, anybody has got question?
Sir, I have a question.
Boliye.
Sir, ये conjoint analysis you just mentioned 27, 3 by 3 by 3, but
Yeah.
that is only for one respondent, na, sir?
Yes, accepted. This is the question.
Sir,
Yeah,
I may having a different perception than you, sir.
So I think I don't have a clear answer on this. I think we have to take the average, because when we talk about research, we are not going to go with the opinion of others. So we will take multiple. So your dependent variable, and then you take an average, and then you will try to run it. But your point is very valid. This is for one respondents. But then you can I think you can take multiple responses. You can take an average, and then you can come out with a solution.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
So here what happens is, I have got the calculated part of we have got the regression coefficient calculated here, and this regression coefficients are nothing but your utility value. Okay, so there is some error here in calculation of the utility value, but by and large it will suffice our purpose. So here it says the utility value of minus 7.77. Okay, I think we have the data here. Okay, we have got the original output also here. The same thing. So what you have to do is, this is the dependent variable, this is the independent variable, and these are all dummy variable coded. So what you do is you go to the data, okay, then you go to data analysis. The same logic applies for your regression also. Okay, so here my dependent variable is V7. Okay, the ratings what I have given, and this is my independent variable. Yeah, this is the problem which happens in Excel, at least for me. Yeah, so this is the output which we get, and these are the coefficients. Okay, so this V1, V2, V3 is our dummy variable coded for that particular values of that attribute what we are looking at. So here we have got the utility value. If you look at the utility value, here it simply says the utility value is least. Okay, for this kind of this thing, 3 years को कम utility value. What is the highest utility value is for level number 5. Okay, इसको ज़्यादा value दिया जा रहा है. If you look at price, the highest value is given to 50 rupees per liter. Okay, and there is some calculation mistake here, but then that is the way how we have done in the core point is we are looking at the utility value, and jiska utility value ज़्यादा है. Okay, so here we can say the life of 5 years is having the highest utility value. Amongst all the three, whether life is important or price is important or color is important, the highest utility value is going to life. So it seems from the respondent, since we are taking response from only one person, okay, I think if you take an average of multiple respondents, you'll come out with more correct understanding. So here from this output, it can be clearly seen that what is the utility value for life is the highest as compared to price and color. Okay, and in life also you can see, 5 years is having the highest utility value. In color also, which is not the highest utility value, okay, as far as attribute goes, but in the level which is most preferred is the green color. So likewise, if you know, it is basically you are breaking up what is the value. When we started our discussion on conjoint analysis, if you go for executive education, what a faculty gives, learner gives more importance to. Is it the faculty or is it the teaching? Of course, these are correlated variable. Or is it the many times you say I want to go to executive education to this top college because I want to become an alumni of this. I can get the alumni tag. So what is important for a person who is coming for executive education in our college? One variable would be a tag. One variable would be the type of faculties or the infrastructure, or basically you just want to have a nice time or whatever variable you can think of. So here, what is the weightage the respondent or a group of respondent is giving to? So here, up till now, we just go with the gut feeling. Okay, but in conjoint analysis, I mean, since the data is on a categorical variable, you can actually, decipher what is the most important thing which matters to a customer. If at all you are in an industry where you know the industry in and out, so without doing this analysis, you know कि ना ये market में ज़्यादा करके price चलता है. I mean, this market is, if you look at demand, it is more running on price, low price competitor. Okay, they don't talk about market basket analysis and all those things. Maybe they'll be doing, I don't know. But then by and large, it is more of a low price. But then it has got a limited application. Maybe some other companies will come up with other locations, better locations, and we may overtake it. As of now, it looks remote. But then if you fight on price, that can be copied. If you fight on something else, which can be copied. So there is one more area where you can fight it by using the analysis. You can use the data. But my take is this will be a differentiator for another 10 years. I mean, 5 years, 10 years. But as the tribe of people increases, okay, who can do the analysis, I mean, this also will not remain a sustainable competitive advantage. It will remain there for, I mean, another 5, 7, 8 years. By the time, I mean, the tribe increases. So you have got data which is coming at a lower price. You have got computation power which is coming at lower price. And of course, we have got the capability, which is currently the missing link. And once we have got this also, maybe then this competitive advantage will not remain sustainable. So that is the entire thing from my part. After doing all these things, I know I have gone at a breakneck speed. That is my problem. But if at all we are in physical class, I mean, we could have covered at least 3/4 of this, because then it becomes more interactive. Okay, so class, I was just looking at the chat. Okay, it is something else. Okay, so any faculty members, any questions from your side? Because we have got 6 minutes left. We can have some discussion, some talk, or it is enough for the day. Kaushik sir, you can share some of your experience. Our faculty members, you can ask questions. Because it is not that I am the expert. I mean, I did not put this disclaimer at the start. I'm not an expert of this field. I mean, I'm also learning.
I'm sorry, sir, I have asked questions in between, so I don't have any other questions.
That is fine. That is fine.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, so yeah, I have talked about the books also. Let me see if I've missed on something. Demonstration, question and answer, case study, marketing and analytics. We have covered Convex diagram. More or less, we have covered everything what I intended to. Thank you very much. I have not shared my email address. Yeah.
Hello. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, can you please share the book at Google Classroom if it would be good for us so that we could get some references?
I'll share all the books. I have got a lot of collection of books. The problem is, it should not, because somewhere it is a cheating on the author. I mean, they have written such a good books. I'll share. I'll share.
Okay. Thank you,
but
sir.
Only request. Yeah. I'll share the relevant books. Okay.
Yes,
Plus request all of the faculty members, please don't share it rampantly, because that will be cheating with the author, because we also will become author someday. So please don't share it rampantly. I'll share with you. That is my promise. So Pranjal sir, I think I have started the train on time and reached the destination before 6 minutes.
Yes, sir. You are Shatabdi Express.
Thanks to all the participants for listening to me, and I don't know to what extent I have done justice to the subject, but anyways, it was nice interacting with you, nice interacting with faculty. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So participants.
Sir, we are unable to give the feedback. Basically, the feedback form has some error.
Sir, yes, sir. Actually, it was my mistake. Actually, I shared a draft with you initially. It was my mistake, but after somebody, made me notice, so I immediately corrected it. But I did those corrections in the active mode. Then I deactivated it, and I just have corrected it, and I've activated it. So just now do it. It will happen.
Okay.
And only view form, that link with view form you should open, so it will happen. It was my bad, actually. I shared a wrong link. But from WhatsApp, I have removed that link, the editor link. Only view form link is there. So you can go to WhatsApp and do it from there.
Dr. Pranjal, it is working fine now. So I just filled the form.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks. Yeah.
Sir, the feedback form is in the mail or the classroom?
Sir, actually, we share on the chat box and WhatsApp group. So you better go on WhatsApp group. You'll find it. Okay, because
so the problem with email is, we have to copy all the email and send it. So
yes, it becomes very difficult. So there are almost 100 participants. So creating a mail for 100 participants becomes difficult. So WhatsApp is the immediate access, quick access for everyone. And everyone is very much active on WhatsApp. No, mobile is just like the second oxygen for all of us. So it is with us only.
Right.
Yeah. So participants now, sir, now tell me one thing, Brijesh sir.
Yes, sir.
We will start at 11:30. So should we give them a break of 1-2 minutes because they have been continuous?
Yeah, in any kind of, madam is there. I mean, I have confirmed.
Yes, Dr. Shivasta, Archana, Dr. Archana Shivasta, are you there?
Yes, very good morning to all of you. I'm
good morning, ma'am.
Very much here, and thank you, Professor Brijesh. I think it was a wonderful session, and I hope I will also be able to live up to the expectations.
No, madam. I mean, I'm learner in front of all of you, so we all learn mutually from each other. Yeah.
So, Pranjal sir, I'm good to go whenever you say.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Madam, I think we should give 2-3 minutes bio break.
Correct.
Yeah, so we'll have 2 or 3, 4 minutes bio break by the time madam.
So I guess we will start with 11:35, sir.
I think that will be better for all of us.
Yeah. So, madam, we will start at 11:35.
Sure. In the meantime, Pranjal sir, I'm a little not conversant with Google Meet, so I'll try and share my PPT. So I'll use this time for doing that.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have sent some reading material as well. So now
that can be shared with the participants in the chat, maybe.
Okay, fine.
Right.
So am I supposed to send it now only?
Share the screen. It says entire screen. It says window.
Yes. So now what you do, it's if your presentation. So I would request you to start your presentation separately and open that presentation. In a presentation mode, first of all.
Yeah, so I have a PPT here with me.
Yes.
So should I say a window, present a window?
Yes, if you do it that present a window, so what will happen, your screen will be, you will be presenting but you cannot see the participants. This will happen, but this is, yeah.
So then should I go for a tab?
Yes, tab option also will not work. Let me share my screen and I'll tell you the steps. I think you will understand that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sharing my entire screen first of all so that you can see it, whatever I am doing it. Yeah, can you see my screen, ma'am?
Yes, I can see the screen and the participants grid.
Correct. Because I'm sharing my entire screen. So whatever activities I'm doing on my screen, you can easily see it.
Okay, great.
And this is my presentation, for example, right? So if I want to share this presentation, what I'll do, the first thing is F5. But as soon as I do F5 now, so what will happen? My entire screen will be grabbed. You can see my entire screen is grabbed with the presentation, and probably I cannot see the participants. Okay, so this is there in Google Meet. So no worries, you will be in presentation mode and you can deliver the presentation. Otherwise, there is one option which I would tell you if you can do it. Let me open the presentation. So you can at least easily switch from here and there. This is your presentation. There is a slideshow option in your presentation. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and here there is an option set up slideshow.
Correct.
Yeah. Click here. And your show type, it is mentioning presented by speaker, and probably your radio button must have selected as presented at. Just a minute, ma'am, I got a call.
Pranjal sir, can I ask you a question, sir?
Yes, sir. Just a minute. Let me complete the process with madam. Yeah. So, ma'am, in setup show, what you do, your radio button must have been on presented by speaker full screen. Make it in the middle, browsed by individual window.
Okay.
Yeah. So what will happen if you do it and when you present it, so your entire screen will not be grabbed. You still get your taskbar over there and you can very well change the way I am changing it. So here now I can see my participants as well. Okay, along with my presentation, that is what I can see it. And here is my presentation. So I can easily switch in both the way.
Sure.
Otherwise, if you feel that entire screen is, definitely your screen is visible if you don't change even mode. So, but the only thing is you will not be able to switch to the participants mode where you cannot see. You can present it and we all can see it. That is going to happen.
All right. So I'll just try presenting mine and.
Yeah.
Sir, I just wanted to ask whether Gmail or my college email ID, what should I put it in the form?
You put, sir, your registered Gmail ID on your ATAL FDP portal.
No, the ATAL FDP portal, I have my college email ID.
Let it be, so it is just a manually, you're putting that thing manually. It is just a recording which is going to happen in the form. It doesn't make any difference because that form and feedback, everything will, I think we will have to submit over there. So let it come your registered mail ID over there. So we have made this arrangement like for this Google Meet and everything, we are using your IDs and for classroom purpose because classroom doesn't accept any other thing. Maybe some security purpose or anything. So we are using that Gmail. It doesn't matter.
So I put feedback of DSIMS, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, I think it's not working. So my screen is open now. I go to slideshow.
No, but you have not shared it, ma'am, I guess.
No, I shared it. It was saying that button was not becoming active. Just give me a minute. So I'll share it again.
Yes.
Yeah. So I go here to window, right? There are three options.
Yes. Now what you do without changing any option, first you try to share it with us. Okay. So go to Google Meet. You are in Google Meet, right?
I've shared it, so it's giving me three options now. It says entire screen, window, and a
go
tab.
to entire screen. Go to
entire screen. All right. So I've clicked on that.
Yes, it might take a. There will be one window, a big window. You must have click on that window and share.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So it says.
Yes, it is now being shared with us. We can see your screen now.
Can you see my PPT?
Yes. No PPT now. Go to the PPT over there.
Archana, madam.
Yes. Now PPT is there.
Yeah. Right. Whatever you will see on your screen will be visible to us.
All right.
Whatever you do, because all activities are there, no. So whatever you do, on your screen, we can see you.
Whatever is seen on your screen will be seen to us.
All right.
Yeah. Now put it in F5 mode.
Yeah. Can you see my SPSS file?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Fine. Now I have to put it on a slideshow, right?
Yeah. If you put on a slideshow, but whenever you want to go to SPSS, you just have to press escape. Then only you go over there.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Very much visible.
Yeah, but then I can't see the participants or any of you.
That is there. So you need to make that in the middle, set up slideshow and that window option. Yeah, setup slideshow.
So I go to setup slideshow. I go to browse by an individual window. Okay.
Yes, press OK.
And I guess go to OK.
Yeah. Now when you put yourself in slide mode, no? Yeah, slideshow. No? So you can see it is coming in the window, and you can very well see the taskbar down as well.
No, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can see. I can see your screen as the taskbar down. Now you go to Google Meet wherever you have. You can see the participants there as well.
Okay.
You want
to, my screen is my PPT is not visible to me. I can see the screen.
I'll tell you now that option how to you can do it. Yes. Now you stop sharing your screen.
Okay.
Yes. Now you can see your PPT is in this presentation mode, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your presentation is there. It
Yeah.
is in and it is in presentation mode, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Now go to Google Meet, and now this time share window.
Share window.
Yeah, window.
Okay.
And now window, you can see where there is one more window with the presentation mode of your PPT. Your PPT is open, no? You have not closed it, right?
No, my PPT is open.
You can see that PPT window
I can see my Excel file. I can see my other Word file.
So PPT is not open, I mean.
PPT is open, actually.
No, but it is. So go and open it. I mean, click on that PPT once again. And make sure that it should be in presentation mode.
No, I cannot see my PPT.
No, you just what you do, you have unshared your screen, right? Now you open your PPT. I'll tell you one step by one step. Open your PPT.
Yeah, so my PPT is open.
Yeah, put it in slideshow mode.
Done.
Yeah, now you can see that your taskbar is still at the bottom.
Correct.
Yeah, so now go to Google Meet.
Yes.
Share. Now this time window.
Share window, right?
And you can see that presented mode as well.
Yes, I can see my PowerPoint.
Yes, now
and share.
Yeah, share it. So it will be visible to us. Now it is coming. Yes, and at the same time, you go to bottom and go to Google Meet options. So you can see your presentation being over there as well. You can see participants and your presentation as well over there. You can see your presentation now.
I can see my presentation, but it's kind of blurred. I can see the participants clearly, but
negative.
Brijesh sir, mute yourself. Brijesh sir, can you hear me? Yes.
अभी कहाँ हुआ? तो वो कहाँ करते?
Okay, it is visible to us.
अच्छा. क्या काम हो? अच्छा.
All right, I'm just advancing the slides. Can you see the slides advancing?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, fine, I'll go with this. I'll go with this setting, and maybe questions I'll take towards the end. So that's the time I'll unshare, and then probably I'll be able to see all the participants. That's okay. Raju sir, you're on mute.
Okay. Yeah. So is it okay with you, or now?
Yeah. I think I'll go like this. I'll because if you all can see me advancing the slides, not a problem. Though I'm not able to see the participants when I'm presenting, so I'll take the questions at the end.
Correct.
So that time I'll unshare, and probably then I'll only want to see the participants.
Yes. Fine. So can we start, ma'am? Let me introduce to the assembly. So now this is still good morning. So good morning, participants. Now our next speaker today is Dr. Archana Shivasta. Dr. Archana Shivasta is currently working as a director, Balaji Institute of Modern Management, and head of the department of Sri Balaji University, Pune, as PM and HRD department, head of the department for PM and HRD. She is a professional having a diverse experience of 24 years. Dr. Archana Shivasta has worked in the capacity of design and tendering engineering at Cortec International Private Limited, a leading company in corrosion control of pipelines and underground metallic structures. She also works as HR at the Care and Juwas Solution Private Limited. Her area of research interest is employee engagement, leadership, human capital, organizational stress, and organizational behavior. She has authored 2 books titled Human Resources Management and Human Relation and HR Analytics. She is a passionate researcher. She has published with Emerald Emerging Market Case Studies, one case with the title, Are We Ready? With these words, I welcome Dr. Archana Shivasta, and I'm now inviting her and requesting her to take it over and take it further. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Pranjal sir, for that warm introduction. And very good morning to all the participants. Before I start, I would, want to say that, the only difference between the expert and the student is they have crossed that bridge called learning. So I'm very much on the bridge, and today in today's session, I will do my best to do justice to the topic, but I'm as much a learner as all of you. And today we'll try and learn in collective. So with that, I will start my presentation. So the topic that I'll be talking about is data-driven decisions in HR. And I have been given two sessions for this. So the first session, I would try and build the context more. The focus would be more on the context of it. And the second session, of course, would be more of an application-oriented session. So just please confirm to me that you can see my slide. My slides are advancing.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Right. So, Edward Deming, he said, without data, you're just another person with an opinion, right? And so today, data has become the new gold. It has become the new oil. So we cannot deny the fact that today, data is the new currency. And therefore, we have to learn to deal with data. We have to learn to mine data. We have to learn to analyze data and draw insights from it, which can be used for furthering, the business outcomes. An interesting quote that I came across, and I thought I must share this with you, that is by Ronald Coase. And he says, if you torture the data long enough, it will confess, right? And how do you torture the data long enough? This is where the role of analytics comes into the picture. So if we know how to analyze the data, if we are able to draw actionable insights from the data, definitely data will start talking. And then we will be able to practice what is known as evidence-based management. So the whole idea today is to talk about, how we can practice evidence-based management. The Deloitte Consulting says, and this is now in reference to the HR function. So Deloitte says, the focus on big data will challenge HR leaders to build a people analytics team, bring together multidisciplinary skills, and develop a long-range plan to datafy HR. You see, HR has traditionally been an intuitive function, right? We have been talking about things which are subjective, things which are discretionary, things where we have been using gut feeling. So it is a function which by its very nature is an intangible function. But now the time has come that we start quantifying this function. We start making use of hard data. We move away from what is hearsay. We move away from gut feeling, and we start understanding what the data is talking, what the data is speaking, and then take management decisions based on this data. That is when HR will truly start practicing what is known as evidence-based management. The evidence is going to come from data. So it is not what I think, what you think, what is my opinion, what is your opinion, what is the opinion of the boss, what is the opinion of the CHRO, what is the opinion of the employees, but data is going to speak, and data doesn't tell lies. Right? But all we need to know is to understand the language of data. And this is where your HR analytics, or for that matter, analytics fits into the picture. So with this preamble, the roadmap which I've decided for the first session that I'll be taking with you all today, I'll just touch upon what is business analytics. We'll talk about big data because that is, something which is everybody's talking about it, because that is where the wealth of information lies. So I'll briefly touch upon big data. Then I'll talk about types of analytics and what is the implication of types of analytics for the HR function, in particular. We'll narrow down our discussion from the broad understanding of analytics to what is HR analytics. What is the process of HR analytics? Very famous model that is known as the LAMP model. That is what we're going to discuss. We'll try and understand how the LAMP model is applied to the HR function, to the processes within the HR functions, right? And what is the kind of data that you would note if you are indulging in HR analytics? What is the kind of data that you will have to work with? I'll try and take up two case studies here. One is Project Oxygen. This case study has already been shared with the organizers and would have reached you by now. So this particular Project Oxygen, which was conducted by Google, that's the first case study I would want to take with you all. The second case study which I would want to take with you all is a short case study where I will just touch upon how Southwest Airlines has used analytics to give better people services to its customers. The third which I have planned today is I'll take you through a scenario where I will try and demonstrate how by using even simple analytics. Now, analytics need not be something, which is out of the world, something which is very, very complicated. Please remember that analytics is here to help us, not to confuse us. So the first scenario which I'll be taking up with you all today is, a simple demonstration of how analytics can be used. And based on what the results we get, we draw insights and make recommendations to the management as to what should be done. As we go forward for my second session, I would try and build a predictive model. I'll try and help you build a predictive model. I will also touch upon the use in qualitative analytics. Again, my discussion would largely be focused to examples from the HR function. And if time permits, I would also want to take you as to how conjoint analysis can be used, right? So with this, I would start, talking about business analytics. So what is business analytics? We've all heard about business analytics. So firstly, it is an iterative and systematic process. Iterative means, we're going to do it again and again and again, and a systematic process. So what is the order? First, we collate the data, then we sort the data, then we process the data, and then we study that business data, which can be used for coming up with statistical models, right? Mathematical models. And these models will help us draw insights which can be applied to your business, which can be applied to your organization. So the goal of business analytics is to facilitate data-driven decision-making, not decisions which are based on what I feel, you feel. We have to move away, from emotions or from things which are very driven by emotions or driven by feelings to things which are, supported, which are evidenced by the data that you're going to collect and the analysis that you're going to do to that data. Of course, in this digital age, data is considered as an asset. And, it will not be an overstatement. If we look at Amazon, if we look at Flipkart, if we look at social media companies like Facebook or Instagram, the biggest wealth that all of these companies have is data. It's not brick and mortar. They don't have assembly lines, or they don't have machinery, or they don't have, physical technology, so to say. But the biggest wealth that these companies have is data. Data could be related to their customers, to their employees, to what's happening around in the world, so on and so forth. Now, big data. So what does it mean? We keep on hearing about big data. So it's, as the name suggests, it represents massive volume of data, right? Now, this data could be structured, it could be unstructured, right? So you can have a proper format to this, or there can be absolutely no format to this data. But this data, if you see, is holding, the wealth of knowledge. If we look around, we have more of qualitative data around us as compared to quantitative data. So this data needs to be mined. This data needs to be understood. And how do we do that? So big data, because of the massive volume, we can't do it manually. So we do deploy technologies related to big data, the complex algorithms, the NLP, the artificial intelligence, the machine learning, etc. Right? So in terms of volume, when we say big, so we need to quantify, because otherwise it becomes very relative and very subjective. So big data can be petabytes. And what is petabyte? So roughly, it's 1024 terabytes. That's 1 petabyte. Or exabytes. That is so many petabytes. Or if it's difficult for us to visualize what this terabyte, exabyte is, we can understand big data as comprising of billions and trillions of records of millions of people. So, the easiest thing to visualize is the census of India, which is done once every 10 years. That is big data. The data that is generated by, the Flipkarts and the Amazons of the world, where they are tracking your every move on the website, every single click of the mouse that you make once you have logged on to their site, that is big data. And this is being done for every single visitor to the website. So for millions of people who are visiting their websites. This data can come from diverse sources. It can come from the web. It can come from your mobile. So just now, Pranjal sir was saying, mobile has become just, it's like oxygen. So I would go a step further and say, mobile is just like a limb, just like we have hands and legs, mobile has become an extension. It is one more limb, because we can never, leave our mobile. So even when we are sleeping, we keep it below the pillow. When we get up in the morning, I think all of us, the first thing that we do is we just pull out our mobile and look at it. So this data can come from mobile. It could be sales data. It could be customer care center data. Large amount of this data comes from your social media websites. It could be government databases, etc. Now, this database, as I said, cannot be computed manually. So you need specific technology to understand this data, to deal with this data, to analyze this particular data. So what kind of data can be classified as big data? That's the big question. So basically, we've got 5 characteristics. If the data fulfills these characteristics, we say, yes, this data is big data. So one is volume. Size is a very defining factor when it comes to big data. And in the previous slide, I've just given you an idea. So what is the size we're talking about? So it's millions and billions of records of millions of people. And if that's the scale of volume that we're talking about, then yes, it classifies to be big data. Variety. So data could come in a whole lot of formats. It need not only be in terms of numbers, but it could be qualitative also. So the customer reviews that are posted, right? Whatever your employees are posting on social media, right? The photos which are posted on Instagrams, the stories which are written on Instagram, the emails which are exchanged, the videos that are made, the data that is generated by monitoring devices, for example, temperature, for example, pressure gauges, which work continuously in factories and on shop floors, and every second they are producing, either temperature recordings or pressure recordings or various other, parameters they are measuring. So data created from these monitoring devices, the PDFs, the audios that you have, all these formats of data are part of your big data. Velocity. This refers to how fast the data is generated from these sources. It is captured, it is processed, and it is ready for use. Very, very important parameters, because we're talking about, getting data in real time. And if there is too much of a lag, if we are unable to capture this data, process this data, derive insights, and then apply, then actually the data may become stale. It may be of no use to us whatsoever. So velocity refers to the speed of data processing, how fast it can be generated, analyzed and used. The fourth characteristic of big data is veracity, and veracity refers to how clean your data is, how accurate your data is, how truthful is your data. So sometimes, if you get data which is old, it loses its meaning, right? Just like, a simple example is your newspaper. So today's newspaper is valuable, but 2 days back, whatever happened, it's useless. It's become scrap. right? So how relevant, how up to date, how accurate, how clean, how complete is your data? That is denoted by veracity. And value. Using this data, what actionable insights you can derive, which will help you to achieve better organizational outcomes, better business outcomes. So these are the five dimensions, or we can say five characteristics of big data: volume, variety, value, velocity, and veracity. And one example, and I couldn't refrain because all of us will be able to, understand and appreciate and identify with this, is the Arogya Setu app. Now, this, of course, is an indigenous app developed very much in India, a Government of India initiative, and it's mandatory for all of us to have this Arogya Setu app. Definitely, it works on big data. And what is commendable about this is that this app reached more than 100 million installs in the first 40 days, right? Crossed 5 million downloads within 3 days of its launch, making it one of the most popular government apps in India. And just to give you a few comparisons, it became the world's fastest growing mobile app, beating Pokemon Go. That time, of course, now this is banned and taken up by an Indian company, but that time, so it beat Pokemon Go with more than 50 million installs 13 days after launching in India on 2nd of April 2022. This was the onset of the COVID pandemic, which somehow started appearing in India in Feb 2022, and 2nd of April 2022 was when the government developed this big data based app Arogya Setu and launched it on 2nd of April 2022. Reached 100 million installs by 13th of May 2022, that is in 40 days since its launch. Just to give you an idea about an app which with all of us can identify, that's the Arogya Setu. Now, if we talk about business analytics, what is it? What are the types of business analytics in terms of detail, in terms of maturity, in terms of complexity, in terms of the value add? So we can have, 4 different types of business analytics that we can identify. Generally, some of the people say that the first 2, they would classify it into one category. So they say 3 types. So they say descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. But here I thought I would also make a mention of diagnostic. So descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive. These are the 4 types of analytics we'll be talking about. So when it comes to descriptive analytics, the one question which it answers is what has happened? What happened, right? So definitely this talks about something which has happened in the past. It doesn't talk about what's happening now, and definitely it can't tell you what's going to happen in the future. Something which has happened, something, you have historical data about. So this descriptive analytics is going to use that historical data, and by analyzing the data, it will try to explain what has happened, right? So it finds out the reason behind success or failure in the past. Now remember, we cannot do much about it. You can't change the past, right? You can't plan for the past. What has happened has happened. But whatever has happened in the past give you lessons which you can use for the future. So that is the importance of descriptive analytics. It helps you understand, it helps you learn from what has happened in the past by analyzing historical data and then, throwing up or helping you understand what has happened in the past. Now, if we say what are common examples, so in HR function, employee absenteeism report. So employee absenteeism report maybe of last month. Employee absenteeism report of last year, right? So this is something which has happened. The employee has absented themselves, in the last month. So if, what happened in December 2021, so that has already happened. So you can't do anything to change that. But when you analyze that report, you will be able to understand why the absenteeism was that way. Are there patterns to that absenteeism? And so that is how descriptive analytics is important. Employee turnover reports. What was the percentage of attrition in 2021? Inventory reports. What was the inventory that was bought? workflow reports. What was the work that was done by your people? Sales and revenue report. Last month or last quarter or maybe last annual financial year, what were the sales, what were the revenue reports? So all of this is something which has happened in the past, but this also can be useful to us, and that is what descriptive analytics tries to do. Limitation of descriptive analytics is, of course, it doesn't deal with the present or the future, and therefore you cannot take corrective action going back, right? In retrospect, you can't do that. So the two techniques that are used by descriptive analytics mainly are data aggregation. So aggregation of data is processed when you collect, when you organized, and you try to create manageable data sets. So that is data aggregation. Data mining is when you try to discover what this data is trying to say, what this data is speaking. And data mining is often referred to as data discovery. So you try to see, are there certain patterns in the data? Is it that people were absenting themselves on particular days? Is it that people were absenting themselves during the festival time? Is it that people were absenting themselves whenever there were heavy rains? What were those patterns? Are there patterns? Are there trends? The trends would be when these patterns are repeated at regular frequencies, you will be able to identify a trend. You will also be able to understand, you will try to understand, why these patterns or why these trends are happening. So descriptive analytics basically makes use of two methods, that is data aggregation and data mining. Then we come to diagnostic analysis. So descriptive was what happened, but diagnostic goes a step further and tries to answer the question, why did this happen? So if people were absent and there is a certain pattern, why this pattern is happening? So for example, if you are observing the absenteeism patterns on a weekly basis and you find that the absenteeism has gone very high on Saturdays. So diagnostic analytics will help you understand why is it that on Saturdays the absenteeism rate is high. Then probably when you do some more research, when you try to do some more analysis, you will find it's a 5-day week and generally people want to take a Saturday off so that they get 2 days off, and that's how this is happening. Why is it that during particular months the absenteeism is high? So diagnostic analytics will try to identify, oh, this is the festival time. This is the time, when my migrant labor travels back to their villages to celebrate. And most of my migrant labor is coming from Bihar. So these people have traveled back to, celebrate Chhat Puja with their families. And that is why, this particular month, the absenteeism of my migrant labor is going to be very, very high. So diagnostic analytics is going to help you answer that question. Why did this happen? Now, so it builds on descriptive analytics and takes you a step further. So diagnostic analytics will require you to discover the data, do data mining along with drill down and drill through. So these two techniques will try to pinpoint, will try to take you step by step and identify and zero in on and answer the question, why did this happen? Why is it that suddenly the employee engagement levels are dipping? Are there particular months when you find that the employee engagement levels are high and particular months when they are not high? What is the case? Is it that certain months the performance of the employees is high, but is there a trend that particular months it is showing a downward trend? The same thing can be done with any other kind of data. You can do the same with your sales data. You can do the same with your customer data. You can do the same with the data that you get from your monitoring devices, so on and so forth. So descriptive and diagnostic analytics are both valuable tools in your data analysis strategy. However, the problem or the limitation is both are reactive analytics, right? So as I said before, you can't go back and change the past. They deal with the past. They deal with what's happened in the history. You can't change history. So both of these are reactive analytics, right? So that brings us to the question, is it possible to do proactive analytics? Is it possible for us to use data and today make a decision so that we can predict what is going to happen in the future. Can we forecast what's going to happen in the future, right? So next we come to what is known as predictive analytics. So first and foremost, the name predictive. So it is definitely going to forecast, right? And when we talk about the future, we can only talk in terms of probabilities. Nobody has seen the future, right? Except God, of course, maybe. So when we talk about predictive analytics, we are trying to forecast the possibility of future events. How? Not by our gut feeling, not by our opinion, not by what somebody is saying, but we are trying to predict the future using statistical models and machine learning techniques, right? So that is predictive analytics. So when we talk about predictive analytics, we will have to talk about probabilities, because you can't say with certainty what is going to happen in the future. Nobody could have ever predicted that we would be facing the COVID pandemic the way we are facing, right? But yes, there have been probabilities that crises like these, humanity would be facing from time to time, right? So predictive analytics is based on probabilities. And the kind of techniques it uses is data mining, statistical modeling. So coming up, with a mathematical relationship between your predictive variables and your response variables. So doing that kind of statistical modeling. And this will also make use of machine learning algorithms like, classification. So can you classify into different clusters? Can you use regression to find out if there is a relationship between variables and predictors, and what is that kind of relationship, right? And clustering techniques. So when you do not know the demographic variables on which you can put the data into groups, we go in for clustering techniques, right? So using these techniques, predictive analytics attempts to forecast possible future outcomes and the likelihood of those events. Please understand that predictive analytics can only deal in terms of probabilities, right? So it will say this much of a probability is there that this thing will happen, and this much is obviously the probability. 1 minus that is the probability it will not happen. So predictive analytics is helping you deal with the future. Some examples, if you can predict that these employees are thinking about quitting, these employees have an intent to resign, then it will be really useful. So if you know that, so-and-so employee or these set of employees are thinking about quitting, and these employees are performing employees, then it would be worthwhile to have a model which will help you predict this. And then the organization can take proactive measures to reverse this decision of quitting. Because when your performing employees leave, there are a whole lot of costs, tangible as well as intangibles associated with this. So can we, using predictive analytics, come up with a model which will help us identify that, yeah, these are the people, these are the symptoms, if people are exhibiting this kind of behavior, definitely they are thinking about quitting. So can we make some interventions? Can we, for instance, counsel them? Can we, for instance, try and show them career paths? Can we, for instance, understand what are their problems? Can we facilitate them so that this intent of quitting can be reversed? In the healthcare sector, if you see, there was a tremendous strain in the wave 1, and the wave 2 was even worse. So can we use predictive analytics to find out what is the number of people who would be requiring hospitalization? What is the number of ventilators that would be needed? How many ICU beds would be needed? Right? So if we can use predictive analytics, I would request the participants to please mute. Thank you. So again, here we are making use of predictive analytics, not just restricted to any one function, but it finds wide and useful usage across. So healthcare, finance, if you want to predict who are the customers who would be making the credit payments on time. So today everybody has got a credit card, right? but the companies are facing problem that there are a lot of defaults. So can you, using the credit score, predict that this particular customer has a high probability of making the credit payments on time? And yeah, so again, here we're making use of predictive e-commerce. So again, all your e-commerce giants use this extensively, and they try and predict based on your navigation history, based on, you know, your surfing history. They try to predict that this is what you like, and therefore they start making recommendations to you. So if you have bought, you know, a purse online, they have noted that, and the next time you will find that Flipkart or Amazon starts throwing up, you know, these recommendations to you. If you have bought, you know, shoes, sports shoes online, this also has been recorded by these analytics companies, and they would start making customized recommendation of the products to you. Same thing goes with sales, predicting the likelihood that customer will purchase another product or leave the store. IT security. So here also, you know, possible security
Pranjal
breaches.
sir, request you to please mute the participants.
Yes, please.
Pranjal sir.
Participants, please, humble request, please mute. Request the organizers to please help. Thank you. Right. Now, so we've talked about descriptive analytics, we talked about diagnostic, why did it happen? We talked about predictive, what will happen in future. But the best solution would be, you know, can we do something today to achieve a desirable outcome in the future? So if we could have an analytics which could tell us that, that would be the most useful kind of analytics that we can have. So herein comes your prescriptive analytics. So prescriptive analytics again makes use of your descriptive predictive analysis, but goes a step further and beyond, where it recommends the best possible course of action. What should we do today? So if I want my attrition to come down by 5%, what are the 5 things I need to do today in the organization? If I want my sales to go up by, you know, 25%, what are the 10 things I must do today in my organization? So prescriptive analytics is the analytics which tries and answers the question, what should we do today to achieve desirable outcomes in the future, right? So they predict multiple future scenarios. So it's like, you know, scenario planning. So it doesn't only tell you one thing, it will tell you, you know, this is scenario 1, this is scenario 2. Of course, the trade-offs will also be there, and then you can choose the scenario which fits in the best for you, considering the trade-offs that are there. So prescriptive analytics is most useful. It uses simulation, it uses optimization, but also I must mention here, it is the most difficult to practice. It's because it requires very high level of technical know-how. It requires complex algorithms. It requires state-of-art technology, really, to indulge into prescriptive analytics. Some examples, again, of prescriptive analytics is, you know, see, COVID is still not over, but we are very thankful that the third wave, which is fueled by the Omicron virus, is not that severe. But all the while, you know, our health authorities, the government, was trying to find out ways in which you can flatten the curve. See, everybody knew the pandemic is here, but then the whole idea was that the healthcare system should not be overwhelmed, right? So the people will get sick, you know, people would contract this infection, but the idea was that it shouldn't happen all together. Because if it happens all together, the health sector or the health mechanism that we have in this country would be so overwhelmed, so overburdened, that they would not be able to give, you know, healthcare to the people, and they would suffer. So the prescriptive analytics, you know, said, do lockdowns, do social distancing, make mask compulsory for everybody, make COVID appropriate behavior compulsory for everybody. If we do all of this, the curve will become flattened. Or you are preventing a peak in terms of COVID cases from coming in. They will happen, but all we are trying to do is we are trying to flatten that peak so that the process becomes gradual, and your health system, your healthcare system, the hospitals and everything is better equipped to handle the number of patients that need the treatment. So that is prescriptive analytics for you. In terms of manufacturing, how you can make the equipment last longer, how the wear and tear can be reduced, how the maintenance can be better, etc. So these are some examples of prescriptive analytics that we have here. Now, a common misbelief or myth that people have is, what is the difference between predictive and machine learning? So they're not the same. So predictive analytics makes use of historical data, right? Whatever has happened in the past, you are only going to make use of historical data. Using that historical data, you will use certain statistical techniques to arrive at a model. What will that model try to do? That model will try to predict for the future. But please understand, the data, the input to this is all historical data. Now, this historical data you're going to work, you're going to use a whole lot of statistical techniques onto it and try to predict for the future. Whereas when we talk about machine learning, it's a subset of artificial intelligence. And what is that? So here, what you do is you give, large or huge amounts of data to you have an algorithm, you feed this data, and the machine learns on its own. Right? So it keeps learning. It's an ongoing process for the machine to keep learning as to the huge amounts of data that we are giving to it. So it will identify patterns into it. It will identify trends into it. It will probably do a cluster analysis, and it keeps on learning. So that's one difference between predictive and machine learning that you have. So machine learning are techniques that are used more for prescriptive analytics rather than predictive analytics. So to sum up our discussion, what we have said, somehow this particular slide would sum it up very nicely. If we talk about hindsight, it is descriptive analytics. What happened? Why did it happen? And from this, we are going to draw insights, and what will happen is predictive, and foresight. What can you do beforehand only? So that is your prescriptive analytics. How can we make it happen, right? So this particular slide is there. In terms of maturity and value add, so you can see if you are only using descriptive analytics, so you based on this, you can take ad hoc HR measurements, you can set up benchmarks, you can have data systems and portals, maybe you can do some scorecards and drill down. But if you want to find out the relationship between variables, if you want to do a root cause analysis, if you want to forecast, if you want to do optimization for the future, what's the best thing that you should do given the trade-offs, then you're breaking through the wall. You're moving from the descriptive analytics to predictive and prescriptive analytics. Now, with this preamble, an overview of understanding about analytics, let us now confine, or let us now converge to our decision in understanding what is HR analytics. So nothing very different, analytics applied to the people function, analytics applied to data related to not only employees, right, but even data related to customers, because customers are also the external stakeholders of the HR function, data related to investors, data related to society at large, because somewhere these are also external stakeholders of the HR function, right? So when you apply analytics to the otherwise very intuitive function, then we say it is HR analytics. So I'll give you a definition here by Davenport et al. 2010, and they said the use of analysis, data, and systematic reasoning to make decisions, right? And when you add the HR component to the concept, then you are doing what is known as HR analytics, right? So it's just a bifurcation or putting things in the perspective of people that you get HR analytics, right? Another definition is HR analytics is the systematic identification and quantification of the people drivers of business outcomes, Hubel and Bondrock. Now, what does it entail? So HR analytics will also require to use statistics, modeling, and analysis of employee-related factors. Why are we doing this? To improve the business outcomes. Not only the HR outcomes, right? HR is very much a strategic partner today. So HR has to think from the point of view of the business, of the organization, and not just, confine itself to HR outcomes, but how business outcomes can be improved by making interventions on the HR side, on the HR perspective of the organization, right? So it's a methodology for creating insights on how investment in human capital assets contributes to the success of the organization. So how do we go about doing this in organizations? What is the process of HR analytics? Firstly, begin by understanding what is the business strategy, right? And I say this to all HR people, we cannot forget that we exist. When I say we, the HR people, the HR professionals exist for business, right? We cannot exist as an island, right? We cannot exist in a silo. Why do we exist? We exist to help the organization achieve its business strategy. So HR professionals also, first of all, need to understand the business strategy. And from where does strategy come? It comes from the mission and vision of the organization. So you need to go back, understand the reason for existence of the organization, why it was created, and where does it want to be in future. Understand that. From that will come the understanding of the business strategy. After you understand the goals of the business, identify the key metrics. Now, nothing is qualitative, nothing is, subjective. Everything has to be measured. Everything has to be monetized. Everything has to be quantified. So identify the metrics which will help you quantify, which will help you measure the various aspects related to your employees, related to your people. Collect data, could be internal, could be external. Analyze this data, draw insights, and then you can use models to predict the capabilities. Find out how this is going to impact your organizational outcomes. So this should be, the way forward for HR professionals, how they can use HR analytics and what should be the end objective of using HR analytics in the organization. Now, in this concept, I want to talk about a very famous LAMP model. This was proposed by John Boudreau and Peter Ramstad. And this model helps us to understand the place of HR analytics in the scheme of things, right? So how does HR analytics, fits into your other things? We talk a lot about analytics into other fields. As I said, for example, in marketing, there's a whole lot of analytics that we talk about. In operations and supply chain, a whole lot of analytics that we talk about. Now, in finance analytics, yes, HR has been a bit slow to respond, because here you see we are dealing with people who are very, very complex. Now, no two people are same. So we are still trying to identify patterns of behavior. We are still trying to understand personalities. We are still trying to understand their motivation. We are still trying to understand what is it that engages them. So definitely a much more difficult task to apply analytics to HR. So this particular model, the LAMP model, it's an acronym which stands for, where the L stands for logic, A stands for analytics, and M stands for measures, and P stands for process. So there is a story, before we understand what this LAMP is all about. There's a story, there's a background to this model. And the story says that, one day there was a man, and he found another person who was in an inebriated state. He was very frantically searching for keys below a lamp post. So there was a lamp post, and very frantically on his fours, on his knees, this person who didn't appear to be, very coherent, who didn't appear to be in a very sound state of mind, was searching for keys. So this person went and wanted to offer some help, and he said, "What is it that you're searching for?" So he said, "I've lost my car keys, and that's what I'm searching for." So the other person says, "Did you lose your car keys here?" He said, no, I did not lose them here below the lamppost, but I lost them in the dark alley down the road. That's where my car is parked. So the other person was surprised and he said, if you lost your keys there, why are you searching for them here? So this person was, not very stable mentally. He said, because this is where the light is, right? And this is typically the pitfall that people have. We try to search for solutions where there is light, even though they do not belong there. So we try to search for solutions where it is easy to search, but the solutions do not belong there. So the first thing that we have to note here is for everything that we do in HR, there has to be a logic, right? So there has to be a business case. The logic will state the business case for HR analytics. So don't just do HR analytics because it is the fad, or because everybody around you is talking about data, it's talking about big data, it's talking about workplaces becoming technology driven. No, you should have a logic why you want to do a particular thing. Not just because you have some numbers, you would just want to analyze and come up with fancy insights. No, you need to have a logic as to why you want to do a particular thing. So whatever we do in HR, whatever measures we design in HR, we must make business sense. There has to be a clear chain of logic between why something needs to be measured, how it will be measured, and what is the expected outcome. So you have to have that clarity in your mind before you adopt, HR analytics, right? And there's this book by Cascio where he tries to give an example, and then he says the link between service, value, and profit, wherein he says that the connection between HR and management practices, this is going to impact the employee attitude, which will lead to employee engagement, impact turnover. All of this in turn will impact the experience the customer is having, the engagement of the customer, and this will definitely have an impact on the sales and going to impact your bottom line, right? So just to check, I hope I'm audible. Can somebody please respond?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Right. So this sort of gives you a snapshot of the LAMP model. So we have the logic, the rationale has to be put into the logic. Then we have to design measures. Measures should be timely, they should be reliable, they should be available. And this particular aspect in HR has been given the most importance. So we have, a plethora of metrics which have been designed. But what is important is design the right measures, have the right metrics. Those metrics should actually be measuring what you want to be measured, and you should not pick up metrics because historically they exist there for you. No, you have to have metrics which are relevant. You have to have metrics which will help you get timely data, and because that is going to be the basis. Then you will subject this to analytics, right? And for doing all of this, we have to move away from hearsay, from gut feeling, from taking discretionary decisions to following a process and letting the data speak through analytics. So measures, as I said, they have received the greatest attention in HR. Most important, they must be in context. Otherwise, it's a wasteful exercise, both in terms of time and money, and it will not give you anything of value. It will lead to erroneous outcomes, right? So for example, if you find that in a certain organization, attrition is becoming very, very critical because you need certain competencies. So just, using competencies to understand the attrition, you should classify these competencies further. You should stratify these competencies further as to which are the critical competencies, which are the rare competencies, that you are not able to find in the workforce. Once you do that, then you have started, analyzing, doing the drill down and drill through to understand that which are the particular employees who have the critical competencies, and you must do everything to retain these people. Otherwise, the losses that you're going to get because of the turnover of these, special employees, so to say, would be tremendous. If we talk about analytics, so drawing the right conclusions from data. Whatever insights you draw should be actionable insights, right? So, because if you give numbers to any of these analytics systems that you have, you will get some output. So it's like garbage in and garbage out. If you put in numbers, you're going to get something out, right? So for example, if you try and do a correlation, you might as well get a result that people who have got a bigger shoe size are more intelligent. But then you have to use your common sense, you have to use your logic. So this is where the logic comes in. This is where the selection of proper measures come into the picture, so that you are able to get insights which make sense, which are coherent, and you can act on those insights. Otherwise, if you just put some numbers into the systems, you will get some output, right? Please remember that even a clock which is malfunctioning, or which is not functioning, or which has stopped, will show you the right time twice in a day. In a span of 24 hours, twice that watch which has stopped functioning is going to tell you the right time. So let's not get carried away. So that is why the LAMP model in HR, which has been described, is very, very pertinent. Have a logic. You have to have a sound business reason why you're doing a particular thing. Choose the right measures or metrics. Have a process. Follow the process religiously, and then use analytics to draw insights which are actionable, right? So if you just have some fancy insights on which you can't act, it is again a waste of time. So something which is doable. So analytics should, finally convey to you that this is something on which action is required. These are the doables. And when you implement that, definitely you're going to have the desired outcome. So process, as I've already explained, making insights motivating and actionable. Use the right communication channels, the right timing and techniques to motivate decision makers to act on data insights. Now, of late, we are seeing, that there has been a rise in the use of analytics, particularly in the field of HR. So three main reasons, of course, there are a whole lot of factors, but three main factors which have contributed to the growing popularity of HR analytics, or which has made, HR analytics very compelling for organizations to use, is the explosion of data and data analytics techniques. So big data and big data technology. So explosion of these data and these data analytic techniques that you have, that has given a big impetus to the use of analytics, particularly in the field of HR. HR departments are now being called upon to quantify their decisions, right? So if you want to go and ask your CEO, we want to conduct a training. The CEO, of course, is going to look at the costs. And until and unless you are able to communicate to him the ROI, the budget for sanction will never be passed. So HR today is being asked that if this is the investment that has been made, what is the ROI? How much of benefit is the organization getting back from this? So today you have to quantify, you have to monetize every single decision that you're taking in the HR domain. And this can only be done when we make extensive use of analytics. So no more things are discretionary. No more things are, I feel, this may happen, that may happen. No, you will have to go to your CEO with a dashboard where you have key HR metrics and clearly tell them that, these are the advantages in terms of money. So you need to monetize, and it is only then you will be able to get the budget, or you will be able to get the backing to implement the various HR interventions. And the third is, today if you see, HR department themselves are sitting on mountains of data, right? So HR will always keep collecting data related to your demographics, data related to your skill set, data related to your competencies, data related to your performance, your entire job history. What's your compensation? What's your basic? What's the incentives you have earned? What was the bonus that was given to you? What kind of trainings you have done, right? So they themselves have got lot of data, and they have always had this, but now the time has come to use this data to take data-driven decisions in HR. So these three main factors have given a huge impetus to the analytics in HR. Now, if organizations use HR analytics, how can they benefit? So if you use analytics, if you use predictive analytics, you can control your turnover, make suitable interventions in good time, and reverse the decision, make people change, particularly the performing people, reduce your regrettable losses, right? You can identify which channels are giving you better quality employees. Is it that LinkedIn is giving you better quality employees? Focus your talent acquisition strategy onto LinkedIn. Is it that that campus hiring is giving you better quality entry-level employees? Identify those campuses, right? Focus your talent acquisition strategy. Have a substantial percentage of your manpower requirement getting fulfilled from campus hiring, right? Understand what is it that motivates your people at work, right? What is it? What are the drivers of engagement, work engagement amongst your people, right? Find how, where and how can you find that skill set? Can we do a better planning so that any kind of contingencies in the future can be taken care of? See, this entire COVID situation has thrown up, a lot of uncertainties. We are facing VUCA we have never faced before. Can our human resource planning going forward include scenario planning, right? So this was not the first pandemic, and may not be the last pandemic. So if we do come up with similar crisis situation in future, can we take learnings from this experience and do a scenario planning that if this happens again or something similar like this happens again, are we prepared for it? Are we better prepared for it, right? How can we improve engagement, and how can we come up with better compensation and incentive programs? Using data in HR. So 3 questions, simple questions here. So if somebody says, somebody asks the HR person, how high is your employee turnover? Easy to answer. You just need to refer, just need to go back, do some descriptive analytics, and there you have the answer. How much of our employee turnover consists of regretted losses? Regretted losses means when performing employees leave, that is a regretted loss. When non-performing employees leave, you anyways don't want to stop them. That's fine. That's that's your voluntary turnover that you have, your involuntary, your voluntary turnover that you have, where you have asked the people to leave based on performance. So that's not a matter of concern. But when your performing employees start leaving, that is when it starts pinching you. That is when the HR needs to sit up and take proactive measures to prevent that. So to answer the second question, you will have to need data from different sources. Maybe you'll have to go back and refer to your HRIS. But if somebody asks you, do you know which employees will be most likely to leave? This is where you need predictive analytics. So descriptive would answer the first question. Diagnostic probably would help you answer the second question, but you would need prescriptive analytics to answer the third question. And if you take it a step further, what should I do today to prevent my performing employees from leaving me? Then that would be the fourth level of analytics, that is prescriptive analytics. Internal data. So the data which is within the HR department, which you can use for analytics. So common examples are employee surveys, telemetric data, attendance records, the reviews that are conducted from time to time, salary and promotion history, work history, the demographics data, personality mapping, recruitment. All of this data exists within the HR department. But this may not be enough for you, because today, as I said, HR is a strategic partner, right? We don't have an inside-out approach, but we have an outside-in approach. What is it that HR should do today so that your external stakeholders are also satisfied, right? So you need to go outside of the HR department and get external data as well. So financial data, because that's going to be the key when you are crafting your HR strategy, right? So what is the revenue per employee? What is the cost of hiring? You need to take into account the cost factor, the financial factor. Organization specific data. So again here, what is the strategy of the organization? What are the organizational goals? What are the strategic goals? And how can then HR contribute in achieving these strategic goals? Passive data from the employees. So, you know, many a times these employees may go and open their heart out on social media, right? So once a while, you know, it's a good idea to peek into, you know, what is going on in the minds of these people. What are they feeling? What are their emotions, etc. So passive data from employees, historical data, of course, which exists with the HR department. Yeah. So going forward, I would want to take 2 case studies here where I will try and demonstrate how organizations have used, you know, analytics in the HR domain. So the previous session, Dr. Brijesh was telling you how it has been used in the marketing domain. But here I will try and highlight how analytics has been used by, you know, the Southwest Airlines in the HR domain on the people front, and how Google has used again analytics with respect to its employees. So first, I would want to talk about the Southwest Airlines case here. So Southwest Airlines, as we all know, is a no-frills airline, right? And so they follow a business strategy of cost leadership. So they are able to, you know, deliver the services at prices which are very low, and therefore this also means that they have to control their costs very, very tightly. They have to give very high quality of service so that people keep coming back to them, and, you know, they can maintain their bottom lines. So in this context, you know, Southwest Airlines found that the quality of service that its staff, its crew gives to the customers is extremely important. And this is where they used speech analytics to improve the interactions. So they recorded the interactions, they recorded the conversations of their employees with the customers, and an analysis of that told them, using specific words, the tone in which the words are spoken, what should be the gestures of their crew, of their staff, and to give a better quality, you know, service to the customers, and so that they can have that wow feeling, and Southwest Airlines would be able to get these customers coming back to them again and again. So they used speech analytics and an analysis of behavior and actions of their people, of their employees, and what impact it was having on the customers. So this was the case of Southwest Airlines. The next case, and an interesting one, is Project Oxygen. So this was project was taken up by Google. Now, what is important to note here is that Google is a technology company, a technology intensive company, if I may say so. But they went ahead to find out, you know, what the people, the employees of Google had to say with respect to their managers. Now, Laszlo Block, he is the former senior vice president of people operations. So people operations is their HR department. So HR department at Google is referred to as people operations. So the background is that, you know, Google would obviously have a lot of technologists, a lot of engineers. And there was a belief that these engineers felt that managers are no good, right? They are only there to create problems, whereas managers were meant to take care of them. So they believed that no, they are of no good. In fact, they are only creating problems. They are only obstructing the way of work getting done. So I would quote here what Laszlo Block had to say. engineers generally think that managers are at best necessary evil, but mainly they get in the way, create bureaucracy, and screw things up. So this was the general perception prevailing with respect to managers at Google. So Google decided that let us not go by the opinion of people. Let us not go by what some feedback that is coming, some random feedback that is coming. Let us go and test this myth or test this this assertion that managers are useless, managers are not required at Google. Instead of helping Google employees perform better, they are actually getting in the way. So they said, no, in data we trust, in God we trust, and everybody else comes with data, right? So the people operations team decided to go ahead with this project, and this project was known as Project Oxygen. Now here, they collected data which was a mix of quantitative and qualitative data, right? And the whole idea was to understand what makes a manager great at Google. So they gathered, data from about 10,000 managers, the observations, and they also collected the performance reviews of the employees as well as the managers. They collected the nominations of top managers who were given awards, recognition. So a whole plethora of data was collected, right? And I would take you to this slide, which will tell you that this research was conducted in 2 steps. So in the first step, the research was conducted simply to answer the question, do managers matter? Are they required or are they useless, right? And this research, if you see, this myth was, taken up by Larry and Sergey experiment in 2002. And where the dilemma was that do managers matter? So how did they go about testing this? So they collected the exit interviews. Now, when employees are leaving, that is the time when you conduct the exit interviews, and that is the time when the employee will be fearless. That's the time when the employee is going to just talk what is in his heart fearlessly, because now there is no, there is no danger or there's no risk of any harm coming from the superior or from the organization. So exit interviews are the interviews where people are most truthful, and you can, get to come face to face with some very hard-hitting reality. So data was collected from exit interviews, from ratings of semi-annual reviews. Data was collected with respect to the high-scoring managers, low-scoring managers. And the research findings were that those managers that were given a high score, that means they were viewed favorably, had a lower turnover in their teams. And those managers who were viewed unfavorably, who had low scorings, had a high turnover in their teams. So basis this, they were able to establish that do managers matter? Yes, they matter. If the manager is good, if the manager is viewed favorably, people stick with that manager. The turnover is low. And if managers are viewed unfavorably for XYZ reasons, people don't want to stick with them. These teams are showing a high turnover. So the first myth was busted there and then, making use of data. The data spoke clearly that managers matter and good managers will have better organizational outcomes, one of them being lower turnover. So Google didn't stop here. Then this was, you can say, descriptive analytics that they have done so far. Next was, why is it that high scoring managers have less turnover? Why? What is the reason? Okay, so it's time for diagnostic analytics. Why is it that these people? So the next research was to find out that what are the qualities, what are the behavioral traits of these high scoring managers. So in step 2, again, they collected data of high scoring managers, low scoring managers, And the research findings were that the managers that were high scoring or the managers that were most affected exhibited 8 key behaviors, and 3 pitfalls were also identified. So what are these 8 key behaviors? And then they tried to rank these behaviors in order of importance. So the number 1 behavior which was identified was be a good coach. So if the manager was also a good coach, the manager was more effective. The second was empower your team and don't micromanage. Give them the flexibility, right? Facilitate, but don't overpower them. So empower your team and don't micromanage. That was the second behavioral trait which was found to be desirable, which was found to be very effective in terms of the ranking. Express interest in employees' success and well-being. Be concerned, show empathy, right? Reach out. Don't just be, a technical leader. Reach out, understand them, how they're feeling. Just a little personal touch, just a human touch. So empathy. Be productive and result-oriented. Definitely being all of this does not mean that you will not be result-oriented. That's a given. That is something which you have to do. And that figured at the 4th, level in terms of importance. Be a good communicator and listen to your team, right? So don't just try to impose. Get your team to participate. Listen to them. They may have a different perspective. They may have a correct perspective, right? Don't fall, prey to groupthink. Let people speak their mind out. Help your employees with career development. Show them the path ahead. Show them, what career progression they can have within Google. Have a clear vision and strategy for the team, right? So don't just live in the present. Have clear vision. This is where you would want your team. This is what you would want your team to deliver. Have key technical skills so you can help advise the team. Now, if you look these 8 key behaviors, you find that technical competence is coming right at the bottom. Not to say it is not required, it is required. But in terms of importance, of the top 8 behaviors, this is figuring at the bottom 8. And this is where, the leadership at Google was surprised, because up till now they thought we are a technology intensive company, and therefore managers who have technical competence would be most effective. So while that is required, but it pales in comparison to the other attributes required for managers to be effective at Google. And being a good coach is right there at top. So if you see the top, behavioral characteristics are basically dealing with the people side, with the soft, aspects that are there. But again, a caveat here, not to say that technical skills are not required. They will also be required. But along with that, these other soft skills, human skills, interpersonal skills are also required. The 3 pitfalls also which were identified in the research was managers have a trouble making a transition to the team, right? So they have a difficulty in building a team and in keeping the team together, the cohesiveness of it. They lack a consistent approach to performance management. So there is no consistency, there is no process as far as performance management and career development is concerned, and they spend very little time managing and communicating. So these were the 3 pitfalls that were identified in this research. So just a snapshot, I don't know whether you can read this because the print is a bit fine, but these are just some sample comments which have been taken. So, each management behavior was further broken down into specific activities and best practices, and each was studied further to understand what is it that the employees, what is it that the engineers at Google want, what kind of a manager they want who will lead them, what kind of a manager will be more effective in leading these kind of teams. I'll skip the video because I think I've discussed this, or if we have time in the end, maybe I'll try and play that. So what is the outcome of this research? So a clear example here, that something which is so subjective, like are managers required? There can be a lot of opinion on this, but then Google said, nothing doing. We believe in data, and we are going to use data to really understand managers are required or not required, and what is it that the good managers, what are those traits that the good managers or effective managers should possess. So as a result of this, Google made a lot of changes in the culture, right? In 2012 November, the company had shown statistically significant improvements, right? Again, you see they're using analytics here. Statistically significant improvements in multiple areas of managerial effectiveness. Because when they used this, they found that yes, the managerial effectiveness had gone up many times. What they said was the lowest scoring managers, they were given training in coaching and career development, right? Because these areas, coaching, if you see, has to be a good coach. So the lowest scoring managers were given training sessions on how to become a good coach and how to indulge into career development, right? And significant improvement in 75 of the worst performing employees was seen. So you see a dramatic impact of this on the performance of the employees. Better the knowledge, better the manager was proved wrong, was proved absolutely wrong. And up till now, Google said that we have been hiring managers. When we go for our talent acquisition process, the one thing which we were giving utmost importance to was this person, was the manager technically competent or not? When we were promoting these managers, the one criteria that we were giving maximum importance to was this manager technically competent or not? When we were rewarding these managers, the topmost criteria was technical competence. But we fell flat on our face when we saw the result of this research that was done. It mattered, but it was at the last. It paled in comparison to other attributes which were needed in managers to become effective. So managers mattered was also proved. So that myth was shattered, that managers are not required. They are required, but they are required to have those 8 attributes to make them effective. And this particular exercise, this research exercise, paved the way for analytics in HR. Coming from a technology-driven company, such a myth being busted that managers are not required, it showed, the results were so counterintuitive that it showed that you need to use data and analytics even when you're taking decisions related to HR, your employees and people. And incidentally, Google revisited the Project Oxygen, and they said, because with time, things change. So they did not stop there. They revisited and again did a survey, again collected data, and they revised the top attributes required in their managers to be effective. So the 8 habits of highly effective Google managers were revised to 10. And the number 3 was updated to say, creates an inclusive team environment, showing concern for success and well-being. Number 6 was updated to supports career development and discusses performance. Number 9, which was a new addition, was collaborates across Google. So not just sits, in his team, but collaborates across Google, goes to other departments, does more networking with the other departments, with the other teams, so collaborates across Google. And the number 10, which was also a new addition, was makes strong decisions. So this was the Project Oxygen, and it helps to resuscitate the managers and prove that myth wrong, that they are not required, right? So I hope this particular case study clearly helps us understand and helps us to appreciate that in HR also, we should not be carried away by opinion of people. We should not be carried away by feelings or emotions, but we should subject to hardcore analysis of data and then derive unbiased insights from the data and take corrective action. Now, in this part of this, I would want to take up a small scenario here, and this would be a simple demonstration of how we can use simple analytics to take decisions, but keeping in mind decisions not based on just superficial assessment, but decisions based on analysis of data. Now, I'll be starting with a very simple example here. I would try and use SPSS to demonstrate to all of you. Basically, the idea is to prepare a mindset as to how we can apply analytics to simple problems in HR, problems which happen very frequently. But instead of, taking intuitive decisions, instead of just arriving at, certain conclusions, we should collect data and subject the data to analytics. And based on that, we should take corrective decisions. So my next part, I would try and give you this simple illustration here. As I said, as we go on, as we move forward in my second session, I would also try and help you build a predictive model here. But this particular demonstration, which I'm going to use, would only be making use of the preliminary analytics, that is mainly descriptive and diagnostic analytics. So this is the case scenario, and the problem, of course, this was a large project which was done. I've just picked up one aspect of it to demonstrate, how we are going to use analytics here. So the main problem here was absenteeism at Green Brilliance, and I'll read this with you, and probably you can follow this with me to understand what is the context, what are we talking about here. So Green Brilliance is a leading company which has differentiated itself in making solar pumps. Okay, it has a very strong R&D division which has come up with path-breaking research to produce quality solar pumps at low cost. So this has helped the organization to ward off competition from Chinese market, who have a major market share in India. The company follows Henry Fayol's management principles of discipline to the D. So that is, their core value. It has a well-defined code of conduct and indoctrinates the same in all its white and blue-collared workers, right from onboarding them into the company. The company has invested in laying out standard operating procedures for all the processes. So there's no ambiguity. There is an SOP for everything that has to be done on the shop floor. So things are very well structured. The workflow is very precise, and there is absolutely no chaos, no confusion, no ambiguity anywhere with respect to the workflow. The strict compliance with the SOPs and intense supervision on the shop floor has helped the company produce quality output and maintain its position as a market leader. But of late, there was a problem. And what was that problem? One of the units, the electrical unit, started to repeatedly fall behind its production schedule. And since the work at Green Brilliance is structured with sequential dependence, the output of other units also started falling behind the production schedule. So, one department has to do their work, then the next department can do, and then the next department. So there is a sequential dependence. So if any one of these in the chain starts falling behind their schedule, rest everybody following that will also fall behind their schedule. So the foreman was called and he was questioned. So when questioned, the foreman on the shop floor reported the problem of increased absenteeism in his unit. So he said, there's too much of absenteeism in my unit. And he reported that because of absenteeism, he was facing shortage of manpower and finding it difficult to complete the production targets on time. The company immediately took cognizance of the feedback, and they asked the HR department to analyze the situation and the patterns of absenteeism in the different subsets of the workers and give its recommendation. So they said, yeah, looks like a people issue here. Please check into it. Please drill down into it. Please understand. Give me different patterns of absenteeism that are there. Who are absenting themselves? Who are not? In whom the absenteeism patterns are higher? And basis that, come up with a recommendation. So this is the scenario, and this is where the HR department was called. Now, traditionally, HR would have just called some people, taken some feedback, and then would have reported that this is the problem and these are the recommendations, right? Not anymore. So the HR department, what did they do? So they said, fine, we'll go about and collect proper data, subject it to analysis, and then understand what is the problem. So what they did was, first of all, they checked the very claim of the supervisor, the foreman. The foreman said, I am facing a lot of absenteeism. So they said, let us check whether this claim itself is correct or not. So they checked what was the average absenteeism rate in other units. See, there is going to be absenteeism. People have work, people have emergencies, people have contingencies. So certain amount of absenteeism rate is always there. But when this becomes unusually high, there is a problem. And absenteeism is a very key indicator, very pertinent indicator that something is wrong in the organization. In fact, it is a leading indicator for turnover. If you find people absenting themselves a lot, something is wrong, and this will eventually get converted into them leading the organization. So absenteeism is a very pertinent leading indicator of turnover. So they found out what is the absenteeism rate, the average absenteeism rate in the other units. It was found to be 1.5%. Right? Some of the other details they collected was the number of workers in this electrical unit were 108, out of which 74 were male workers and 34 were female workers. Details on the use of company transport. How did people, commute to work? Why are they absenting themselves? Is there a problem? Because this company was situated in the SEZ area, which was almost 35 to 40 kilometers from the city. So people had an uphill task commuting. So that could also be one of the, are they facing problems in commuting? That is why, is that one of the reasons why absenteeism is higher, right? So HR department put all of this data together. They also, collected other demographics was the absenteeism planned or unplanned? So if people have emergencies and contingencies, they will say, okay, fine, on so and so day, I'm not coming. They would inform the foreman. Foreman would have, time enough to get hold of some other manpower. They would go and get casual workers or daily wages workers, so the work doesn't suffer. So is it that the absenteeism was informed or uninformed? So the HR went about collecting, all of this data. And I will just show you the data set here. And so I'm switching to the SPSS file here. Can somebody please confirm? Can you see my SPSS file?
No, ma'am, yet.
No, madam. No, ma'am.
Okay. So I guess I need to stop sharing my PPT, is it?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, you have to share the screen. Otherwise, you have shared only the PPT. That's why that is not showing.
Okay, so I'm stop sharing the
the
PPT file here. I go back to Google. I go to share. I say entire screen, right? Okay. So I click on the screen. I say share. And now I will go to my SPSS file. Okay, is it visible now?
Yes, madam.
Okay, right. So if you see here, this is the data that was, collected. And as I said, I've just taken a part of the project. So employee code is there. How many days were they absent? What is the annual absenteeism rate? And I'll just tell you the metric that I've used for calculating the annual absenteeism rate. Was the the absenteeism approved? Prior approval was taken or not? The gender, of course, coded in terms of 1 and 2, 1 being male, 2 being female. The attendance approved or unapproved, again coded as 1 and 2. The marital status, again coded as 1 and 2, 1 being married, 2 being unmarried. Company transport, was this person using company transport or was using personal transport or even local transport, local buses or local taxis or whatever. So this data was collected, and first of all, we wanted to check the claim whether the absenteeism in the electrical unit was higher as compared to other units, because that will help us to decide whether the problem was absenteeism or something else, whether the foreman was right in his claim. So we go to analyze, we go to compare means, we go to one sample t-test. And in the one sample t-test, we take the annual as the test variable, test value. So the absenteeism rate in all other units of green brilliance was found to be 1.5%. So here we are trying to check whether the absenteeism rate in the electrical unit was significantly different, not different. So as simple as that, we say, okay. So here, what do we see? We see the mean is 2.8. We go to the one sample t-test down here, and we find the t-test is significant. So we reject the H0, and we conclude that yes, the absenteeism rate in the electrical unit, the unit under consideration, was statistically different than the absenteeism rate in the other units. Therefore, there is some substance. Yes, there is something, some problem, some issue related to the absenteeism rate. We go back to the first table, we see what is the mean. The mean is 2.8. And it is quite high when you compare to 1.5, which was prevailing in the other divisions or other units of the same organization. Further to this, the HR department also had to identify patterns, because that is what the management had told them. So they said, let us see whether there is any difference in terms of gender. So you go to compare means. This time you go to independent samples t-test. You go to annual absenteeism rate, and here you're going to take gender. Cost defined as 1 and 2. And you say continue. You say okay, fine. So here again you get the results of your independent samples t-test, which is nothing, which again tries to tell you, is there a significant difference? Is there a statistically significant difference in the mean of absenteeism of the two groups? The two groups here being male employees and female employees, right? So here you see 1 which was for male and 2 which was for female. You have the mean as 2.27 for males and 3.98. And by looking at it, yes, we can say the females are showing higher absenteeism, but let us not just go by a superficial observation. Let us see, is this statistically significant? So for that, you have your t-test again here. So first is your Levine's t-test, which tells you whether equal variances are assumed or not assumed. So your Levine's test is insignificant here, and therefore we fail to reject H0. We accept H0 as it is, that means equal variance is assumed. We go forward, we look at the significance of the t-test here. It is significant, which means there is a significant difference in the absenteeism rates of males and females are showing considerably higher absenteeism rate. We go to analyze again, and we try to find out, is it that people who are not using the company transport, facing problems in reaching the premises? Is it that there is some difference in the people who are using the company transport and otherwise? So again, we go to independent samples t-test here. Now this time, instead of gender, we are going to make use of company transport as the grouping variable. We define the groups 1 and 2, the same thing. We say continue, we say okay. Let's see. Now here, again, we see that 1 and 2. So those who are using the company transport have a smaller absenteeism rate, 2.15, whereas those who are not using the company transport for XYZ reason, okay, they have a higher absenteeism rate. If you look at the table down there, Levine's test for equality is achieved. So we go for equal variances. The t-test is again significant. So yes, there is a difference, a statistically significant difference in those who are using the company transport and those who are not using the company transport. Third, we would want to see, are there differences with respect to the marital status of the employees? Is it that there is any pattern to it? So we take the grouping variable this time as the marital status. Now here, if we go down here, we see the Levine's test is not fulfilled. So we go and check the bottom row, that is equal variance is not assumed. As we move forward, we see that the t-test is also not significant, 0.964 greater than alpha 0.05. So it is not significant here. So we conclude there is no significant difference with respect to married or unmarried. So marital status is having no impact on the absenteeism rates. Then they wanted to find out, is it that people are absenting themselves for genuine reasons, they are informing, or is it just, a very on-the-go kind of decision? So is the foreman actually facing problems in the workforce planning, in scheduling the work? So next we check the same thing with approved and unapproved attendance. So that becomes your grouping variable. And down here, you have the same results here. Levine's test this time is fulfilled. You get an insignificant, so you accept the H0, you go for equal variances assumed. The t-test is insignificant here. So again, we know we can conclude that the absenteeism, which was unapproved, that is given by 2, unapproved absenteeism, the mean is 3.36, whereas the people who were absenting themselves but with prior intimation, prior information, the mean of this was only 1.34. So going back, basis this simple assessment. Now please confirm to me, can you see my PPT?
Yes, madam, we can see.
Yes, madam.
Right. So the metrics that we have used here, how do we calculate the absenteeism rate for the 108 workers? See, annual absenteeism rate, the metric that I've used here is number of absence days during the year divided by the number of available working days during the year, right? So how do we do that? So available working days were 365, of course. Weekend days, so if you divide 365 by 7, you will roughly get 52.1 something. So 52 weeks. So, and it's a 5-day working. So 104 days is the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, when there is no work. Public holidays that were allowed to people were 12. Voluntary permissible day offs were 21. So total available work days were 228, right? So when you divide the number of absence days, the people who were absent for 5 days, 6 days, whatever, divided by 228 gave their annual absenteeism rate. Also, the other metric which was used to get a sense whether people were regular in their work or not. So another metric which was deemed useful was ZAR, that is zero absence rate. Zero absence rate is number of workers with zero absenteeism divided by total number of workers. So is it that, a significant number of workers are there who are sincere, who are having zero absenteeism? They're there regular. So that would have also conveyed some sentiment about the people in general, given us some indications about their motivation and engagement levels. Some indication, of course, not a very direct one, but some sense could have been arrived at. So when we calculated ZAR, it just came out to be 1.85%, which means that absenteeism or presentism, the opposite of absenteeism, was very, very low in this particular unit, just being about 1.85%. Now, based on this, the recommendations that the HR department made was they gave the patterns of absenteeism. So they told the management female employees had family responsibilities. Now, further to this, then you can go in for focus interviews. Now your data is saying that female employees are absenting themselves more. Do focus interviews with these people and understand why, what is the reason, right? Let's not, just assume on the face of it that female employees are absenting themselves more. Now we have data which establishes that. So they, on doing focus interviews with the female employees, then recommended to the management that these female employees are having family responsibilities like taking care of children at home. And they said, why don't we start a creche on the factory premises? Once you do that, the absenteeism is definitely going to come down. So that's one recommendation which they have made. But please understand, this recommendation was not based on opinion, or what was not just based on qualitative analysis, but data was there, followed by focus interviews, which, so there was a sound basis for making this recommendation. It was also recommended to expand the transport pickup and drop points, because again, it was realized why people who were not using the company transport, they were getting late. So they said that, the company has got very limited pickup and drop points. So our home itself, from that pickup, the nearest pickup point is very far away. So, it's not possible for us to avail the company transport. And when we try to take the local transport, either we get very late, because of which, our half day attendance goes, or we are not able to, summon up or bear the expenses also of using, multiple connections to reach this factory, which was, located almost 35 to 40 kilometers away from the city. So it was recommended that the company expand the transport pickup and drop points and to increase the number of buses so that less employees will be missing work due to transport issues. And since the unit was exhibiting high level of unapproved and uninformed absenteeism, the supervisor was called. And it was sensed that there is this connect was not there. Probably the supervision was not very good. The people were not feeling as a team, and the supervisor was counseled that you need to motivate the workers to be regular at work, create higher levels of work engagement, develop a sense of ownership, and you need to highlight the workers' contribution in helping the company maintain its market leadership position. So this was told to the foreman. Further to this, understanding that absenteeism was playing a key part now, because this particular unit was falling behind the schedule, the production schedule, and because of the sequential interdependence that was there, other units were also falling behind. So they couldn't take this matter lightly. So they said, we are going to redraft our absenteeism policy. And some of the salient features which I've put here was that were included in the absenteeism policy are, they said we are going to come up with a point system which is going to track absenteeism, right? So they came up with a scheme where they said each absence you will be earning 1 penalty point, right? And this was single day absence, not considering continuing absence. So one day you are absent, you earn 1 penalty point. If you are late in reporting or if you are leaving early, you earn half penalty point, right? And if you do not show for work, and if you have not pre-informed the supervisor, the foreman, you earn 2 penalty points. So they came up with this scheme, and the penalty points were to be assessed every quarter. So they said, we are not going to wait, every quarter we are going to assess what is the number of penalty points that you have got, against you. And they also said presentism should be rewarded. So if we are discouraging something, the opposite behavior should be encouraged. There has to be a positive reinforcement also. So they said that people who have employees who have 0 penalty points, that means they have not done any of these, will be entitled to a day off with pay. That's the rewards also that they are coming using, negative reinforcement as well as positive reinforcement. The penalty point register was to be reset at the beginning of the year. So every year you start with a fresh, clean slate. You don't carry the baggage. The whatever is the outcome is meted out to you in that cycle, and then you start afresh so that there is room for improvement. And they came up with a progressive disciplinary action policy. So it's not, you are giving warnings. It's not that straight away an extreme action would be taken, but the action would be progressive. So if an employee earns a certain amount of points, they receive a warning. Okay, so 8 points, if you have got 8 penalty points, you will get a verbal warning. The foreman will call you and warn you verbally. But if this increases to 10 penalty points, you will get a written memo. So in written, it's told to you. If you get 12 points, 3-day suspension. 16 points, you are terminated. That's the extreme, step that would be taken. So this entire, this simple case of tackling the problem of absenteeism, which was having or which would have had very severe repercussions on the leadership position or on the competitive advantage of the organization, was tackled this way by the HR department. And this objective system places the accountability and responsibility for attendance on the shoulder of the employee where it should be. So you are working for us, you are responsible to be present. So this kind of a system, transparent system, logical system, places the accountability and responsibility of being present for work on the shop floor, on the employee. So this is what this particular thing was there. So I think I've just finished in time. Maybe I'll take a few questions here. Yeah, so any questions? I'm ready for that.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. I was just wondering why, in the final demonstration that you have shown, why the repercussion is sudden. If the absenteeism was persisting from last 1 year, why the repercussions shown suddenly and the output reduces?
Yeah. So repercussions were not, they did not come about suddenly. It was, see, the trigger was when this electrical unit, their schedules started falling behind. And see, even that was not a big problem. But what happened was all the, the other units which were dependent on this, their schedules also started falling behind. So when it started impacting the delivery of the company, that is when, the top management, took cognizance of the fact. And then they said, okay, looks like a problem. They called the foreman who said, there's this problem of absenteeism. So that's where the company felt this is a people related issue, not related to production. It's not a production related issue. It's not an inventory related issue, but it's person related issue. And that's where they called in the HR and said, you try and analyze this problem and come up with, data-based recommendations. So it didn't happen suddenly.
Hello.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm working on one research project that is creating alignment cross-functionally to attain organizational objectives. So, ma'am, I just want to know what can be my metrics regarding to this topic.
All right. So First of all, if you're talking about, there are various aspects related to the problem that you said. You're basically working on cross-functional alignment, right? So you can divide your research into two parts. One is in terms of the technical competencies that are required. So they should be complementary, right?
Okay.
And second is the softer part, the people side of it. So here is wherein aspects like teamwork. So how comfortable are they working with people across their department? How clear is their understanding of their role? So role ambiguity or role clarity could be another aspect that you can be looking into. So I would suggest, what I can suggest is that divide your work into two aspects. One is what are the technical things required and how they can be complemented when you, let's say, go to the finance department or go to the production department. And second is on the behavioral front, what kind of competencies are required to work together as a team?
Thank you so much, madam.
And further to that, I would just recommend on the statistical part, you can actually make use of an exploratory factor analysis here. You can by reading literature or by doing a pilot study, you can identify these various facets, develop a questionnaire, administer it, and from there, you would be actually able to pick out these competencies or these aspects on which you want to make the study. I just give you two offhand, but that's how you can do an EFA, you can do a CFA, and then you have those factors ready, wherein you can further collect data onto that and then go ahead with that.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Ma'am, hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your session was very interesting and very informative. I don't have any doubts, but the session has encouraged me to look for HR analytics as a career. So maybe we can connect with you on a personal level to get the inputs as to how we can go in this field, because I am a HR faculty.
Lovely.
This is something which is an upcoming field and very interesting. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Would love to connect with you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
So I think, madam, a wonderful session from your side. I attended the full session. I mean, just 2 or 3 minutes I was outside, but otherwise I sat for the entire session. It was a very nice, engrossing session. Again, we'll have your session, I think tomorrow or day after tomorrow we have got.
Yes, I have a day after tomorrow where probably I'll try to, keep that more application oriented. And I would also want to touch upon qualitative analysis. Some of the papers which I've published are with respect to the qualitative analysis. So I would want to give a flavor of that as well.
Okay, so looking forward for that session, madam.
Thank you,
so faculty members, thanks for your cooperation and for listening carefully and putting the questions at the end. So again, madam, thank you. Pranjal sir, you want to say anything, or should we break for lunch?
Yes, I think we should break for a lunch. And thank you very much, Dr. Archana. It was really a wonderful session. I mean, I was also there, I was listening. And since I am from analytics background, so I was just understanding all the functional areas and how technology is actually playing miracles in all these areas. So HR is one area wherein, once upon a time, I used to read one quote, which was very famous. Your actions speak, more louder than words, or your actions speak more than your words. So it is just like that. So we are trying to catch and interpret the actions of people and try to interpret out of that what they are thinking. It is just rather than explicitly, being vocal about something. So just catch the actions, try to translate them into a kind of interpretation, and then this is what the decision is happening these days. Big data analytics is really amusing. I mean, it's really a miracle that way. So thank you very much. It was really a nice session. And we are looking forward. I think day after tomorrow, we are again meeting for another session.
Yes, Thursday. Yes, I have another session.
Yes. So thank you from me as the co-coordinator of this entire event. And now for the participants, there is an important announcement that I have shared two zip files, I mean RAR files on your WhatsApp group and in the classroom as well. So these two RAR files basically are, the data sets and one software installation instructions for tomorrow's session, the morning session. So you all are requested to download it, unfold those RAR files and install that software in your laptops. So I have deliberately made that thing available on your WhatsApp group also, so that you can at least have a look. Otherwise, I have already shared in your classroom that many of you now have joined the classroom. So you can directly download in your laptops and install the software as per the instructions given over there. So tomorrow's session is going to be so that even the professor who is going to demonstrate and giving you the hands-on, he will also be very much easy working with you over there. So this is my request to you all. Just see and do it before tomorrow's session is on. Okay, and if any assistance or any kind of guidance you require, so I'm always there. You can call me even, not a problem. Yes. Now, sir, we can observe break now. Yes, Brajesh.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you, sir, ma'am.
We will assemble at 2:30 for the session.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. So, welcome back, all participants. This is the post-lunch session, and we all know that post-lunch sessions are a little heavier than pre-lunch sessions. But I know, I'm very much sure that with that interactive sessions and this sessions, probably these two guests will make it very enjoying and very interactive, so that you will not fall asleep. You will not even have a feeling of sleeping all the way. So we have two guests for this session, Professor Gaurav Shetty and Professor Aarti Patki. So let me introduce both of them to the assembly first. So Professor Gaurav Shetty is self-motivated and diligent individual with good understanding of financial markets, with more than 5 years of work experience across multinational companies. His experience includes credit risk, financial modeling, and valuation and financial analysis. He has worked with various institutes, to name few: Narsi Monji Institute of Management Studies, Thakur Institute of Management Studies and Research. He even worked with various organizations like Citigroup Services, Creative Minds, Accenture, Euro Asia Consulting Private Limited, and Advanced Technologies. Our next guest is Professor Aarti Patki. So Aarti Patki is currently working as an assistant professor in the area of finance and accounts. Her teaching area and domain expertise is direct and indirect tax, financial management, advanced financial management, financial accounting, corporate finance, financial planning, and wealth management. She has got almost 10 years of corporate experience, which includes banking, corporates, and chartered accountancy firms. With these words, I will invite both of you for this session. Over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a kind introduction. I mean, that's a pleasure to be here. I mean, as you rightly mentioned, yeah. So as you rightly mentioned, I've been going through the session since the morning, from Bridges' marketing session to the HR analytics session, and it's been such a wonderful session that I would like to have a value add as part of the financial analytics session as well. So myself and my colleague Aarti ma'am, CA Aarti Patki ma'am, would be starting with the financial analytics session. Now, as part of today's session, we'll be using more of Excel, while in our next session, that is on 21st, we'll be using advanced financial analytics tools such as Stata for panel data as such. So today we'll be focusing on Excel aspects, while in the forward sessions, we'll be using Stata and other things. In today's session, we'll be touching upon forecasting and other data analysis. So just to start ahead with the session, as Pranjal sir, you rightly mentioned, I mean, this is a post-lunch session, and I mean, most of the people might be feeling asleep. So what I have done is, I mean, or what I have planned is, I plan to wake them up. And how I'm planning to wake them up, I am going to make them work simultaneously alongside with me. So as most people say, I mean, you learn by doing more than, I mean, whatever you can see. So we'll be learning this session as an experiential learning. So I request the participants to solve the Excel sheets that might have been mailed to you or put out on Google Classroom, to download those two Excel sheets and solve alongside with me. Pranjal sir, Bridges sir, have those Excel sheets been shared?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very much. They have already been shared in Google Classroom, as well as they have been shared on their WhatsApp group as well. And they were pre-informed that you have to download it and keep it ready with them.
Oh, that's so nice of you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, yeah, sir, I mean, initially, can you please help me if you are able to view my screen, sir?
Yes, sir. It's coming. Yeah, it's now visible.
It's entirely visible, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So to start off with the session, we are going to use, I mean, few of the Excel tools, which is with respect to data analytics, and I mean, few basic functions. Then slowly and gradually we'll move forward with respect to forecasting for the share prices or whatever, I mean, financial numbers we need. So to start off the session, I request everyone or all the participants to open up the FDP V1 sheet. Okay. I'll wait for around 30 seconds, and I request the participants to open FDP version 1 sheet, and then we'll start alongside with respect to discussing this case and moving with respect to solving this case. So requesting all the participants to open up the FDP version 1 sheet, and all of you would be solving this case alongside with me. So I hope by now everyone or most of you might have opened this Excel sheet and
Professors kindly, yeah, sorry to interrupt you, sir. Professors kindly respond on chat box whether you have downloaded or not.
Yeah, I have downloaded.
Okay, are you able to open the Excel sheet, and can you open the FDP version?
Yeah. I have FDP
version
1, V1. Okay, that I could open. Yeah.
As of now, requesting the professors and the fellow faculties, good afternoon, and requesting you to kindly open the version 1 sheet, and then, I mean, in a brief, I will start discussing the case and start solving the same.
Gaurav, I would request you to increase a font size a little bit because it is not that way visible.
Surely, sir. Is it much clear now?
Yes, sir, comparatively better. Here we can see it now.
Okay. I believe everyone might have probably opened the case study, and I'll just start reading the case aloud, and then we'll start discussing with respect to the case, and then we'll move towards the solution or modeling of this case. So there's a person, Mr. Y, who sells Sizzler chocolates and at a price of ₹15 per piece. Now there's a person, Mr. Y, who's selling chocolates at the price of ₹15 per piece. He has sold around 125 pieces, and his input purchase cost is ₹5 per piece. The tax rate is given to be around 33.99%. Now this is the information that is only given to us. Now what we are required to do as part of this case is we need to calculate revenue, profit after tax. If he estimates that over the next 7 days, I mean, if he is estimating or assuming that over the next 7 days, he'll be able to sell 160, 180, 200, 220, and so on units of Sizzlers per day. Similarly, we need to calculate only the profit after tax if he wants to know what would happen over the next 7 days if the selling prices also changes. In the first case, only units were changing. In the second case, what would happen to the profit after tax if the selling prices changes from ₹15 to 15, 16, or becomes 15, 16, or 17 per unit. So what would be that impact? Requesting participants to kindly put themselves on mute. Yeah, thank you so much. Then finally, we need to calculate revenue, profit before tax, and profit after tax under optimistic scenario and under pessimistic scenario. I mean, usually in equity, valuation, or all such, we always have certain scenarios where either we consider a optimistic scenario where everything good happens or everything bad happens. So under optimistic scenario, he's expecting to sell 150 units, 70 per unit, and at a cost of rupees 3 per unit. While under a pessimistic scenario, he's expecting that he'll only be able to sell 80 units at a selling price of 15 per unit, and a cost will be higher at rupees 10 per unit. So this is the third part of the case that we need to solve. And finally, the last two aspects: how much should he, if he's targeting a profit after tax of rupees 2,500, how much units should he sell? And similarly, how much should he keep the selling price to be if he is targeting a profit after tax of rupees 2,500? So I believe everyone has read through the case study, and we'll obviously further discuss this case as we move further. But yeah, we'll start with the solving of the case. So requesting everyone to open a new sheet. I believe everyone click on the plus sign, you will be able to open a new sheet. Now, what I request you to do is copy this question and paste it in the new sheet. The reason I request you to do is it becomes easier whenever we are planning to model or try to answer the questions that we are focusing upon. So I'll start. So what are the inputs given? I start with the inputs with respect to what are inputs we have, details we have with respect to the information that is given. So we know that the selling price, I believe I'll increase the font size a bit so that everyone is able to view. So participants, can you tell me what is the number of units he is currently selling or currently sold? What is the number of units he has sold today?
125.
125. Great. What is the selling price per unit?
15.
Selling price per unit is 15. And what for the cost price? Is cost price given?
5.
Yeah. Cost price is given to be 5 rupees per unit. Is the tax rate given as well?
33.99.
Yeah, 33.99%. Now, if you want to calculate, basically for single day, can we calculate the revenues? Can you calculate the revenues? How do we calculate the revenues?
Yes, it is very easy.
125 number of units into selling price, right?
Yeah.
Similarly, can we calculate?
Minus.
Yeah. Can we calculate the total cost as well?
Total cost as well, including tax, you can easily calculate.
Yeah. Total cost will be number of units into cost price per unit. 125 into 5. Now, can we calculate profit before tax? It's simply the subtraction of revenue and total cost, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's been quite easy till this point. Now we can we get taxes? It will be 33.9% multiply of profit before tax, right? 33.99% of my profit before tax would be my tax amount, right?
So you have calculated the tax separately.
Yeah, tax separately. And now can I calculate the profit after tax? It's simply the subtraction between profit before tax and my tax amount. Right? Are you able to get these answers?
Yeah. So tax came 33.9%, 99%.
33.99% multiplied by my profit before tax.
Oh, tax is on profit.
Yeah, tax is always on profit.
So there will be on subtraction. No? Okay.
Is the font size visible? I believe. I hope so. So any questions? So whenever you're making a model kind of a thing, or you are doing data analytics as such with respect to financial aspects, I'll always request that you make a separate input sheet. An input sheet is a sheet where you manually put majority of the numbers, and whenever you change these numbers, these should be reflected in your model or even on your output sheet. So this is basically the input sheet that we have designed, and we'll use these input sheets as well as some Excel methodologies to answer the the above questions. Is everyone able to follow up till this point? Shall we move further?
Yes, sir.
So we'll try. I'll just try answering the first question. And what is the first question? The first question asks me, we need to calculate profit after tax. I'll just merge the cells. I just copy the first question and yeah, we'll then move further. First question is, we need to calculate profit after revenue and profit after tax. If he estimates over the next 7 days, he will be able to sell these many units. If he estimates, I'll just merge cells. Okay. Just a second. So first question is, we need to calculate revenue and profit after tax if he estimates. If he estimates that over the next 7 days, he will be able to sell 160, 180, 200, 220, 240, 250 and 300 units. Now, this is day 0. Today, how many units? Okay, I'll just place the font size. Increase the font size. Yeah, I believe everyone is able to view. So, today, how many units has he sold? Today, how many units has he sold?
125.
125. Now, what do we want to calculate? If on the next day, how many units does he sell? 160, right?
160.
On the second day, how many units does he sell? 180.
Yeah.
On the third day, if we expect him to sell, he expects himself to sell around 200. On the fourth day, he expects himself to sell around 220. On the fifth day, he expects himself to sell 240. 240. On the sixth day, he expects himself to sell around 250. And on the seventh day, he expects himself to sell around 300 units, right? Now, what do we have to calculate? If he sells these many units, what will be his revenue? What will be his revenue? And what will be his profit after tax, right? These two things we wish to know. कि अगर अभी तो हम लोग को पता है, if he sells 125 units, we know what is his revenue and what is his PAT. But what if he sells 160 units? This is basically what if question. What if he sells 160 units? What will be his revenue? What will be his PAT? What if he sells 180 units? What will be his revenue? What will be his PAT? So my first question is, do we know for 125 number of units, do we know this answer for my basic 125 units? What is the revenue and what is the PAT? Do we know answer for this? At 125 units.
Already calculated.
Yeah, we have already calculated. Now it's very important. See, it's very important to link up the cells here. For 125 units, we have calculated revenue as 1875. So I'm just linking up the cell 1875. For 125 units, I have calculated the PAT as 825. It's very important we do not hard punch these numbers. We just link up the cells. Even the 125 units, which earlier I had hard punch, is very important to link up the cells from the input sheet. Whenever I'm preparing a model, or whenever I'm using a model for data analytics as such, it's very important I do not hard punch the cells highlighted in yellow. I do not hard punch these numbers. Now, why is this important? Because using this only, I'll be able to tell Excel ki 125 units, whenever there is 125 units, this was the way revenues was calculated. And this was the way the profit after tax was calculated. So this is how I command Excel to calculate for the remaining. Now, what will I do? Everyone follow up till this point? Any questions till this point?
No.
You are able to link up the cells, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So now what I'll do, now always my question was what if, right? What if my number of units is 160 on day one? What will be revenue? What will be my PAT? I go to data. I go to data tab. Okay. I go to my data tab within my Excel. Now my question was what if? So I will use what if analysis. Is that fine?
What if?
What if analysis. I go to data tab, and within what if analysis, I click on what if analysis. There will be a drop down. There will be drop down showing three options: scenario manager, goal seek, and data table. Right? Everyone's able to view.
No, I am not finding that. In the data table,
Yeah.
there is the data tools are there. What if analysis?
Yeah.
In that
What if
scenario
analysis.
manager, goal seek, and data table. Okay.
Yeah. So use the click on the data table part.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Now you must have received this kind of a small prompt, right? Data table,
Yeah.
row input cell and column
Yeah.
input cell, right?
Yeah.
Now, can you tell me what are we are we changing things within the rows or within the columns? This number of what is getting changed here? Number of units, or are we changing number of units across
columns?
the
We are changing columns.
yeah, number. So
there is changing columns.
Yes, perfectly right. So there is no change in the row input cell because we are changing nothing across rows. We are changing things across columns. Now, what are we changing across columns? What are we changing across columns? Number of units, right?
Units.
Number of units is getting changed across the J column. If you see number of units, so where will we? So click on. There's a small blue colored kind of an icon. Click there. You need to input a row in column input cell. What is the column input cell? Your number of units. Now, where will you link this from? The number of units will come always from your input sheet. We designed this entire thing. We designed this entire thing using, we use this entire thing for, we created the input cell. We created input sheet or input cells for linking this. So link up column input cell.
Which are the entire sheet? No.
Sorry.
There in the data column,
yes,
only
sir.
the column will be the input, na?
Yeah, only we'll select only the column input cell.
That
See,
is 8.
column input cell. That should be from your input sheet. What is the column input cell? Number of units, right?
Yeah.
So number of units. Where did you input number of units? In your input sheet. Do not select from here. Do not select from the model. Select from the input sheet.
Okay.
Click OK.
Okay.
Are you able to get the answers automatically?
So could you repeat this step, please?
Sure.
Not valid.
Because we were trying on the other sheet.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just delete and I'll just repeat. Okay.
It is telling that not valid.
Okay. I'll just help you. Give me a moment, sir. So have you linked up these three things? The yellow colored cell?
Yes, that is done. Yeah.
Just check these three things are linked. Okay. Is this
which?
Yeah. All these
data table. Okay.
Yeah. All these three cells should be linked. Now.
These two cells are linked. Yeah.
Yeah. All three. 125 should as well should be linked.
Yeah. All three are linked.
Okay. Now select the entire part wherever you want to get things automatically calculated. Select that entire part.
I have to select the entire part. Okay.
Yeah. Go to what if analysis.
Okay, that is that will be selected in the input column.
Sorry,
That the selection will be in the column.
Column, right.
Okay.
Go to data table, go to what if analysis, go to data tab within your Excel, go to what if analysis, go to data table. Now there are two prompts, row input cell and column input cell. Now select column input cell from the input sheet, number of units. Okay.
Acha, only number of units. Okay, nothing else.
Nothing
else. Okay.
I'll explain why we did this entire exercise.
Then what will be the input cell?
Row input cell, you shouldn't put anything because we aren't changing anything across the rows.
Acha. In the column, I have given only the $C2, $24. Okay.
Yeah. Whatever is your number of units, wherever you have inputted. Okay. Then click OK. Things will automatically get populated. Are you able to get it?
No, selection is not valid.
Okay. No worries, sir. I mean, it happens. I'll just stop sharing my screen. Can you share your screen? I'll help you with that.
Okay. I am sharing my screen.
I'm waiting.
First you have to
stop presenting. Yeah.
Stop
presenting. Yeah.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Okay. So can you just check on, just show 120? Yeah. Okay. Can you show 125 units? That is fine. Yeah. And can you show? Show if they are linked. Left hand side linked. Yeah, sir. This number should have been linked. This number of equals to the enter. Now select that entire thing. Select all the three things together, not from the label names. Select from the data. No. No. You are selecting that cell now. So select from 125. No, a cell below, sir. Yeah. From there, cell down. No, from above. One above, 125 say. One above, one cell above, sir. Yeah. Now select right side as well. Select right side as well, sir. Not only there.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir. So go to what if analysis, sir.
Okay. That selection was not done actually.
Yeah. Column cell. Yeah. Link up 125. Click OK. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
No worries, sir. Okay. So I'll again share. Yeah. Others, are you able to get it, or you want me to repeat anywhere?
Got it, sir.
Got it?
Yes.
So it's very important. Now, why I'll tell you, how did Excel calculate these numbers automatically? Can anybody guess, or I mean, have a brief idea? How could Excel get to know or calculate these cells automatically? The blue colored cells, I would say. How could Excel do these operations?
See, as we have already linked the revenue and profit after tax, so it will automatically take the formula behind calculation of revenue and profit after tax and get us the answer.
Right. So it was very important. That's precisely the right answer. It's very important that you link up all these three cells. Without linking these three cells, number of units, the revenues, and the profit after tax, you couldn't tell Excel that what you want to calculate. So it's very important that you link the number of units from the input sheet, the revenues from the input sheet, and the profit after tax from the input sheet, and then select the entire cell, entire part. I'll just lighten the color so it becomes much more easier. I'll delete these things and I'll lighten the color so it becomes much easier for everyone to view. Yeah. So then you select the entire part where you want things to get auto-populated. I want to change number of units and it should automatically calculate revenue and profit after tax. So you select those entire selection. That becomes very important, where I mean Excel gets to know कि कहाँ पे क्या calculate करना है. So first row should always be auto calculated, and the remaining things you tell Excel by linking up the above that this is how you have to do it. Go to data table, row input cell, because nothing is changing across rows, only things are changing across columns. I link the number of units, click on OK, things get auto-populated. This is how you get data for revenue and profit after tax when unit says 160, 180, 200 or whatever. So this thing is important. Any questions here? I mean, any part you are not quite clear with?
No, sir. Right now it is clear.
So shall we move further?
Yes.
Okay. Now going to the second question. What do we need to calculate? Calculate. What do we have to calculate?
Rates changes. Rates changes.
Yeah. So in the first part, what things changed? How many things changed? In the first question, how many?
50.
Yeah. In the first question, only the number of units changed, right?
Yeah.
I believe this is visible. In the first case, only the number of units change. But in the second case, now we are not only playing with the number of units. There could be like, this is a VUCA world where, I mean, we do not know, number of units can be also be changing, as well as the selling price can also change, right?
Yeah.
So we'll vary two things and check for the output. What is the output we are looking for?
Revenue and PAT.
Now, here we are only looking for profit after tax. We are not looking for revenues. We'll be only looking for profit after tax. Is that fine?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'll increase the font size a bit. Yeah. So again, day 0. Okay. So I'm changing here now two things. One is the number of units, as well as second is the selling price. Okay. I'll calculate. What is the number of units on the day 0? Today?
125.
125. On the first day? The first day, 160. I'm expecting. On the second day, it's 180. There's an increment of 20 every day. Third day, he's expecting 200. Fourth day, he's expecting 220. Fifth day, he's expecting 240. Sixth day, 250. And seventh day, he's expecting to sell 300 units. Right?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Now, are we changing only these things? What are we changing? One more thing.
CP, cost price. Cost price.
Selling price. No, sir.
Selling price. SP.
Yeah. Selling price. So, if the selling price is 15, then what would be my profit after tax? If the selling price is 16, what will be my profit after tax? If the selling price is 17, then what will be my profit after tax, right?
Yeah.
Is this point clear? We are calculating. What are we trying to calculate? My profit after tax. My selling price is 15 or 16 or 17, as well as if the number of units, both things changes. My number of units, my kitna main beechta hu saman, number of units change, as well as my selling price also varies, right?
Yeah.
Right, sir? Now,
right.
Yeah. So do we know if the selling price is 15 and the number of units is 820, number of units is 125, what is the profit? Have we calculated that?
PAT.
Yeah.
825. That you can link.
Yeah. Now it's a bit different. Now we can link. We have calculated if the selling price is 15 and the number of units is 125. We have calculated PAT, right? We have calculated PAT and we have got it as 825. Now, where do you link it? It's very important whenever you use a data table where there are two things that are changing. One is number of units, as well as the second thing is my selling price. This is two variable data table. You need to link whatever you want Excel to calculate on the top leftmost cell of the selection. So the top leftmost cell, this would be my selection. My top leftmost cell would be this part, the one highlighted in, I would say, orange. I believe it's not getting colored. So yeah, so the top leftmost cell, I need to link my Excel on my top leftmost cell. So I need to link my 825. This is the part I had calculated, and I need to link here. Can you try doing that? Can you try doing that? Link on the top
Yes.
leftmost cell. I highlighted in orange. Yeah. Link on the top leftmost cell. Is that fine?
Is that okay? Okay.
You need to link this cell. This linkage of this cell is very extremely important. The top leftmost cell needs to be linked. Is that fine, sir?
It is okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, what will be your selection? This entire
Yes,
part.
yes, yes.
We are changing whatever things we are changing. My number of units as well as my selling price. This entire part will be my selection. What are we trying to look into? What if my units is 160 and selling price is different? What will be my pad? What if my selling number of units is 240 and selling prices or 15 or 16 or 17? What will be my pad? So I am trying to look into these aspects. So where will I go? I go to data. I go to what if analysis again. Right, sir?
Yeah.
Is everyone able to follow?
Yes, sir.
Go to data analysis. Go to what if analysis. Go to data table. Right? Now it's prompting two things again. Row input cell as well as column input cell.
Yeah.
Right? Are we changing anything across the row now?
Changing.
What are we changing across the row?
Selling price.
Selling price. Yeah. So we need to link selling price from the input sheet. It's very important. We link the selling price from the input sheet. Is that fine? Right?
Right.
Ring the selling price from the input sheet. Are we changing anything across the columns as well?
Units.
The number of units. So link the number of units. Link the number of units as well. Click on OK. Are you able to get it?
Yeah.
So what does this tell now? This tells if my agar my number of units is 240 and if my selling price is 15, what will be my profit after tax? If my number of units is 240 and selling price would have been 17, what will be my profit after tax?
Profit after tax.
So it helps us do a good amount of data analysis on a single click based on what if my selling price is something 15 or 16 or 17 or 18 or 19. You can play with whatever you want. You just need to increase the selection. Whatever you wish to input the selling price. Similarly, what if my number of units is 300, 400, 500? What will be my impact on PAT, right? Any questions here? Are you able to do, sir, ma'am, participants? Anyone stuck here? You could share your screen and I could help you. Are you guys able to follow till this point, sir? Kunal, sir?
Yes, sir. We got the.
Yes, sir. This time I could follow.
Everyone able to do it?
Yeah.
Right? Now, what is the difference between number 1 and number 2? Can anyone give it a try? Let me know. What was the difference between number 1 and number 2?
In number 1, there was only one independent variable. Now it is two independent variables.
Yeah, but
there are two.
Right, it's a good answer. In number 1, how many things were we changing? How many things were we changing? What was the
only unit?
Only units, right? But how many output could we see? What we could see
two output. Yeah.
We could see the impact on how many output? 2 output.
2 output.
We could see this is a typical example of one variable.
But sir, we could have seen more output.
Yes,
3, 4, whatever we want.
Yes, sir. Yeah. For a one variable data table, how many units you are changing? How many things you are changing? We can change only one thing. We are changing one thing, and we are seeing the impact on 2 or more than 2 output. Fine. In the 2 variable data table, here how many things are you changing at a time, sir?
Two.
Yeah, two variable data table. We are changing two things: selling price as well as number of units. But how many things in the output are you looking at?
One.
Only one output. So in a two variable data table, the only issue is you could see the impact on only one output. You can't see the impact of more than one output. Is this point clear? We are changing multiple things. We are changing selling price as well as number of units, but we are going to see the impact on only one output. While here we are changing only one thing, that was number of units, but we could see the impact across multiple outputs, right? Or two or more than two outputs. Is this point clear? Any questions here? Now, what to do if I wish to see? Now, let's go to my third question then. Let's go to my third question then. I mean, this is a VUCA world, as I mentioned, and I mean, it's not necessary only one or two things change. There could be changing more number of things. And how do I analyze that or get an understanding of that? I just increase the font size. Okay. Are you able to view the third question as well, sir?
Is it in different sheet or the same sheet?
Same sheet, sir.
Same sheet at the bottom.
Third question. Yeah. Third question. Are you able to view it, sir?
Yeah.
Now, if you can notice, how many things are we changing here? How many things are we changing? Can you read the question, sir?
Yeah. The number of units will change. Selling price will change. Cost price will change.
Okay. So in an optimistic, in an optimistic scenario, there are two scenarios. I mean, एक दिन अच्छा दिन जाता है, दूसरा दिन खराब दिन जाता है. We are considering two scenarios. Optimistic scenario, there is a change in number of units, right? There is change in number of units. I'll just increase the font size. Yeah, I'll do this is legible. Number of units is changing. In an optimistic scenario, it would be 150. What is changing further? My selling price, right, is changing to 70, and my cost price is changing to ₹3, right? Right?
Yeah.
And in a pessimistic scenario, let's look into the pessimistic scenario as well. Pessimistic scenario, number of units will be 80, right? Selling price 15 and cost price will be 10, right, sir?
Right.
So, and how many output I am seeing the impact on? Impact on what all things I am seeing on?
3 output.
3 output, right? So earlier we couldn't do this things with data analysis or data table kind of a format where we could see change in only one input or two inputs and impact on two output or like one output. Here we are changing how many inputs? 3 inputs.
3 input and 3 output.
Yeah, and we are seeing the impact on multiple. Yeah, I mean, it's not necessary 3. We can see more than that. And we are seeing the impact on 3 output. What are the 3 outputs? Revenue, profit before tax, and profit after tax, right? So multiple inputs and multiple outputs, right?
Yeah.
Is this point clear? So we are going to see what if we change multiple inputs, what will be the impact on multiple outputs. Is this point clear? So what will we use? So are there two scenarios कि ऐसा होगा, optimistic अच्छा कुछ होगा तो क्या होगा, and pessimistic like something bad happens, what will be the case, right? There are two scenarios, right?
Right.
Yeah. Now we go to data again. Okay. Hello. Yeah. We go to data. Yeah. We go to data. Click on what if analysis again. Okay.
Data. Then again what if analysis. We
Now
we have to select something.
Yeah, click on scenario manager. These are two scenarios, right? What optimistic as well as pessimistic. These are two scenarios, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So click on what if analysis, click on scenario manager. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Now it's
So
asking
what if
if there's a
analysis,
pop-up.
scenario manager.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's showing a pop-up, right?
Yeah.
Click on add. Okay.
Add.
Okay. Now it's asking if you have clicked on click on add. It's asking a scenario name. Right?
Scenario name, no? Yeah.
So name first scenario.
Add.
What is the no? What is the first scenario? It's an optimistic scenario.
Optimistic.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So name it as optimistic.
Achha.
Okay.
I have given sir just OP. So OPs will be sufficient.
Yeah, that is fine, sir. That is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I also name as OPT. Okay. Now, what cells are getting changed? What are my input cells that are getting changed in the optimistic scenario?
Changing cells.
What are the changing cells? Always put data from the input sheet. So what are things that are getting changed from the, in the optimistic scenario? What are things, what are our input variable? What are my input variable?
Number of units.
Number of units,
Then,
selling price and cost price, right?
number of units, 3.
Selling price. So where do we
can I give 3 input there?
Yeah, but how would you give it? Changing cells, number of units, you link from the input sheet. It's very important.
Achha, linking from input sheet.
Yes.
Then comma or something.
Yes,
yeah.
comma.
Then second one, SP.
Yeah, comma, selling price, comma.
CP. Okay.
Click on OK. Okay. Now what is the value that they have told in the optimistic scenario? Number of units, how much would it be in the optimistic scenario? If you read the question,
170.
150, right, sir? Number of units.
150, yeah.
So click C13, whichever cell we are selected. Number of units would be 150. My selling price.
But scenario value has come. That I shall give OK.
No, don't click on OK. First value, number of units. How much it would be in the optimistic scenario? It would be giving us 125. You need to input as 150.
150, okay.
Okay. Now, C24, 25 or C whatever your cell is on, selling price. Selling price number of, what is the selling price in the optimistic scenario, sir?
17.
17. So put there 17.
Yeah. 17. Okay. And then 3.
Then what is the cost price in the optimistic scenario? 3.
Oh, 3 rupees 3.
Rupees 3. Click on OK. Okay. Now don't click on anything. Click on add again. Okay. Once you have done this, click on add again. We need to create a pessimistic scenario.
Same, similar.
Right.
Okay.
Now, which cells are we changing? Number of units, selling price, and cost price. Click on OK. Now, what is the selling price? What is the number of units sold in a pessimistic scenario?
80.
Number of units, 80, right? It's written here.
80.
Selling price will remain the same, 15. What will be the cost price under a pessimistic scenario? 10, right? Click OK. Okay. Now, once you have done, link or created these two scenarios, okay? Click on summary. Okay.
Okay.
Now it's asking for result cells, right?
Yeah.
It's prompting for result cells. So which are my output cells? What are my output cells under this? Under this question, what were my output cells? What am I checking?
Revenue, that means your B29.
Yep.
For my case, it is B29.
Revenue, profit before tax, and
profit before tax and profit after tax.
Right?
Okay.
Right? These three cells are my result cells, which I want to look into कि ये चीजों का impact, optimistic and pessimistic scenario का impact revenue पे क्या आता है, profit before tax पे आता है, and profit after tax पे क्या आता है, right?
अच्छा.
Click on OK.
So these three cells I shall give. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Revenue, profit before tax, profit after
After
tax.
tax. Did you do that, sir?
Okay, okay.
Did you click on OK, sir?
একটু পরে ফোন করবো, আমি একটা ব্যস্ত আছি মিটিং এ। হ্যাঁ, ওকে। Hello, I have given.
Yeah.
So it has given some.
It would have created a new kind of Excel tab.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Scenario summary.
Yeah. So are you able to see under optimistic scenario what will be my revenues, what will be my profit before tax, what will be my profit after tax? Similarly,
that I can see.
Similarly, for pessimistic scenario, what will be my revenue, what will be my profit before tax, what will be my profit after tax? Are you able to see?
Yeah. I am able to see.
Yeah, I just repeat the last part for the sake of the class. So these were my optimistic and pessimistic. This was my question. Here under my optimistic scenario, my number of units will be higher. I'll be selling higher. My selling price will be higher and my cost price will be lower. And under my pessimistic scenario, my I'll be selling less number of units. My selling price will be the same, but my cost price will be higher. So here I'm changing, I'm looking into what will be impact of my changing three inputs on or three or multiple inputs on my multiple outputs. So where did I go? I'll repeat it. I go to data, I go to what if analysis, I go to scenario manager. I'm just deleting these things just for now. I go to data, what if analysis, and I go to scenario manager. I click on add. Okay, click on add. I name the scenario as optimistic scenario. Now optimistic scenario I named as OPT. Which cells I am changing, or what are my three inputs? Number of unit, selling price, and cost price. I always select these cells from my input sheet. Number of units, comma, my selling price, comma, my cost price. Okay. Then click on OK. What else my values for number of units, selling price, and cost price under optimistic scenario? Under optimistic scenario, my number of units will be 150. So I input 150 here. Under optimistic scenario, my selling price will be 17. So I input 17 here. And under optimistic scenario, my cost price will be less. I'll input 3 here. Is this fine? I click on OK. Then this design I've created for my optimistic scenario. Now I click on add. I create a pessimistic scenario. I name it as pessimistic. Which cells I am changing? Number of units, comma, selling price, comma, cost price. These are the three input cells I am changing. Click OK. Under a pessimistic scenario, what is the value of number of units? I mean pessimistic scenario, kharab, then I'm going to sell less number of units. So I put 80 under number of units. Under a pessimistic scenario, my selling price luckily remains the same. So I put 15. And under a pessimistic scenario, I put, I expect my cost price to be higher. I put 10. Click on OK. Now, after you have done that, after you have created these two scenarios, click on summary. Now, summary cell, when you click on, it prompts for result cells. It prompts for result cells where it's asking कौन से output पे impact दिखाना है. So I need to see this impact on my revenues, comma, my profit before tax, comma, and my profit after tax. My multiple outputs. I am changing multiple inputs and I have to see their impact on multiple outputs, which is my revenue, profit before tax, and profit after tax. Is this fine? Anyone stuck here? Hello.
Hello.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Are you able to follow?
Yes.
Click on OK. Click on OK. A new scenario will open. It shows your impact under an optimistic scenario as well as a pessimistic scenario, what will be your impact? Your C18 cell was your revenue, your C20 cell might have been your profit before tax, and the last cell is your profit after tax. So if you change multiple inputs, your units, the selling price, and your cost price, if you change multiple inputs, what will be the impact on multiple outputs? Is this point clear?
Yeah, that's very good.
So you can check for the impact of multiple inputs, changing multiple inputs, what will be their impact on multiple outputs.
Output. So
Okay?
here there is no restriction.
Yeah,
You can
here
put
there
in.
is no restriction. In the first case where one variable data table or two variable data table, it was limiting my analysis to a certain extent. It was limiting my analysis where I could change only one thing, or I could see the output. I mean, on the two variable data table, I could see the output of, on only one output, or I could change only two inputs. So that was a limiting constraint kind of a thing. While scenario manager helps us remove those constraints. It can help us see change in multiple inputs on the effect on multiple outputs. Fully clear?
Clear.
Okay.
Clear.
Yeah. Now moving towards the last parts of the question. Okay.
Yeah.
So we are moving towards, basic Excel, and then we'll do something interesting analysis with respect to the forecast function. Now the last two parts, we have solved these three parts of the case as of now, and we'll move towards the last two parts. Now,
that's interesting.
Yeah. Calculate how many units he should sell to get a profit after tax of rupees 2,500. I just copy the question and I paste somewhere down, and you can put it anywhere. I'm just doing it for, yeah. Calculate number of units he should sell to get a profit of tax rupees of 2,500. Is that fine?
Yeah, fine.
Okay. So I'll design the thing again. So just for the ease and convenience. Okay. Okay. This is my fourth question. I'll use the fifth question as well because those two questions are like similarly worded. So it's asking for calculate how much should the selling price per unit be to get a PAT of rupees 2,500, right?
Yeah.
So I'll solve the fourth and fifth question almost together. What should be selling price be if it's profit after tax is targeting to get a profit after tax of rupees 2,500. Okay. Okay. Let's start. So do we know the number of units for question number 4? I'll just use orange color, and question number 5 I'll use the standard blue color. Okay. So do we know the number of units for question number 4? Do we know in the case of question number 4 what is the number of units?
We don't know.
We do not know. I'll put a question mark here. Okay. We do not know. I'll keep it blank. Right. We do not know this detail. Kitna number of units. Okay. So do we know the tax rate though? I'll just input tax rate.
Tax rate is known.
Yeah, 33.99%, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we know the selling price?
No.
We do not know the selling price for question number 4. Are we given the selling price as per the input sheet?
PAT.
Selling price?
15 rupees.
15 rupees for question number 1.
Question number 4, yeah. 15 rupees.
For question number 4, 15 rupees.
Yeah, question number 4. We'll start focusing on question number 4 and slowly we'll move towards question number 5. So we know the selling price for question number 4, which is 15 rupees, which came from our input cell. I'll just increase the font size a bit more. Yeah. So how do we calculate revenue? What is the formula to calculate revenue? If I want to calculate revenue here, which cell should I multiply?
Number of units into SP.
Number of units into selling price. What will be the answer I'll be getting? 0, because we do not have, we haven't put any number of units. Let it be. Okay, let it be. we are going to tell Excel to calculate number of units. We are going to command Excel to calculate number of units. So we'll just put the formulas as of now. Okay. Do we know the cost price per unit?
No.
Cost price per unit from the input sheet? Do not know? We know the cost price for 5 rupees. Yeah. Cost price per unit from the input sheet, we know 5 rupees per unit. How do we calculate total cost? How do we calculate total cost?
Unit into cost per unit.
Units, number of units into cost per unit, right? It will obviously come back to 0 because we haven't put anything in the number of units. Let it be. We'll just put the formula as of now. We'll just put the formula as of now and we'll command Excel to calculate. Okay. How do I calculate profit before tax? How do I calculate profit before tax? My revenue, total revenue minus total cost, right?
Yeah.
We again come to 0, right? Do I know tax rate or tax amount? How do I calculate taxes?
Taxes, tax into this.
Tax rate into profit before tax, right? Right? So it will obviously come to 0, let it be. And how do I calculate profit after tax? General formula. How do I calculate profit after tax? It will be profit before tax minus my taxes, right? Right? Just do till this point, okay? So I mean, we are not getting. I mean, luckily or unluckily, we are not getting any answers. सब कुछ 0 ही आ रहा है. ये क्या करा रहे हो sir? I'll just let you know, and I'll help you out with respect to how we can help Excel or how we can command Excel to calculate, and we get the answer. Okay. Now, what we need to do? What is the target? This salesperson wants a profit after tax of. Is there a goal? What is his goal?
Yeah. So go to goal seek.
2,500.
Yeah.
2,500.
Yeah. His goal is to get a profit after tax of 2,500. So where will we go? We go to data. We go to what if analysis. Now we need to go to goal seek. Why goal seek? Because he has a targeted goal of getting a profit after tax of 2,500. Is that fine? Now, which cell do you want to target? Which cell are we targeting?
Profit after tax.
Profit after tax. So you set cell. Which cell? The profit after tax cell, right? To which value you want to set it?
That we have to type.
Yeah. To which value is he targeting?
2,500.
2,500. And which cell do we need to change here in the first question? Question number 4.
Number of units. Yeah.
You link that cell by changing which cell? Number of units. Right?
Okay.
Click OK. Wait for Excel to calculate, and you get the answer that by getting a number of units of around, I'll color in green, whenever he sells 379 units, how much profit after tax he'll get?
2,500.
Is this point clear? Any questions here?
Yeah.
So can you guys simultaneously try it for question number 5? Can you side by side try it for question number 5? So for question number 5, number of units, is it given from the input sheet? Is number of units
No.
given? Number of units
not given.
Question number 5, sir.
But SP has to.
We have to calculate SP. Number of units is given,
SP,
right?
yes.
125.
Yeah. For question number 5, number of units is given as 125.
What? 125.
Tax rate remains the
SP
same.
is not there.
SP is not given. SP is my question mark. So SP I'll keep blank, right?
Yeah.
How do I calculate my revenue, sir? How do I calculate my revenues? It's my
simply
number of units. Number of units into selling price. Selling price is not given. So 0 aega. Is my cost price given?
Cost price is 5.
Per unit, 5 rupees. How do I calculate my total cost? Cost price per unit into number of units, right? How can I calculate my profit before tax? It's the revenue minus total cost, right?
Right.
How do I calculate my taxes? My profit before tax into my tax rate, right? And how do I calculate my profit after tax? My profit before tax minus my tax amount, right?
Yeah. Right.
Now what do? Is this the answer he's searching for? No, he's targeting a goal of 2,500. So where do I go? Go to data, go to what if analysis, go to goal seek. Now which cell are you targeting? You are targeting the profit after tax cell. So select that cell. To which value?
2500.
2500. By changing which cell here now? Which cell are we changing here?
SP.
Yeah, selling price. Click on OK. So what is the selling price you should keep to get a profit after tax of 2,500?
35.3.
Yeah, 35.30 or 35.29. Right?
Yeah, right.
So is everyone able to do this? Any questions here? Are we done with the entire case? Have we solved the entire thing? Any queries at your end? Let me know. We'll wait for a couple of minutes. I'll quickly revisit this thing and then we'll move further. But yeah, any questions here?
No, sir. It is well understood.
Right? So I'll just quickly revisit what all we did. Actually, we used only the what if analysis part, and within what if analysis, we used all the three functionalities: data table, goal seek, and scenario manager. Within data table, we started off with using one variable data table where we were only changing the columns. We were looking for, we were changing one input. Change in one input and its impact on multiple output. We are looking for change in one input and its impact on multiple output. That was our one variable data table. Then what we look for is two variable data table where we change multiple inputs. We change the rows as well as column. So change in multiple input, but we could only look for the impact on only one output. So change in two inputs, impact on one output. That was my two variable data table. Then that was not sufficient for us. If we want to move or look into more analysis where we want to change multiple input and multiple output, then we used the scenario manager function where we changed multiple inputs and saw its impact on multiple outputs. So we changed multiple inputs and we look for its impact on multiple outputs. That was my scenario manager where we could get scenario summary. So we did this part. And then finally, we use the goal seek function where if a person is targeting a certain profit, we use the goal seek function and look for what if he is targeting a certain profit of 2,500. How much number of units should he sell? Or what if he's targeting a profit of 2,500? Number of units we know, but what should he keep the selling price? So we used goal seek function for that purposes. So we have used entirely the what if analysis across, the Excel function that you could use for your data analysis. Now you might be thinking, yaar ye finance mein itna kahan pe exactly use hota hai? So I'll just, for those who know with respect to valuation a bit, so whenever you are doing valuation, whenever you are looking for valuing a particular company and you are looking for certain scenarios, or if you're seeing कि positive scenario में या optimistic scenario में क्या होगा, pessimistic scenario में क्या होगा, we could use the scenario manager. Now if you are asking me where could we use data table as such, so if you have done valuation, if we change WACC, weighted average cost of capital, across your columns, we could use the WACC across your columns and your terminal growth rate across your rows and see its impact on valuation. WACC अलग-अलग होगा, मेरा terminal growth rate अलग-अलग रहेगा.
Sorry to interrupt you, Professor.
Yes,
just
sir?
a minute. Yeah. Professor Anshu, you have, Ansha, you have a question. If you have a question, you better ask because sir cannot see his, chat screen currently. Your raised hand is as well.
Okay, I'm really sorry. Yeah, how can I help?
Ansha Gupta, your hand is raised. Do you have some query? I guess it is by mistake. Okay, sir, you please carry on.
Yeah, sure. No worries, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah. So for VAC, I mean, if you are doing valuation, you could see changes in VAC as well as terminal growth rate. What will be its impact on valuation? So these are the purposes. These, I mean, when you do advanced financial modeling, I'll just show you a typical example where I have done that. So that becomes the picture becomes much clearer. So this is where data table could be useful. So I got a valuation of a company. I believe everyone's able to view. It's just yeah. So I got a valuation of a company. I mean at around 37 rupees. So if I want to change my VAC and if I want to change my terminal growth rate, what are the different values that I could get for a company? So based on this, people could do their investment analysis. So this is where it is useful from a finance perspective. So I mean towards financial modeling, all these purposes you could use whatever we have learned today. Whatever we have learned today, you could use it further towards your equity valuation or looking across different scenarios. So these are the financial application particularly that is with respect to whatever we have learned as of now. Is this point clear? Any questions here? Or shall we move further? Anyone any questions that you
I have a question. That
Yes,
in the goal seek tab, actually, goal seek tab, sometimes it may happen that I have a goal, but the variable is 2. Basically, there needs some optimization between 2 variables. Like here, you can find that the cost price, you go to the market and you find some cost price which is you cannot, you don't believe that the previous day you bought at some price, but today the price has increased. So when the price is increased, then he is in a dilemma that how much he should buy, and what should he keep the cost price. So in such case, there may be for the goal seek, there may be 2 variables, 2 independent variable may have to vary. That kind of scenario, can we do in Excel or not?
So that for that, I mean, we could use solver to a certain extent, or we need certain advanced tools. I mean, goal seek, I mean, it can only be used for only one cell, but yeah.
One cell. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So shall we move further? Now, I certainly, I mean, more, I mean, interesting things perspective. I mean, this will be of very much interest to those inclined towards the investing domain or forecasting domain. Now, this is the main goal. I mean, so that was just an introduction, and this is where we really start with respect to our, I mean, forecasting purposes. So I mean, can everyone open the FDP version 2 Excel sheet or download it and keep? Can everyone download this Excel sheet, FDP version 2? Yeah.
So shall we close the FDP 1?
Yes,
that
sir.
will not be required.
Yeah, that won't be required because we have solved that entire case, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, yes. We have FDP 2.
Yeah. We'll be doing, I mean, what is the most important aspect for most of the investors, that is forecasting the share prices. I mean, I won't definitely tell that this works 100%, but yeah, I mean, we will be definitely forecasting the share prices of a particular company. Okay. There are certain advanced functions in Excel that we'll be using for forecasting the share prices of a particular company. Let me know once everyone's settled and have opened their Excel sheets. Krunal sir, have you opened it at your end? Krunal sir?
Yes, sir. Yes,
sir. Yeah. Ansha?
Yes.
I believe Ansha Gupta has still raised her hand. Ansha Gupta, how can I help you, ma'am? Ansha Gupta? I'm not sure. I'm able to see. I believe that might be a mistake. Okay. Then I'll carry further. Chandrasekhar sir, I believe you have also opened the version 2 Excel sheet, right, sir? Hello? Yeah. So we'll start. So we have been given, I mean, you could download any company's share prices from a certain date to a, I mean, particular date. NSE, and you could use the National Stock Exchange website for downloading that. I mean, if you want it to do it, I mean, simultaneously you could do for any particular company. I'll also share the website link on the chat box if needed. But yeah, you could do it at a later stage. Let's. I'll just put that though on the chat box. Yeah. Just a second. I'm not able to view the chat. Oh, okay. So can you? Okay, there's an option.
Yes, sir. How can I help you?
So I'm just trying to access the chat box, and I believe I.
Just beside the
Yeah, I
number
got
of
it.
participants.
Yes, sir. I got it, sir. I couldn't see it. Yeah. So I've just inputted a link on the PC. You could use this to download data, historic price data for any company. I have, for example, or demonstration purposes, I have kept and downloaded and kept for ICICI Bank, and it's a bit of an old data, but we'll use this data for our forecasting purposes. For our case study purposes, so requesting as of now to kindly use this data. At a later stage, you could download any particular company's data from the link I have shared, and then we could move further. Okay. So we'll start with this case. So we have been given ICICI Bank's data, share price data, opening prices, high price, low price, closing price, and the number of shares traded on a particular date. And we have been given this data from 19 September 2018 to till 24th October 2018. Is that fine? Right? We have been given approximately 1 month time frame data, right, sir?
Yeah.
Now, what are the questions that we ask? We'll try answering these questions, and then we'll move towards the interesting aspect. Now, first question is, draw a chart reflecting the open price, high price, low price, and closing price on a daily basis. That's one of the easiest, questions to answer. So what we'll do, we'll select the dates and till the closing price. We'll select that date. The best way, we finish that question first, the easier aspect. We go to insert, we go to recommended charts. Okay. We go to insert, go to recommended charts. Okay. Now, which is the best chart? Recommended charts, that there are a lot of options. Do not click on any of those. Click on all charts. Okay. Click on all charts. Okay. Now, the best way to
in the recommended chart, there are all chart. All chart is not there. Okay,
next
all
to,
charts. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
next to recommended charts,
okay.
there's an all charts tab. So click on all charts tab. Now, the best way to represent share price whenever it's showing this kind of a data where we have open price, high price, low price, and closing price, the best way is a candlestick chart. It's not, if we have only dates and closing prices, line chart would have been better. But given we have different kinds of prices, opening price, high price, low price, and closing price across the dates, the candlestick chart is a better pattern. So within the all charts, you can see stock, right?
Yeah.
Within the all charts, you can see the option stock.
Stock.
Right.
Yeah, stock. Yeah.
Yeah. Now within the stock tab, whenever you click on the stock, you can see there are multiple options as well. There's a first option is only showing high, low, and close. The second option shows open, high, low, and close.
Low,
right?
close.
Yeah. So which option we would want?
Yeah.
We would want open, high, low, close.
Open, high, low.
Yeah. The second option,
usually that is
because our data has those, numbers, open, high, low, and close, right?
Yeah.
So we input that data. So that was the easiest aspect of this case. But yeah, now we'll move towards the interesting aspect. This was the chart that we prepared. Now that was the first answer. We used this data. We forecast, we saw the opening, high, low, and close prices across these dates. Now the second question. Now we'll move towards the interesting aspect. Till what date do we have data, sir? From 19 September till
24th October.
24th October 2018. Now, which date? Can you read the question, sir?
Yeah. Forecast of the closing share price as on 25th October. Okay. So that.
So we need to
very next day.
Yeah, very next day. I want to forecast 24th October तक का data. We have data till 24th October, but we are going to forecast the closing share price for 25th October, right? Okay. Now there are different ways, different methodologies Excel has to use forecast, and we learn each and every one of those. Okay. Okay, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll teach with the first functionality. I'll forecast. I'll just increase the font size a bit. Yeah. Okay, is it visible? Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
That we have to do. Actually,
Now,
I have to minimize this, otherwise cannot.
Well, sir. Now I'll forecast. I'll use a function named as trend. Okay, trend. I'll use the function named as trend function for forecasting purposes. Okay. Okay. Now what you need to do? You need to click on equals to trend. Click on the next sheet equals to trend. Okay.
Forecasting.
Yeah, sure. It's not necessary. I'm just displaying key. We'll use the trend function first. There are different ways
Trend
to
function.
forecast.
Okay.
Yeah. So first function equals to trend. Click on equals to and type trend. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Now it prompts. Click on the opening bracket. It prompts known wise.
Known wise.
Yeah. Known wise. Do we know any of the known wise? What will be my?
Yeah. We know the known wise.
What are the wise, sir? What is there in the y-axis?
They are in the y, the price.
Right. And which prices we are selecting? Which price we are forecasting? The closing price.
Closing
right?
price. Yeah.
So we'll select closing price are my known wise. Till which date? Till which date? From 19th September till 24th October will be my known wise. Right, sir?
Known wise. Okay.
Yeah. Now, comma. Click put comma. Okay. It prompts for known X.
Known
right?
X.
Known X. What are the known X? What is my X?
Date.
From 19th September till 24th October only. We need to be alert that we are selecting the same range. We are not selecting anything extra. This is my known X. Okay. Now put comma. It's prompting something new. What is
new
it prompting?
X.
New X. What is the new X?
New X is the price.
25th October.
Closing fields of 5th October.
New X. New X. X-axis is my 25th October, the date, right? 25th October. So that will be my new X. Click on bracket and press enter. Okay. Close the bracket and enter. Is it forecasting something?
Then what will be given? New X, then?
New X,
constant.
Close the bracket. Do not put anything there in the constant. It's not necessary. Okay. Close the bracket, put enter. Okay. Are you getting a forecast?
Yeah.
Of the closing price?
Yeah. Yes.
What is, so as per the trend,
319.
So what do you think the prices will increase or fall tomorrow?
Fall.
It will fall, right? So will you buy the stock or no? Doesn't make sense, right? To buy the stock,
No.
right? Yeah. So this is the trend function. I'll explain each of these functions theoretically. What does this mean? But first we'll finish or use all the functions and then I'll explain the difference between the functions. But is this
Sir, this formula once just explain it.
Sure. I'll just do it for you again, ma'am. Okay. Yeah. So I want to forecast the share prices. I use which function? The trend function. Equals to trend. Okay. Known buys. What are my known buys, ma'am? What is my y-axis? I use this chart.
Closing price.
Yeah, closing prices. From which date till which date? 19 September till
24th of
24. Yeah, it's 24th of trend. Known buys 19 September till 24th October, comma. What are my known X?
That is date.
19 September till
24th October.
24 October, comma.
Right.
New X. What will be my new
25th October.
25th October.
Yeah.
Now it's prompting for a constant. It's not needed as of now. Okay. Just close the bracket.
Fine.
Are you getting an answer?
Yeah.
So there's an expected decline in share prices, right? Right? Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have
So
just
we use
muted because of
no
disturbance.
worries, sir. Thank you so much, sir. But I genuinely appreciate because of you, I'm able to get that at least. I mean, someone's hearing, and I'm genuinely thankful for your response, sir. Yeah. So I believe this is clear, right? Shall we move further? Okay. Now we'll use the second function. There are different ways to forecast. I'll tell you the difference between those as well. Now we'll use the forecast dot linear function. Okay. Use forecasting using the forecast dot linear function. Okay. Just let me out. Okay. So use equals to forecast dot linear. When you type forecast, there will be a prompt forecast dot linear. Is that fine? Forecast dot linear.
But only forecast came.
Forecast dot linear. Type forecast dot. Are there different options?
That function is not there in my
Excel. Okay.
Excel.
So, yeah, I mean, because I believe it might be a bit older version of the Excel. That might
No,
be
my Excel is 2013, not too old.
Because
type it fully, maybe it will come.
Yes, sir. Sorry, ma'am. Did you get it?
Type it fully, maybe
Yeah.
after forecast.
Yeah, because I mean it's in the the newer versions of Excel it is there, and a bit older, slightly older versions is not there, sir.
Use Google Sheet. It would be helpful.
Yeah, but the more advanced functions won't be there in Google Sheet as well. I mean, it's fine, sir. The forecast and the forecast.linear function are the same. So for your older version, I mean, it's not a big impact.
It is forecast. Okay,
Yeah.
that's forecast.
Yeah. Now it's prompting. What is it prompting, sir?
Forecast.
It's prompting for X, right?
Yeah.
Forecast X.
X. What is my X? What is the X?
X is the date.
Yeah, 25th October, right, sir?
25th October, yeah.
Comma. Known buys. What are my known buys?
Known buys sell price.
Is the
Closing price.
Right?
Yeah.
Closing price. Comma. Known X. What are my known X? Is my
known X, 19th September to 24th
October. Yeah, 19th September till 24th October. You click on and close the bracket, click on enter, you will see something, and that's interesting.
That is same as forecast.
That's the same as trend function. So what is the difference, and how did we calculate? I mean, how did Excel calculate these things? Now let me explain it to you. Okay. Before we move towards the more interesting and advanced functionalities, I'll explain these simple functionalities first.
So this is basically a linear function, huh?
Yeah. There's both the trend as well as the forecast linear function. They are linear functions. They use simply a kind of a regression kind of a thing, and they try to forecast. So they draw a line and try to forecast across that line. That is simply both the trend function and the forecast dot linear function. So what is the difference between them? Then why do Excel make? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Sir, I want to ask you the question. If the trend of the same is showing at 319, if we compare the same with the real data, how much is the variation?
I'll tell you. I'll get into you, ma'am. I mean, because this is very basic. I'll just move towards when we move towards advanced functions. Just two more functions, and I mean, I'll answer your question, ma'am.
Right, sir. Right.
Yeah. So both the trend function and forecast.linear function do forecasting using a simple regression between the dates and the prices, and they use simple linear regression for forecasting. So that is the simplest way. Now, why did Excel have two functions that do the same thing? What shall be the difference between these two then? Any guesses? What shall be the difference between these two then? Why would Excel have, Excel do the same thing, for forecast trend function and forecast.linear? So using trend function, you can even, forecast the old prices, historic prices. While forecast.linear function, you can only use forecast.linear function for forecasting the future prices. You can't use forecast.linear function for forecasting the past prices. That is the difference between these two functionalities. Okay. Now we'll move towards the interesting aspect. Okay. Now we'll move towards slowly. Is it a right approach? Whenever we see share prices, do we see share prices from a number perspective, or when we invest into share prices, do we see share prices with respect to prices from a prices perspective, or a percentage change, or a growth perspective? What do we see share prices from, or investments from?
I don't know. I have not invested any time, but I think it is percentage change.
Yeah, we usually see share prices not from ideally from a prices perspective. We usually see share prices. This linear function only considers amount growth, which is the right way to forecast. Whenever we invest into the markets, we always, the share prices are nifty 10% gira, yeah, whatever. There is always a percentage concept with respect to investments. So whenever we see share prices, it's very important. We do not see from an absolute change perspective. We see them from a percentage change perspective, right? Yeah. So for that, for forecasting, now we used only a linear regression with respect to amount change perspective, right? Right. Now we have a function which helps us forecast, from a percentage change perspective. Okay. So that function is your growth function. Okay. So it's prompting for known Y's. What are the known Y's here? Again, the closing prices, right, sir?
Yeah.
Comma, known X. What are the known X? My date, right? Then finally, what is my new X? What is my new X? My 25th, right? Click on, close the brackets, click on enter. Are you getting a different answer? Are you getting a different answer? Right?
So, let me, some mistake was there. It's something different. 319.35.
Yeah, they're getting
slightly
a different
less.
Yeah. So this function forecasts the share prices from a percentage change or a percentage growth perspective, which is a much better approach than forecast trend or a linear function. Then a trend function or a linear function which uses absolute change in amount. This uses both the function uses absolute change in amount, by growth function uses the percentage change, day by day percentage change for forecasting purposes. Is this point clear? Is this point clear? Any questions here?
No.
Okay.
So, but it is not showing the percentage change, no? But it is calculating based on the percentage change.
Yeah, it's calculating based on the percentage.
Yeah.
It's not showing the percentage change. It's
Sir, I'm not getting answer actually, this particular.
Sure, ma'am. No worries. Can you share your screen, ma'am? I'll just stop presenting.
No, you just help me in understanding this growth function.
Okay.
Manage on my own.
Okay, okay, ma'am. I'll just repeat that. Okay. So for the growth function, I deleted everything. I use click on equals to growth, right? Now it's prompting for known Ys. What are my known Ys,
Right.
ma'am?
Yes, it is closing price.
Right, closing prices from 19th September till 24th October, right, ma'am?
Yes.
What are
Yes.
my known X? 19th September till
Till
24th
24th
October.
October.
Dates.
Yeah.
What is my new X?
25th.
25th October. Close the bracket. Close the bracket. That's it.
So actually I didn't. Okay, fine. Maybe I've done some mistake.
Is it clear? Okay. Is this one clear? Any questions here? Now something, the best function is still left. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, how many of you have the advanced Excel that can use that function? But the best function, I mean, is still left. That, I mean, you could use, or the industry uses. This is the function that you can suggest for the industry use or for any practical purposes. So, but yeah, I mean, let me know any issues with the growth function. Okay. Any questions till this point?
No, sir.
Okay, this is clear, right? Now my question is, I mean, can you tell me what I mean is, I mean, I'll just tell you. I'll just share my screen. I'll open Paint. Okay. Ma'am, can you help me answer this part? These are my dates, okay? These are my prices. Do the share prices move like this as well only, or do the share prices move like this? Though for those who are into the share market, these are the prices, these are the dates. Do the share prices move like this, or do the share prices move like this?
No, so the second one, this
The
one.
second one, right? Lot of
Yeah.
I mean ups and downs, right?
Yeah.
And then over a period of time it moves further, right? Now, I mean, can you tell me what kind of businesses, simply, I'm just getting to that point, what kind of businesses have some seasonality in their behavior? What kind of businesses do you see there is some seasonality in behavior with respect to their business sales or whatever?
Seasonality. Mostly we hear analysis when we are doing some kind of trend analysis.
Not
Sir,
that, but what kind?
agriculture.
There are so many things.
Yeah,
Agriculture.
agriculture, one of them. Ice
Yeah.
cream, right? Ice cream
Yes,
Ice
yes.
business.
cream.
Yeah, okay, product wise.
Yeah, refrigerator business, AC
Woolen
business.
items.
Yeah, so for example, AC business and everything. So would it be right, if I use a function like forecast trend or forecast linear or even growth function for for an example perspective, for forecasting AC ka sales? I mean, just to give an example, what do you think AC sales for an year would be like? Would it be like this, or would it be like I mean, गर्मी के सीजन में ऊपर and then ठंडी के
No,
सीजन में नीचे?
it
Would it
is
be like,
going to be like that.
right?
Yes.
So would my forecast dot linear trend or growth function be able to capture this seasonality into impact? It will always forecast on the basis of a linear OLS kind of a thing. It won't be able to capture seasonality at all,
It
right?
won't be able to. Yes.
Yeah. So Excel, I mean, and even for share prices, there is always some seasonality nature that is there. Always, I mean, there are seasons, there are, I mean, business cycle. There is currently the IT cycle is there, where every IT share prices you must have seen in the past 1.5, 2 years, or even pharmaceutical companies. In the 1.5, 2 years, you might be seeing quite an upward trend. While before that, pharma was down. Pharma industry was entirely down for the past 3, 4 years. So every business has a certain business cycle or a trend. So we need to capture that trend when we are forecasting. And that's where we are going to use one of the best functions of Excel, that is the forecast ATS function. Okay. We're going to use the best function of Excel, that is the forecast.ats function. Now, what does ETS mean? ETS means exponential. I just type the full form as well. Exponential triple smoothing. will smoothen the effect of everything. It will capture seasonality and everything that is needed for forecasting purposes. So can you type forecast.ets? You type, is everyone able to get it? Forecast.ets. Now, this is not on the older versions of Excel. I mean, I believe this is only on the newer versions of Excel.
Yeah, I don't have.
Okay.
Sir, there are two functions we are.
Yeah. So you
confin something and then sees which one.
Yeah. So use the forecast.ets only. The confid and everything is the confidence interval. Is the how much accuracy you want with respect to your forecast. We use right confidence interval or the alpha significance level. So that is those part will get into those part at a later stage.
Right.
Now forecast.ets. Now there's one issue with this function. Okay. That's one issue with this function. It wants a continuous series of dates. If it doesn't have a continuous series of dates, it cannot forecast. Can we see there are gap between dates? Are there any gap between dates? Are there any gap between dates? Or is this a continuous date series?
Yes.
Yeah,
right?
gap between dates are
After
there.
28.
Yeah. 19th September, 20th September was a holiday, or I mean Sunday, I mean share
Sunday,
market do not trade, right? So there is no continuous series. So we need to add a certain column. Click on insert and we need to add a serial number. Okay. We'll use that for our forecasting purposes. To insert a column, I just repeat, because this data is not very continuous in nature. We do not have continuous dates, and forecasting ETS needs continuous dates. We'll insert a column. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I put serial number and I just input serial number. I put 1 to use the number series from 1 to 25 series. Okay, 1 to 24. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So 1 to
23
24.
plus 1.
Yeah. 1 to 24. The entire dates I want. Okay. Is this point clear?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'll be using the forecast ETS function. Only if I have continuous numbers. Now this is a continuous number, right? Is there anything missing? This is a continuous number. It represents this only, but because this is continuous, then only forecast.ets Excel will be able to capture. So now I'll use forecast.ets. Okay. Forecast.ets. What is my target date? Ma'am, can you help? What is my target date?
25th October.
But I cannot select 25th October. I need to
24.
select the number. 24.
24.
Okay. What is my target? 24. What are the values? What are the values that are already given? These are my values, right? The closing prices, the past historic trend, right? Right? The timeline. What is my timeline? Number 1 to number 23, right? Right? Number 1 to number 23 is my timeline. Okay. Now for seasonality, see, I mean, you can input or let the Excel automatically calculate. So you ignore that, put comma. What does seasonality mean? Seasonality is basically your business cycle, where I mean upward trend. Every business has a season. For example, AC business or refrigerator business, agriculture business. So we'll not input anything over here. If we know a certain business cycle, then we'll input. But if we do not know, we'll let Excel calculate automatically. We'll ignore this part. Put comma. Now it prompts for data completion. What is it prompting? If there are any data that is missing in that is missing, what should Excel do? Should it treat it as zeros, or should it automatically complete that data series using linear interpolation? Okay. So we'll input 1 here, because if there are missing values in this data series, let us ask Excel to calculate based on linear interpolation. And finally, the aggregation. How should Excel calculate the data? Now, because these are share prices, I'll use average. Will not use median or minimum or maximum function, we'll use the average function. Okay. You want me to repeat? I repeat this functionality again though. We are using the forecast.ets function to capture the seasonality function, seasonality or the trend. The forecast.ets, only the forecast.ets. The target date is my 25th October, which represents my serial number 24. So I select serial number 24. What are my values? My values are my closing prices. My closing prices. What is my timeline? My timeline is serial number 1 to 23. What is my seasonality? I do not select the seasonality. Let the Excel automatically calculate. Data completion, I put 1 here because if there is any missing value, I want the Excel to automatically calculate. Comma. Aggregation, how do I want Excel to forecast? On the basis of averages. Close the brackets, I put enter. Are you able to see the forecast? Are you able to see the forecast?
Yes.
So does
23.
it differ? Does it differ? Does it differ from the trend function, linear, or the growth function?
Yeah,
Does it differ?
it differs.
Yeah.
Kindly, can you repeat the last two one signify what they signify?
Yeah,
Last but one.
Yeah. The second
Two one is there was there no, in the equation.
Sure. I'll repeat all the three. The first I'm ignoring is the seasonality function. I'll let Excel calculate automatically. Then it asks for data completion. So is there any missing values in the data as of now in
That
the
is for
closing
data
prices?
completion.
Yeah. So if there are any missing values in the data, if I put 0, I'll ask Excel to automatically calculate it. If I put 1, if I put 0, I ask Excel that put 0 if there are any missing values. If I put 1, I ask Excel to linearly interpolate the data and put numbers over there. 1 is for that. And the final one is the aggregation. How do I want Excel to use these numbers for forecasting purposes? So I'll use the average. I'll use the average part for forecasting purposes because these are normal numbers. Okay. And that is the last one. Enter. Now you're getting a forecast of around 323. This differs significantly from the earlier things we got, right? This differs significantly. Why does it differ? Because it is able to capture the seasonality in the data. This differs because it's able to capture the seasonality in the data. Now there was one more way you could have done that. Okay. You could go to data. Okay. You can go to forecast sheet. Okay.
Data, then forecast sheet.
Yeah. Okay.
Data.
You go to data. Next to what if analysis, there is a forecast sheet, right?
Oh, that is not there. In this version, it is not there.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else able to follow? Everyone's. Does others?
So relationship is there.
No forecast sheet. Everyone has it.
No.
Ma'am,
sir, which version it is of your Excel you are using?
I believe I have the 2016 or 2017 version.
Yes, forecast sheet is there, sir.
There? Yeah.
Achha. 2016, I think. Then
yeah.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah. Forecast sheet. Can you click on the options tab?
Yeah.
Options tab. Yeah.
Yeah.
Options. Yes.
So forecast. Then
forecast start. It is showing forecast start.
Yeah. It's showing forecast start. It's showing a forecast end, right? You can create your entire forecast. When do you want to input the forecast? And you could create a graph. I'll just show you. Yeah. So what is the timeline that we want to select? If you go to forecast sheet, it's prompting. What is the timeline range, ma'am?
Serial number 1 to 23 are the actual dates, sir.
Yeah. No, the timeline range should be always continuous. Timeline series number 1 to 23. Okay. What are the values range? What are the values range? The closing prices.
Closing
price. Yeah. Missing values, interpolation, that is the linear interpolation, aggregate duplicate values using average. Okay. You click on include forecast statistics. Okay.
Okay.
And till what point you want the forecast? Till 29th, or I mean till 30th, till how many days you want the forecast? That will be automatic as of now. Okay. You can increase this as per your convenience. Okay. You can increase or decrease these as per your convenience. 24th represents 25th October, 25th represents 26th October, and so on. Okay. Click on create, detect seasonality, let it be detect automatically. Confidence interval, you select whatever confidence interval you want your forecast to be around. 95% to 99%, you can select that. From which date you want the forecast to start from. So I want it from the 23rd date itself, the previous date itself. Okay. Click on create. Are you able to get this sheet, entirely new sheet? Are you able to get a new sheet? Hello? Are you able to get a new sheet? Sir, ma'am, are you able to get a new sheet, Divya ma'am? Are you able to do it simultaneously?
I don't have that forecast option.
Sir, trying.
You're trying? Okay. I'll just help it again. I'll help you, ma'am, again. Go to forecast sheet, click on options. Okay, ma'am? Now timeline range.
Yeah.
What is my timeline range? I remove this. I select the timeline range 1 to 23. Right, ma'am?
Yeah.
It got removed. Just a second. Data, what if analysis, forecast sheet, options. Yeah, my timeline range is my dates from 1 to 23. Okay. What are my values range? My values is my closing prices from 1 till 23. Right? Right? Just click on include forecast statistics and click on create. That's it. Nothing else. Just click on include forecast statistics and click on create. You get the forecasted numbers along with RMSEA, which is your forecasting, I mean the error coefficient and everything. What is the accuracy of the forecast that you are asking? It shows, I mean, with how much confidence, with 95% confidence, it's saying that the data will lie between these 2 points. It's forecasting for everything. Like it's forecasting that the next day's prices will be 323 and the price range upper and lower confidence between 312 and 334. Similarly for the other dates. So that is the way it's showing that is the accuracy with respect to the forecast, and this is the RMSEA with respect to the forecasting numbers. Are you able to follow, or do you want me to repeat here? I'll wait for a couple of minutes though. Any part you want me to repeat or capture?
No, actually, so many things has been done. We have to practice of our own, otherwise we shall forget.
Yes, sir. I mean, that's for sure. Yeah. Ma'am, you are able to do it. And if you want to share your screen, I can help you with that as well, ma'am. Malyamal, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shall I share my screen, sir? Yes, sir.
Surely, ma'am. Yeah, I'll stop presenting. Kalpana, ma'am, I'll just help you in a brief file with respect to the concept behind the forecast. I'll just help you in a brief file, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I've shared now. Sir, I've shared my screen.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah. So click on,
Yes,
can you go on the right hand side, click, click on create, ma'am. You should be able to get.
That's what I'm not able to find that.
Ma'am, in your graph only, are you able to see? Go a bit below. I'm not able to see your screen fully.
Yeah, this is not going down.
Oh, that's not.
That is why I'm getting problem.
Can you try to move that a bit up? Can you click there and try to move it a bit up? Yeah. Can you click there?
Just some problem with this sheet.
Yeah. Now click on include forecast statistics, ma'am. Click on include forecast statistics below.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You have selected data, ma'am. Values range is not right, ma'am. Timeline range is fine, but yeah. Select the timeline range. Yeah. 1 to 23. Perfect. Till 23 only. Perfect. Don't click OK. Yeah. Values range. Closing prices. Yeah. Till 23.
Yes.
Yeah. Click on create now. Click on create.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So are you able to see now? Click on got it.
Yes,
click
sir.
on got it.
Click on.
Got it. The focus sheet is on the left hand side. It's showing got it, right?
No. Yeah.
Yeah. So see, if you can see, it has forecasted that on 25th October, that represents our serial number 24. What will be the prices?
Yes.
323.61.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And it has given the orange colored things, the light and light upper and lower orange color. That's the upper and lower confidence interval.
Okay.
That is the confidence with which the prices will 95% Excel is confident that the prices will lie between this range.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Clear? Yeah. Let's discuss now. Okay. I'll just discuss. Okay. Is everyone able to view my screen? Now I'll just discuss few more things with respect to the forecast. Now this is 95% confidence. Now this is the forecast number 323.61, right? This is the forecasted number, and this is the same number that we got using our 323.6083. This is the same number that we got using the forecast.ets function. It also gives, now what is the advantage of using that part? It also gives the confidence interval, the upper prices and the lower prices. The confidence with which there is 95% confidence, Excel is confident that the prices will lie between this range. So that is the confidence interval or the confidence with which it states that. Now just to revisit and revise, we used, with respect to data tab, we used what if analysis, scenario manager, goal seek, and data table. And in addition, we used for forecasting the share prices, we used 4 functions: forecast trend, forecast linear, growth, and forecast ETS. Forecast trend and forecast linear forecast the share prices based on absolute amount change, while the growth function uses the forecast using the percentage change in prices, while the forecast.ets function, one of the best functions that could be used or that is used in the industry, is captures the seasonality effect, captures the missing data effect and everything, and then it forecasts the prices. It also gives the upper and lower bound of confidence with which how much we are confident that the prices will lie between those ranges.
Sir, I have a question. Like when we are using these functions, can we drag and drop them for other dates? Is that possible? Or every time we have to do it, apply it in a new manner?
So for forecast ETS, ma'am, you can drag and drop, because if you increase the serial number, the way, are you able to view my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Just a second. So forecast, see, 24 to 29th, this represents, I'll just drag. Just a second. Yeah. Fill series. So still 24 till 29th, every date, 25th October, everything is represented here, right? 24th serial number, 25th serial number, 26th, 27, 28, 29. So you could, use this forecast sheet thing for that purposes. You can increase the forecast end date for that purposes. While these trend functions, you can type here and drag it downwards. That's not an issue. Just you see that you are referencing properly, then you can drag. That is not an issue at all, ma'am.
Okay, fine.
So any questions? Bridges, sir, I hope I have finished within the timelines, and I hope the session was, bit useful or something new that, the members and the participants have learned as part of this session, sir.
Sir, I have one basic doubt. Yes, yesterday we had a session input with the Tableau format. So we can use the Tableau for the same kind of data also, no?
Tableau, yes, ma'am, quite to a certain extent, but I'm not sure if like forecast.ets kind of functionality is there. I mean, those functionalities are there within Tableau.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Kalpana, ma'am, I'm really sorry I couldn't hear you out. So the concept behind the forecasting of the upper range and the lower range. So it's the confidence interval. So like this is it captures the standard deviation, basically our normal distribution. And you calculate the mean value and tries to uses the standard deviation x minus z into sigma by square root of n for the lower side of confidence interval, and x, I mean the mean value plus z into standard deviation by square root of n for the lower side of the confidence interval. It bases on that. It follows, I mean, tries to see that the data follows a normal distribution to a certain extent to forecast the lower bound and the upper bound on that basis, ma'am. Empirical rule of standardization. I did not getting your question, ma'am, particularly. Empirical rule, by empirical rule you mean? But how do they calculate standard deviation with respect to the data? The standard deviation of the share prices and everything with respect to, I mean, capturing the seasonality effect as well, ma'am. I'm really sorry I couldn't get that question. What is the experience with respect to accuracy of prediction? Ma'am, to be honest, for share prices, I wouldn't suggest, but for business purposes, I mean, more than share prices, because share prices still, I mean, there is a component with respect to like I mean, obviously, if the trends are quite normal, it's a normal business cycle, it's fine. But given if, I mean, the current scenario, if you ask me to use these functions, I wouldn't suggest, primarily the reason being the volatility in the markets are quite high. Because if you can see in the past 2 years, markets have fallen from 7,500 levels to an all-time high of 18,500 levels. So I wouldn't particularly use for share price data in the current scenario, at least, given the high volatility in the share prices. However, I would prefer using these functionalities for businesses, for prediction of sales, for a certain business like a manufacturing business, which follows seasonality in nature, which has quite a seasonality in nature. So I'll use prediction of sales prices for those businesses. That is a better way to use it, and it has been quite used for those prediction purposes, ma'am. Vijay sir, as well as Vijay sir, you there? As well as,
yes, sir, I'm here.
Yeah, yes, sir. So I hope I finished within the timelines, and it was a nice session.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, sir.
Yes, my pleasure, and thanks for joining us. Thanks to madam also for joining. We'll have your next session, I think day after tomorrow.
It's on 21st, sir. Yeah, 21st. Sir.
Yeah, you will be talking about, you'll be using Stata to do the financial analysis.
Yeah,
okay. So it was a very engaging session. I could see participants asking questions, and you were trying to do everything hands-on and doing the demonstration and asking them to do also. So very nice to see. Very pleasantly surprised also that, I mean, a lot of things can be done on Excel. Okay. So, I mean, of course, we are more hell-bent on doing everything on SPSS and of course, other softwares also like Gretel and econometric software.
Right.
Okay. So, very nice session. I hope all our faculty members, they have also enjoyed, and there was value addition to all of them. So thank you very much. Anything more from our side? No, Pranjal sir has conveyed regards for you and madam, and he has left because of some reason. So thank you everybody. Thank you faculty members. Tomorrow again we'll rejoin at 9:30 with a new day. Today was the second day. Tomorrow will be the third day. Again we'll have 3 sessions, 2 hours each. One would be by Nitin Meher sir. One would be on stress management, and one would be connected with operational analytics by Behelkar sir. So thank you very much.
Thank you everyone. Thank you the participants.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Thank you participants. It was, I mean, nice engaging you. Hope you had hands-on experience. So thank you so much everyone. Have a nice day. Good evening.
Thank you, Shetty sir.
Have a nice day.
Thank you, Apurva sir, particularly for responding quite promptly, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Chandrasekhar.
So the feedback, Yeah, the feedback link is open up till 5 o'clock. So please fill your feedback. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Okay.